X equal 10.
X
And
greater than 1, I hope.
we are going to do. We also have joining me on the line today as a commentator for the finals. Coinman, hi.
Hi. Nice to be here.
All right.
Been a hot minute.
We have we're gonna have only 2 matches going on for the first round. In the meantime, Gosmith, why don't you explain a little bit what's happening
Of
over
course.
here?
If you're new around here and you may or may not have heard of us before, we are the 10th Point. We are a can't even spell apparently. 10p. There we go. We are a group that offers Canadian Highlander tournaments usually every Sunday. According to this Saturday, actually, that's incorrect. That should probably be updated.
Lock.
And as well as a tournament finals as we're actually having today. To round up the season finale. If you're interested, we have a website where we go who we are, more details on rulings, how to join. If you're interested in Canadian Highlander, or if you're unsure what it is, well, Canadian Highlander is a 100-card singleton format where instead of a ban list, we have a points list. You can have 10 cards with points, where Black Lotus is 7 points, Dark Rituals is 4, and Crop Rotation is 1. So that limits some of the most powerful cards you can play with, instead of having a bad list. This time around, as I said, we are playing a final, so that means you can't join us in the same way for the next couple of tournaments quite yet. We will have an announcement on our Discord, where everything Canadian Highlander can be found, and people are more than willing to talk about it. We will be having an announcement when the next season is ready, and the next tournament for that as well is ready. But for now, we will be having our finals of the Season 7 Top 8. It will be a double elimination, where depending on how well you did in the season prior, you start higher or lower in your respective half of the bracket. Once you lose, you go to the losers bracket from the winners bracket, and you have a second chance to make your way to the grand final. If you make your way to the finals without ever losing, i.e. from the winners bracket, that means you technically still have your one loss available in the grand finals. So that means that the person coming from the losers finals does actually have to win twice best of 3 against the reigning champion currently. However, this is not just the casual event. There's actually a little bit of prizes on the line. Specifically, there are 50 ticks or dollars to a bot on MTGO or a store like Channel Fireball or Star City Games for the first place winner, $20 or ticks for second place, and 10 for third and fourth place respectively. So, now that we're talking about pricings and money, we're gonna have to be a little bit of a shill out here. If you're willing to help us out here and you're interested in what we're doing here and want to help us out, thank you, Zannty, for the always helpful command there. You can send us a subscription. That's a great way to support us. We use this money to improve quality of our streams and to provide prizes, simply put. We're also working in the background on maybe providing some additional content, and that might also be something that you can support in this manner as well. If you specifically have a Twitch Prime, as Sandy's always happy to point out when we chill about, using it on us or someone else is a great way to make sure that Jeff Bezos has to pay for some of his greedy nature. And I think that's mostly it. I think we're slowly but surely getting ready to see what round one it has to offer. So we'll be running a couple rounds side by side, and then once the first one's done, we'll move over to the other one.
All right. So
Similar.
for the first round, we have Luha versus Zannty and Brahms versus Bailite. And the nature of the finals is that the tournament is open deck list. So all of these players know what every other person in the tournament is on.
Yes.
What is Luca on actually?
So Luca is on a band, sort of like it's a typical Luca brew. Luca's known for just making things up. Not
Yes.
necessarily the most high quality builds, but definitely trying to make something that he thinks could work.
So what you're
This
telling
time around,
me is that if we want to watch Luca, we should do it now. No, I'm kidding.
well, there's always a loser, and I'm just saying. I'm just kidding.
No.
I love to slam Lucas decks, but what he brought this week is a banned mid-range shell, which has a lot of he expected a lot of mono red and similar aggro decks. It
Yeah,
seems.
so did everybody else, apparently. Everybody metagamed against
A
red.
notable
There's
amount did
always
that,
one
yes.
red deck.
So he's playing a lot of like life gain and just solid blockers that have value, such as like Fractusk, Wall of Roots, those kind of things where like they either draw a card and block well, or they gain some life, or they blink a creature. And then he's also playing kind of curious to me, a lot of like cantrips and like Snapcasters and Ancestral Recall for the value gain. And then lastly, for some weird reason that is beyond me, Watch Wolves and similar creatures like 2-mana 3/3s. I'll admit, it feels a bit like you're trying to go two different paths of both aggro and value at the same time. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but it's definitely something that if mono red isn't
So
as similar
here
dominating
is
and mono white,
here is
it
what
can
I'm gonna
destroy them.
say. I'm gonna say that we watch Luca and Zannty because I
Yeah,
expected those
that's
games
what I
are
think
gonna
too as
be
well.
relatively quick.
Yes,
No matter what, as
Brahms
opposed to
Bailite
like
matchup looks
Brahms versus.
slower.
I expect Brahms versus Bailite might take a while. So
Yeah, particularly because it's like a like grindy deck versus a fairly grindy combo deck. So as opposed to the Lucas Zannty matchup, which is a green ram combo deck versus a banned aggressive mid-range value deck, which is very loose terms because it's not like really a well-defined deck. Brutal Shane indeed. Look, I'm a blunt man. I say what I say, and I mean what I mean, except when I lie. So maybe don't trust me too
outside
much.
of the times when I lie,
I tell the truth, except when I don't.
Good
Very
luck.
useful information right there. Just exactly what you're looking for from a 10 out of 10 commentator.
lies.
The air is fresh.
Okay. So
But I was speaking a lot about Lucas's interesting build. I'll actually talk a bit about what Zannty's on as well. He's on a green-white version of Cradlehoof, which is a ramp combo deck that uses a lot of mana dorks and green's access to a lot of creature tutors to build up a board of a couple quick mana dorks, and then get Cradlehoof or similar to just deal a ton of damage. However, playing green-white also gives them access to the Devoted Druid and Vizier combo, generating infinite mana and winning that way as well.
I mean, the main
And they
appeal
also
of
just have
playing
like a
white.
lot of solid mid-range beaters and planeswalkers that can just, if Hoof doesn't work or if the combo of Vizier doesn't go off, then they can just play Vivian Reeds or Garrogs. Actually, not sure if they're Vivian Reeds specifically,
The
but they
main
can also just cast some questing beasts.
the main appeal of playing white is probably that you get access to one additional tutor in Eladamri's call, and that is actually
Absolutely.
kind of huge for the deck. But you do
Yeah,
get a
there's
number of
couple
other
really
interesting tools.
like I mentioned, like the combo is definitely a really interesting choice. I think, especially if you have a format where people like basically, I think 2 people today aren't playing green. Like, not even kidding.
And we
In
are
the form of
off
a
to
mono red
the
deck and an
races.
Esper combo deck. Indeed. Let us see what we've got here. Just getting a good old turn 1 mana dork up against a treetop village.
I see a Rocksport Monk.
Yeah, so that is a Vivian in a deck actually. Yeah, we see a forest, just a quick old ram draw here, causer. Probably
Which,
gonna try and get a 2/2 ballista next turn, I imagine.
to be fair, like if you're expecting a lot of red, Rocksport Monk isn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
I think sure has lifelink.
Absolutely. But have you seen the card second from the right there, next to Path to Exile? Have you? Is that a card you're familiar with, Red Mage or?
It's from.
I have seen it some, but it's highly irregular. Like, it's very much if you're playing against mono red, and that seems like a heavily teched choice.
Yes, I agree.
Because apart from that, like it might just randomly give this walking ballista we see come down, but that's really about it. If that walking ballista eventually goes to the dome, like that's my only expectation of it.
Yeah, and then they
possibly
just
doing
sack it in response. So for people who aren't sure what I'm talking about, I'm referring to the fact that Lucas has made the choice to play Reciprocate, a white instant for 1 white that removes a creature from the game that deals damage to you this turn. So great against like honestly, actually, I think it's better against green beatdown decks more so than mono red. Because mono red, if you play removal that kills a creature for 1 mana, it's not the end of the world for mono red. They'll find a way through losing a creature to a 1 mana removal spell.
So
They're noticeably more afraid of that Noxus than Smiter in hand or a 2/4 like Cost of Crew Fakes. Those
So
are
here's a
noticeably more terrifying
yeah.
than
So
a
here's
one mana.
yeah. So here's a question: would you let this? Would you want to land or not want to land?
So this is interesting. Usually I just go probably just pew pew for 1 here is my instinct. But getting the mana when you have like Vivian is really tempting.
Well, it's one of those things where they have Wolfgang has all the lands in hand.
Yeah, they
right?
do have a lot of lands, but they also have like ways in the deck to play more lands and like just generate all the value. Especially now that they have even more characters. Like they wouldn't have this character they have in hand now, of course, because that would have been shuffled away if they got the basic. So you couldn't cast it on curve.
Yeah, so I guess that was the question: is if they wanted that Garrett really badly or not. And there is a reasonable shot here that just going Planeswalker Tribal just runs over here because we are missing land drops here on the side of Luca. So unless they hit a white, like a snow covered whatever, there's going to be some serious problems here because just getting run over by 3/3s is not a great time.
But yeah, this is definitely looking really bad for Luca. Like Luca can draw a couple of cards and get some value through some of the cards. Like, I mean, Stoneforge Mystic and Fauna Shaman are great in this matchup. Like they get some things done. On Thin Ice can deal with a card like Coast, assuming they have an actual snow creature to put it on. But
Yep.
it's beyond the fact that they're lacking land. This is just an awkward situation when your opponent's going to be casting Planeswalker upon Planeswalker upon Planeswalker, just grinding you out. Like you have a hard time dealing with that as a bad deck. Like you're not comboing out on them, you're not quick enough to get under them, really, because you're playing walls and such.
I was curious about knowing that you only had 2 lands in hand, why the Stoneforge wasn't played on turn 2 instead of the 3/3. Because I feel like getting a Batterskull here would have made at least some sense because
Yeah.
it fights against like you because they play the Prophet, right? And then you say, okay, I see that there's this thing that makes 3/3s on top. I feel making 4/4s is relevant because none of these things destroy the Batterskull.
Absolutely. For
Right.
for reference, the equipment that Luca is on is Batterskull, Soul of Fire and Ice, and GT, which is requiring some of their points actually. Yeah, I love this. I really like the fact that Vivian here is able to just throw free vigilance creatures on the board. Makes it really great for attacking, putting pressure on, while still just making it nigh impossible for Luca to ever really profitably attack.
Yeah, and
And
I
like
think now
with
deploying the
and like this
Batterskull is just
combination
good
of
as
Coast
well.
and Vivian is really good because like just about like 90 cards in the deck can now get cast from the top of the library, either lands or creatures. Maybe not 90, maybe like 80% or something. Like quite noticeable amount. 41 plus 34, yeah, just over like 75 cards are creatures or lands.
Yep, and now we finally hit that snow covered. We'll see what they end up playing here. So we can't be on thin ice now works, but that doesn't seem particularly.
No, like the best you can hit is a Coulter, and Coulter isn't really a threat. Like the threats right now are those 2 Planeswalkers, and you don't really see. I can't see a way to deal with them in this deck off the top of my mind. The best I can think of here is if you try and find some evasive way to get the beats and stay alive in the meantime. That can kill off the Planeswalkers or try and kill Zannty even more so.
Yep,
But
and now
I don't see how you're coming back in this game, really. That's beyond me.
yeah, now Luca's checking a bit late to see what those Stoneforge targets are, and as we've discussed, the Batterskull 3 turns ago would have been pretty okay, but right now it just doesn't. It just isn't going to cut it anymore. Because at least you would have been able to start jamming with the Batterskull, and then that forces
Yeah.
You have to block with the Courser, right? Like, okay, at least if you're throwing 3-frees in front of it all the time, then that at least buys you time on life end, you know? So we'll see exactly how this ends up here. I
see that
do.
Zannty's taking a look at a list here. So we do actually have open deck lists for reference. So the players do know what their opponent is on, actually. Both if they're on their usual decks or if there's something more interesting. We do tend to find that people will stray away from the typical decks they play during finals weeks due to taking advantage of the meta a bit more or just trying to outplay people, which ironically has ended up hurting some people who tried to. We usually have 3 of the people
To be
here
honest,
today playing red decks, but only 1 actually ended up showing up with it. So people who tried to counter that got hurt a bit.
These level of metagaming is kind of unprecedented. I'll be honest. We have had like people
Yeah,
like like we have had like we have the 8 players on final and then like a couple people switch, right? But today like we had I believe 6 out of 8 people audible into a different deck than the one that they had been running for most of the season, and that's
like either a different deck or like a different variation of the deck.
Yeah.
I guess
like you had meta game by like adjusting individual card, right? But but completely changing the deck you're building is a little bit of a different operation.
Actually, looking through the numbers, there's only actually half of the people who changed noticeably. But still, that's quite a good bit. Like, and as I said, like 2 of the people who were on mono-red for like the last 2 weeks, because one switched, changed over to other decks. One person who's been on the green decks is still on noticeably a green deck, that being Brahms. And then I believe the last person who switched was... Who was that actually? That was Luca. But Luca is known for not really playing a deck for more than 3 or 4 weeks at a time. Trying out something new.
Yeah, so just a note here, with the combination of Vivian and Courser, you actually can play basically anything off the top of your deck that's not
exactly.
a blocker. So now, I'm not sure of the choice of Sword and Fire and Ice, because I don't think you're attacking ever. Is Batterskull not in the deck list and I just missed it?
Batterskull should be in the list.
Let me check here. This one here. Artifacts. Yeah, Batterskull's in the list. Okay.
I think they want to just get this reciprocate out of the way immediately. This card's bad. Like, I really don't like this card.
Yeah, I don't.
When you're playing, like, and this is a problem I have with the way I looked at Lucas's deck. Like, it feels like a deck that, and we actually talked about this prior to the tournament because I was interested in seeing this, and we got their list quite early. The fact that you're playing like big creatures for like cost, like they're not just big creatures, feels like you want to be beating down, but you're also playing cards like Reciprocate that is defensive in nature. And it just feels counterintuitive to me, at least.
Yeah, when you're playing a lot of 2-mana 3/3s and cards like Reciprocate that doesn't go together, like 2-mana 3/3s and 3-mana 4/4s, like that's like an aggressive curve, while the deck is also playing things like Stoneforge, Fauna Shaman, which are like generally more passive than in the aggressive sense. So like it's a really weird like stretch that they're trying here, you know? So we see that card actually getting played, and we see how thoroughly mediocre it is. But hey, if it was mono red party, then it would definitely be very good.
Definitely. Like, or like if all they were getting beat down was like by questing beast or similar, then it's really nice to just have as a simple answer to it.
Yep.
But like when you're getting tokens produced on you, or like if you're exiling like a 1/1 or 2/1, like you really have to question if that's worth playing it for.
Mm-hmm. Also, to be fair, Caracas is a reasonable answer to Questing Beast. If you didn't forget, that is also a line of text on Questing Beast. If it needed more of those.
Yep. The weirdest thing about Questing Beast is how it's only one creature type.
It's a beast.
Just cat.
What do you want?
It's just beast. I mean, it's accurate.
It's too elegant.
Too elegant, says the card with 4 bricks of text and lots of keywords too.
Like, it's not called questing human soldier ally, right? Like,
so a man can dream.
And I agree that this is a reasonable concession here. Because, as we mentioned, just way too far behind on lands, and just 3 planeswalkers just kind of go.
In this matchup, the thing is, and this is once again what I'm trying to say about Lucas's deck, like you want to be beating down Because in the late game, the planeswalkers are gonna beat you. The hoofs are gonna just out damage you and smash you in the face. Like their deck just goes much bigger than you do. You're the aggro here. It's on you to pressure.
Is that
Which is why I think a hand like this should be mulliganed actually. Quite possibly. I could see an argument for keeping it, but it seems lackluster. I'm not sure about your end, but Zannty's camera does seem to have stopped.
I was about to say, like, is Dion evolved to 3?
Yeah, from what we can see, I would probably keep this. It has lands and spells and brainstorm fetch, which seems pretty serviceable, you know?
Yeah, like it's a fine hand, but like it's a hand that like next turn you probably brainstorm and maybe cast the Fauna Shaman afterwards. I imagine.
I mean, you can't. There's no way you can get blue without fetching Trop.
Well, yeah, I think you'd fetch Trop. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Then you can't really brainstorm. That's true. Yeah, this is definitely a bit awkward in the mana. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I'm not sure that that's what's going on here because you may end up fetching.
Naturally find your second fetch like a goddamn god.
Yeah, or that. Let's see.
And then you probably just cast Fauna Shaman pass. I imagine.
Yeah, you probably do.
Getting in for one right now.
Like, yeah, you probably. I agree. Fauna Shaman
need to sculpt this brainstorm.
Yeah, just play the land tapped because you're not doing anything, and it's highly unlikely that you really need to swords on their turn. And I don't know if this list plays Tundra. Probably. There's no reason
I imagine
not to.
It's a bad list.
Yeah, it's like there's no reason to not to.
Like,
yeah, I mean,
it might not play Hallowed Fountain, but I'd be surprised if it's not playing. Let me just check.
Like for example, there are some lists where you're so skewed that you don't go that far. Like for example, Zannty's list, for example, is not playing any of the white fetchlands, right? It's not playing. Well, it's playing Windspat Heat, but for example, it's not playing Marsh Floods or Arid Mesa.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're playing like Glacial Fortress, you're probably playing Tundra unless you're not budget. And as far as I know, no one here is on a like really strict budget. Like there are some people who have slight budgets. Like I believe Zannty, for example, chose at one point not to. No,
yeah,
sorry,
I mean,
Zannty
is working with a deck that with a largely borrowed deck for this event. He borrowed a bunch of cards from a couple of friends of ours, Loading and JPS.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people borrow cards. I know Luca also borrowed things like Uro, for example, for this deck.
And it looks like
a card that people have actually been talking about why it's so bloody expensive. Elder Gargaroth. $50 $50, guys.
Well, this is what happens when things release in the middle of a time when nobody has distribution. Like even right now on Mitgo, I don't know if you saw Skyclave Apparition is 20 for a new set release. Skyclave Apparition, very good card from the new set. It's the 3-mana unconditional removal spell or removal creature for cards with CMC 4 or less. And then when it dies, they get a blue spirit equal to the CMC thing it removed. But generally, the spirit is worse than whatever you got rid of.
Yep.
Last turn, it is important to note that that the choice was made to attack and fetch the Trop here, so that you can then play your Glacial Fortress untapped and have Swords to Plowshares and all the fun stuff.
I think
so it looks like we're going. Yeah, it looks like we're doing our.
It's actually pretty decent.
Notably,
really need to find something that just can win the game somehow.
Notably, Zannty, man, like normally if your opponent goes like mounted, like Forest Dark, you handle like it's not unreasonable to plow the Dark, except that both of Zannty's ramp spells that he have cast so far are not plowable. So that's kind of awkward for Luca, to be perfectly honest.
I'm considering here. I'm trying to look. I'm considering if it's worth like getting something like Tarmogoyf, like with your Fauna Shaman, and just playing that.
I think it really depends on what they put back here at the brainstorm, and then that will kind of point towards what they're looking for.
I do think would you just kind of put back 2 lands, to be honest. Like you have plenty.
Yeah, you'd put back.
This is not this like the highest to go is 5 mana, and worst case you can discard Defractors, which it's fine in this matchup. Don't get me wrong, but like
I'd almost be if you're trying to be the beatdown because you're on the play, so you're trying to be the beatdown here. I'd be more inclined to pitch the Ewit to get Goyf and then go that route if that was the play.
Agree.
Because then on the turn after you can then play
and Fractors, exactly.
Yeah.
But think of the value. The value.
See, that's the problem, like you can't outvalue really when if your opponent ends up going things like Tooth and Nail, Har, get good.
Because like next turn we see a Thragtusk coming down on the opponent's side here of Zannty, and then Swords of Plowshares. As we know,
I think whether or not we see the Fractus depends on the amount of pressure from Luca. I think if Luca's going to play this slowly, then we might just see some walls and just take that time and just try and proceed with our own game plan.
The moment that this Tooth and Nail is becomes a spell on the stack, unless Luke has a way to remove it from the stack, the game is over. So, like, if I'm Zannty, I don't necessarily hate trying to, hit a couple more ramp spells, see, like, if you get up there, and then suddenly, ta-da! Oof.
Yeah. It's not necessarily game over, but it's practically game over.
It's game over.
Yeah, I think just tell you more...
that the game is gonna end the moment that this Tooth and Nail resolves.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we obviously don't know that or I should say, Luca doesn't know that there's a Tooth and Nail, but I would definitely skew on the side of we have to be fast because this is a ramp deck.
I'm kind of thinking
like
about
your
getting
opponent is going to resolve some stupid 8 mana spell, right? Like, if it's not Tooth and Nail, it's gonna be something else.
Well, we also see the End Race Forerunners now too, so it's a matter of can they find enough
which
lands
is actually
to do
kind
that.
of awkward because the End Race Forerunner, like my get would have been End Race Forerunner Craterhoof Behemoth if I had pulled up when I had Tooth and Nail, but
Yeah, I personally don't think we had
like worst
room
case you
to
get something like Questing Beast, or if you really just want to pump everything, a not Hornet Queen.
Do we have
Hornet Queen? Jeez, I had not thought about that.
Well, yeah, Hornet Queen Hoof kills, right? Or at least
gets play. It should probably. The thing is, the question is, when you tap out for the Tooth and Nail, if you have any other untapped creatures, because you only have Hoof, you only attacker. That's what I mean. But if you do have a couple other creatures that can get in, like a free token or something,
I assume you just have to.
Be just about fine.
I assume that you just have to go get Gargaroth here, right? Because that's what you play on 5, and that's the only thing that fights the.
I mean, do you even
Thragtusk profitably?
Do you even need to get more like Hoof plus Hornet Queen? If you let's say that you have 2 creatures on the board, right? Hoof plus Hornet Queen by itself attacks with the 12 power Hoof. Like,
well, yeah, that means you just need 2 other things. Like, so, like, if you could get Hoof plus Hornet Queen, then the Thragtusk and the
I don't think you even need 2. I think you need 2 things on the board, but you only need like 1 more thing that can attack. That's
what I'm saying, is like you literally just need the Thragtusk token to not die.
Yeah.
Right? And then you're just swordsing that, which is okay, but at least it makes your Gargaroth better, and just hope that they kind of brick on lands for a few turns. They do get a redraw with that elf we were banging on and in the pre-chat.
They have 2.
Yeah, so they have 2 redraws here.
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
Like, you just want to find your lands and your mana dogs right now. That's your game plan. Then you win.
Yeah. I do just find it funny how we were banging on that the 3rd place Elvish Visionary for a hot minute, and then it's one of the more relevant cards in the hand.
Depending on how many mana dogs, and I presume they play like all of the good ones. We do see one at least here, in the form of Devoted Druid. Actually, quite good in this deck for 2 mana Druid, mana dog, considering it can go infinite with a not card in the deck for infinite mana. That's usually considered decent. Usually.
Okay, so they hit the land off of that.
We do find the land, so I presume we see Druid and Wall here. So
they just need
not play the Wall here first. Like, you're not gonna go, maybe I'm not gonna cast the Wall.
Yeah, so
we do see the Wall here.
I was gonna say, if they hit the 2nd land off of the 2nd wall, then that's enough to go off next turn with Druid.
Yeah. So we have what, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's 1 mana off, correct?
Yeah, because Druid makes 2. So they're now a turn away. Technically, they just have to rip another land here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, is it 8 or 9? 9 for Tooth and Nail? Yeah, they need a land.
It's 9. It's 7 plus 2. Yeah.
Yeah. I can math. Just jam with the Gargaroth.
I need to get myself one of these Tooth and Nail cards. I'm building Hoof myself in paper. Kind of crazy.
Opt is fine. It's better than many of your other options. Like here, since they have so much mana, I think that it's reasonable to try and just save the opt for interaction. I don't know what levels of... It's a recall, like, Daze deck, so...
Like, we've already seen them playing some really questionable cards. I mean, I have the decks.
I would give Luha enough credit that they have put together at least makes at least some modicum of sense.
I mean, I can tell you they're playing Sunlands and Reciprocate, so
Well, no, I'm looking at the deck list here, and like the closest thing we got is maybe you can snag it on a Daze. Like either that or you're playing Snake, which they aren't playing.
Heavy deck.
Yeah, because they're definitely not playing Snake. It'd be very weird for them to play Snake.
No, they're playing Spell Snare, Spell Pierce. I could get it.
Yes, Pierce could do it, but you can't fetch that off of
good old Mental Mist.
off of Survival.
It's a really weird choice of like counter spells. Like the counter spells are Spell Snare, Spell Pierce, and Mental Misstep. Like
don't forget
really
Daze.
Yeah. Wait,
oh, yeah,
are they not on Force? Are they not playing the Forces?
Nope.
No, they're not playing either.
I think that's correct. Like I think if you're playing like a,
I don't think there's enough blue cards.
No, I don't think I. This is green-white primarily with some blue cards.
Yeah, there's just not enough blue
cards. It's green primarily with some white and some blue cards.
I mean, okay, that puts them off for another turn. That's not an unreasonable thing to try. And then you get to save the opt. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see that. That at least makes sense. So let's see what the draw for turn here is.
Oh, Rofellos.
Oh, that was the draw for turn? Ooh, boy.
Look how happy this idiot is.
He is the happiest of
here. Was it worth it to go for the end raise? But I then realized there's this card called Elvagargara.
Yeah, it's like, oh, do you want to attack into this thing? It's like, no, you're not winning the game.
The thing about drawing end raise forerunners is that it doesn't even matter because you just tooth and nail get some random creature and then put that into play. You don't have to put them into play from library. You put them into hand and then into play.
Because end raise, yeah, because end raise doesn't even give things trample, so like it actually doesn't do anything on this board.
Wait,
like it's
it does.
Well, I mean,
does it? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Let me check here.
I'll pull it out. On a fancy card viewer.
It also gives vigilance actually, and trample, and 2/2.
Yeah, vigilance.
Oh, it does give trample. Okay. Because I couldn't remember if it gave trample or not. I knew it gave vigilance and +2/+2, but knowing modern card design, it could be either.
There's a couple because a couple of the newer ones that they have printed they don't give trample. Yeah. Finale of Devastation doesn't give trample, but it does give haste, and the Olosaurus Shepherd does not give trample, I don't believe. But
no, it just makes them base power toughness 5/5.
Yeah, but Endless for another does.
Finale Devastation is a heck of a card also, now that we're talking about that one.
Birds is fair.
A win con and a recursion card and a tutor.
Yeah.
Like, what doesn't it do?
I agree that it does all the things, but I would also note here that Birds is a pretty solid choice because that just gives you another idiot to pitch to Fauna Shaman, because Birds is useless, at least in this context elsewise.
True.
I don't know what they even get here, right? Because if you're just trying to not die, you could get like Uro, because you can pretty quick
like kind of. It's like this deck is meant to like destroy aggro, and it isn't really designed for decks going just over it or bigger, which is kind of
like you're either getting.
I'm trying to think: is there anything worth Snapcaster? Because you can get Snapcaster if you want to. Stoneforge.
Not until you hit recall.
True Name is actually not bad.
I mean, to be fair, if you hit a fetch land, Snapcaster Brainstorm is pretty good.
Yeah, I still think you'd prefer recall for that, but I think like here you might even want tracker. I mean, like it's functionally recall at that point, but like it's really close to wanting tracker, you know. So let's see. Oh, we're just going for it here. It looks like
that makes sense. Like this is not a deck where you really expect. Like you can literally take a look at his list and make sure that he's playing a couple of counter spells and all of them are just pay 1 or 2 more.
Rofello's casually taps for 7 mana, you know, as you do.
Well, because it checks all. Well, does it check? Yeah, it does say you control. It's not like in the old Goblin templating. I have.
No, if it was each forest, oh no.
Because to be fair, I have won games because Gem Palm Incinerator does check opponents' goblins. So I have won games of Legacy
where
I have Gem Palmed my opponent's lords because they had 3 goblins in play and I had none.
Yeah.
That is a thing I have done before.
A bit for the side, like I've always found it funny how like Magic had that and then it went away from it. And you know what Hearthstone did for a while? They did the exact same thing for Murlocs. Because some of the Murlocs count the opponent's stuff as well, and like it's really weird. Like,
Yeah,
why?
old
It's just
Murkai,
not
which was
about
in
the
the base
sun.
set, which was weird that they arbitrarily
Oh
decided
yeah.
that.
With Tooth and Nail, you don't have to put into play the two things that you get. You just can put
Exactly.
into
No,
play
it just says
anything.
things go into
Yep.
hand, and 2 things go from hand to play. So you just do the thing and they die.
Yeah,
I have all these pigs.
This is one of those just attack. This is one of those things where like
Well, they actually
you
only have one boar, despite 2 of them actually looking like boars in the form of the beast token.
They better who behemoth's a pig. It's fine.
it's not a pig, it's
Let's
a
be
beast.
honest, it
We
would have been a
discussed it.
giant boar if that had been an option. Nah, actually, no, it wouldn't. It doesn't quite. look like a
How
boar,
low
but-
does Luha's life total go after this attack?
Let me see. Go low,
26
low, low.
plus 32 is 50,
Depends on how we intends on blocking, I suppose.
58. 3, 4,
Well,
5,
it's
6,
32.
7.
It's 48. It's
13.
62 damage total.
I'm
Minus-
counting 58, but it doesn't matter. Luha, as it turns out, has less than 40 toughness onto the battlefield, so...
So what's the
True.
1 mana thing to save? Because there is no like 1 mana. Let's see.
There's
what's 1
literally
mana?
nothing that saves you here.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like, I can't even think of a kind of magic like that you could get here.
That's a creature
So,
you can't.
You would need to
I mean,
make...
to be fair,
Yeah.
technically Avacyn's Pilgrim could play Angel's Grace, but that's also not in the deck list.
Ah, yes.
He plays a fog.
Aha, gotcha.
And you're like,
And that's why you're
what?
like, and that's why you're like really happy you chose to play Enrace Forerunner and not like tap out and just maybe die next turn.
Yeah. Well, that was a very interesting game and went about the speed that we expected.
By the way, for reference, TRM, you forgot to change the who's winning kind of thing.
Oh, well, the match is over, but I'll fix it for next round.
is.
Thanks for reminding
So let's
me.
see. We still have Bailite and I believe
It looks like they're
Brahms.
still going.
It's Bailite. I'm assuming they are on like turn 2
Game
game 1. Yeah.
I'm taking a look. Let's go.
Yes, the little Bailite memes of.
They have 12 and 11 minutes on clock, respectively.
Yeah.
So I don't know which game it is, but it is going along at
guy.
a
Yeah, let's
speed.
go.
It's going at a speed. And there's a Sylvan Library in play, so and a Caracas. I wonder what did a Knight of Autumn kill? I guess it just gained
Oh
for
yeah,
life.
Priest of Titania being symmetrical as well. Yep, that's a good point. That's also
Yeah.
just a lovely thing.
I have also won multiple games off of Priest of Titania. Okay, so game 2, Brahms is up 1.
Okay.
Currently, like, keep in mind that Brahms is also playing a bit of a combo deck, so they could just kind of win out of nowhere.
So and also
Definitely, I really like Brahms' position here. I think the sword in the graveyard is one they got with Stoneforge, I imagine, and that it got popped by the knight.
I do want to
That is
make
my
the
opinion.
point that in case this wasn't, in case you didn't know, Coin, we do something that's a little different in terms of timing, just because we don't want a bunch of matches go to time. So the way that we handle it is after game 2, if they want to, they can choose to, they can opt to start a new match, and obviously they'll have to conserve player draw and stuff like that, because we can't just. Okay. Since we are playing on the tournament practice lobby, we can't just change the clock to be bigger.
Cool.
So like the clock is relevant, but like only if this game ends to clock, not if.
Thank you, Simple Man, for actually pointing out the time warp combo there and using our lovely command, so that we don't have to explain it entirety each single time.
It happens so often that we just made a whole.
It happens so often.
I mean, this is the first time that Brahms brings
Yes,
it,
and
right?
it was definitely some damage.
Yeah, but Cymbalman has
it.
been on these pretty much for most of the season. So
well, not quite. They're playing their banned pod version this time around. Actually, I believe. The full color band.
They've been on band walk for most of the season. Not
yes.
They switched out.
Yeah, now we had 1 week, I think, or two. 2 weeks, I think, when no one was on band walk because Simple Man was playing pod.
Yeah.
And now Zannty's not Zannty. Now Brahms is taking over there in that aspect.
I have a question.
So,
who do you think is favored in this matchup?
I stopped using it once you made a command.
Yeah.
Silverman,
So,
how could you?
We came in, so just to
Not
clarify
bad,
some stuff that people missed, with the Brahms Knight of Autumn killing Bailite's Tideholder Sculler to get the Batter Skull back for the Stoneforge. Now there's a Batter Skull in hand for Brahms, and it's a matter of whether or not this Eladamri's Call can actually do anything to help solve that problem.
So far ahead right now, like based on what we know.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, like Fallen Shaman and like the digging from Civil Library and such can really help you out here a lot. But you really need to find a way to get like a bit of advantage here. Something like maybe an Ewid here could help a lot.
Yeah, so
maybe like Ewid cast. Actually, you can't Ewid and Fallen Shaman as well. Like you probably want you're gonna end up wanting some way of generating advantage because your opponent has like 3 cards in hand and you're not even that far ahead on board state. There's gonna be a Battle Skull coming down soon. TM.
We're pretty close to hitting Woodland Bellower. I'm just looking to see what we can get with this Green Sun Zenith here. We're pretty close to getting
from Brahms.
Yeah, from Brahms, because that's the next point here that we're looking at. Because that's likely what's going to go off. Because the Batter Skull is going to go into play.
But we're still 2 mana away from that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is I'm seeing what else they might end up getting.
Like I'm also looking at this Ewid here. Like, what would you get back? You could either get a land, or what I think is more likely, probably that Resto Angel, because that's some value.
So let's see. What can we get for green? You can get a Scavenging Ooze or Pride Mage. Actually, Pride Mage might be really good here to pull up the library.
That'd be a great choice if you really want to deal with that. Probably with the Silver Library.
Because I think
that card's really good with Fallen Shaman.
Yeah,
so I think Fallen Shaman is the problem here, not the library. So I'd rather get something different. If that
really get like Deputy of Detention or Jailer. Like the only thing you can get is Rallier, but I don't know how you're procking.
So if we find an Ewid here, that's probably gonna get back either like don't get back Tideholder. Maybe you get back Swords. That doesn't really make much sense. Probably to rest actually, but that can get responded to, so that doesn't make sense either. What are you going for with it? Maybe just a damage call and just trying to go.
I think with that, you're probably getting.
Oh yeah, they want to get back. Yeah, they want to get back their the Knight of Autumn. That's the game plan.
Yeah, so they attack to get back Knight of Autumn.
I think you should attack first, just to not give it away. I think if I'm in Brahms seed, I actually just take the 2 damage there. I know they just got Ewid. I know what they're trying to do. Like just like let them do that. Like I'm perfectly fine. Like there's no real reason to trade. Yes, I can get it back with Ewid, but honestly, I can already get Restoration Angle back and then just be ready to do that instead. Like I can grind out. I'm ahead on Calavantage here. I'm gonna play a Battle Skull. Like,
well, they got back Swords to Plowshares, so I think that's to eat the batters. Well, no, because they have 5 mana, so there isn't really a point to. You could just start Stoneforge looping.
Yeah, it's like not even the end of the world. Like, and even if they kill like the token and make you lose tempo at some point, like that's not too bad. Like you're not afraid of dying to like a couple 2 power creatures. And like you'll probably play like an Ewid or like Green Suns for 4-drop, depending on what you draw. That would be like all Brahms really needs is like well. That is also a really good reason to get back Swords. Because that's just straight up time walk combo getting ready.
So I guess you just wait on being passive here because I know you have 2 hits, but like you can probably just win the Ewid here just to be passive. Here
from a Brahms perspective is if I want to start getting like some sort of like you need the Ewid for the combo, you need Spellseeker. I could consider some sort of way of getting like Mana Dork or similar off the Green Sun, as weird as that sounds. Yeah, especially with the swords. Oh, can we combo up here? So we can Spellseeker get Ephemerate. That doesn't do it because we're lacking a mana to get Time Vault. We could get Time Walk, then we could with the Time Walk, cast the Time Walk, but that still isn't getting us to a loop. Like we're just.
You're a mana off, right?
Green Sun that gets us there. That's the question.
Yeah.
Well, they might just go for Time Walk anyway and just do it because you see an extra card and it's relatively low risk right now, especially it's Hellbent and you can't really draw any extra cards.
Like you literally Ewid into another Time Walk afterwards.
Yeah,
like
so
you get 2 free turns.
So here,
I would have liked this plan a lot more if the Batter Skull was still on the play, because then you're actually accruing a bunch of advantage.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the Batter Skull is still in play, but the token isn't doing much right now.
You understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there is a line here that sets up kill. Because it feels like you could get Ephemerate, but the problem with that is that you do give your opponent 1 turn to do something. That said, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, like it could be catastrophic for them because they is as I'm looking through, there is Night Incarnate in the deck list. So if they manage to rip a creature off the top with Sylvan Library, Night Incarnate clear the board, and then that's a
Exactly.
problem if you're going for that kind of line. So I think you just kind of have to like trip Time Walk here and just hope.
Yeah, I actually think like this shows just how important the difference of mana can be. Like, it's really a 6-card combo if you want to play it out of nowhere. Usually, a 6-mana combo.
Yeah.
The Spellseeker line. Because you want Spellseeker, that's free, plus Ephemerate, plus Time Walk usually. They choose to go for the Ephemerate. I could see it. I could actually see just casting, possibly casting Green Suns here for one
To get
here.
the right number. Well,
Yeah,
they
that's
only
one option.
okay,
They're just gonna get the Time Walk here and just set up the Time Walk Ewit as in case I don't have a creature afterwards. We do find a creature that does make them able to sweep, but that puts them in a bit of an awkward position of just having nothing on board outside of a Sylvan Library.
I think
But I imagine you kind of have to deal with a Spellseeker. Like,
yeah, I think you just clear the board up here with the evoked guy, and like that's the best.
We do agree here that if there's no target for Ephemerate, it stays exiled, correct?
Yeah, because there's nothing to put it
That's
on
that's the most important part actually.
Correct. If
back when
Ephemerate
it's
will try getting being cast from exile and there is no target for it, it will stay exile. If the target if there is a target and then the target gets removed, then it will just go to the graveyard.
Which is actually why you could make a really good argument for there was actually a mistake. That said, you can still Ewit back the Spellseeker, probably find some other way around it perhaps. But I think actually there was an argument for just not casting the Ephemerate, just green sunning maybe for a mana dork.
Yeah, because now this is going to get a little bit more awkward.
Because you know what, you don't really need it. You can get it back with Ewit if you really need the to get the Time Walk at some point, and then the Ephemerate in hand already. Like, you have the combo.
Yeah, I think you have
now you can straight up just end up losing it due to double removal. I presume if Bailite sees the line.
Yeah, because they have 5 mana, so they can just evoke it. Because I think it's 5 for that card. Let's check Night Incarnate. Yeah, or it's 4 evoke, even better than I thought. So they can even leave up Caracas.
It's 5 to hardcast and 4 to trigger.
Yeah, so you can even leave up Caracas for general nonsense. Not that it does that much.
Oh,
but like,
interesting. So here's what they're gonna do. They're gonna play the Charming Prince, blink their Ewit, and then end of turn get back probably the Swords to Plowshares, I imagine.
And then eat the Spellseeker? Okay, that works too.
Yeah, probably in response to the Ephemerate, I imagine. Which, funnily enough, depending on... Which is... They don't know it, but that's actually a worse play. Like, I get why you do it, because, like, if they have, like, the line here, you're just kind of, like... You're sacrificing your whole board in an attempt of, like... making sure they don't ever have the Ephemerate combo.
Yep.
Which is probably... This is probably the correct line if you don't know they have the Ewit.
Yeah, with no perfect information, I agree, because then you still have a board left. But
like Ewit here on like the board, because you know they have a Time Walk and they have the Ephemerate in the graveyard, so finding the Ewit is the last part of the combo if they get to resolve it here. And like, it doesn't matter if you kill it in response. Then they play the Ewit, they play the Time Walk. Next turn they cast the Ephemerate, and then they just go off. So you don't have any cards in hand, so this is going to be game, and Brahms is going to win this one here.
Yep.
And that's going to be all for this match, actually.
Indeed.
I would make the assumption that Brahms does see the line here.
It's the first time I see Brahms play his deck, but Brahms is traditionally pretty skilled at picking up decks very quickly, and he's definitely, like, a lot of the people that we have in the tournaments are deck specialists. Brahms isn't.
Yeah.
Brahms very much is a person that he has a very big range and will play whatever deck, and he thinks is the most appropriate and will do well with it.
Yeah, like, definitely. We've seen him play Mono White D&T. We also seen him play Big White, which is more of a mean deck and for fun deck, admittedly, but still. We've seen him play Mono Greens mid-range, or medium green as it's called, medium red. I'm not sure if we've seen him on Mono Red specifically. I don't think that. We've seen him on Pod. We've seen him on Bat Blink, Hoof as well, I believe. So I think the only color I really haven't seen him on too much is black, actually. And even that he's probably played somewhere that I just haven't seen. But I think mostly of what I've seen him on is Green X list. And then a bit of like, as I said, other decks as well. But definitely a very versatile player. But that does have the weakness, like you don't know your deck as nearly as well as someone like Bailite, who's played this list with, of course, some card iterations and such. Since, I believe, at least Season 3, and probably prior to that. Like, this is the deck I see Bailite playing. I've never seen him play anything else.
Seasons 1 and 2 were, are kind of lost to the mists. It's a bit of a... They're kind of in the before times, but since we have had the tournament on MTGO, Bailite has been signing up, like, with different consistency. Like it happens, but I have always at least occasionally seen him, and I've always seen him with this deck.
Yeah. So we're gonna have our winners this round being Zannty and Brahms continuing up the winners bracket, and Bailite and Luca respectively going to their spots in the losers bracket.
Yeah, we're going to
getting the next round ready. Slowly but surely.
Yeah, so for the next round we're gonna have Zannty versus Blahguy and Brahms versus Cymbalman.
So actually, while you get the setup, I actually want to talk a bit about what we kind of saw in this matchup.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Actually, that I kind of think is general. Actually, 1 second, I've just had someone here.
I can't tell if he's doing that on purpose or it's a meme.
No, someone came and actually knocked on the door.
I don't want to sound that you were memeing and you were not going to come back with something completely ridiculous.
I did actually have something really neat to say, and I'm going to say it now instead because apparently I was just interrupted just when I was about to say it. What I kind of took away from both of those matches and what we saw is that in the case of, let's take the Lucas and Zannty matchup, that was just a matchup where Zannty just was allowed to do what he likes to do. And in the game we saw with Brahms, that was the same case. He got to combo off. Admittedly, Bailite put up a noticeably higher fight, a deck that's more focused on interaction than Lucas' deck is. Lucas is much more just value and solid threats, and that's about it actually. Whereas Bailite has more go for approach, more removals, discard spells, and answers in that manner, but plays less straight on threats that'll just kill the opponent. But then again, we saw these decks just still aim to either create their pseudo combos in the form of just getting Hoof for a ton of damage, or we saw literal combos where you just time walk loop and just give your opponent not really much of a time to play, as they perhaps should have had.
Yeah, and I think based on what we saw, it was just one of those things where in the first matchup, let's see if I can remember the deck. I forget who...
It was the band versus the green-white deck.
Yeah, the band deck just didn't have enough counterspell. Like, if you're playing band, right, you'd want to be playing usually enough blue cards to support forces or at least counter spells that
not necessarily, but yeah, if you want to play a more mid-range deck, yeah, probably. You're probably playing... this feels more like a deck that just splashes blue for Uro and that kind of cards, but then still plays Daze and Spell Pierce, which is really weird. I feel like this is it's a deck list that just feels confused, if you know what I mean. It's trying to do everything, but it's not really doing anything.
Yeah.
Instead of committing to one game plan or one method of winning the game, it's trying to both have some beaters and it's also trying to have some value creatures and it's also having a couple of counter spells and it's also having a bit of this. Just about the only thing it isn't doing is having a combo that wins the game.
Yeah, and it's just
I think a better iteration of that is actually, as I said earlier, the bad time walk list like Brahms is actually bringing here. I think that's actually a really good iteration of that sort of band value cell that just happens to have a combo game plan and it can also just win games.
Yep. Yeah, and I think just really what it was missing is that they were too split in between, like the preventing the dying from aggro. Like the stuff can still be bolted, but it doesn't die to shock and most of the other removal that happens to deal 2 damage these days. And that just kind of put them really far behind in anything that isn't an aggro matchup. Because
Yes.
Goof is just I go over, and if you
Yeah,
and there
like
was
I play some Planeswalkers that makes a bunch of free frees, and if you can't attack me quickly enough, you don't win. And if you're using time to play cards like when you play a card like Fauna Shaman that Lucas is on, there's a couple of reasons you want to do that. A, you're doing the thing that Bailite is doing. You're using as a toolbox card that can get you an answer for just about any situation, and it's really great if you can also use it as a grind tool at the same time. You're probably using that in a slower case. The other is because you need some card consistently. This is more of a combo scenario. You want to get your hoof, you want to get your Vizier combo, your Kiki, or whatever. That is the other situation. And probably also a bit more common place where you see those kind of cards cropping up.
Yeah, and
yet,
then now
if you want to be playing free freeze on turn 2, why are you trying to also cast a Fallen Shaman? Like,
yeah, that's the big thing. Is like Final Shaman is like, does Recall really go on that deck? Probably not. Do you really want to be blue? Probably not. If you're just trying to,
yeah, like I think blue's fine, but like the deck just as I'm saying, it feels confused. Like
Like,
feels like you're
like
just
this
made
is
a
a
deck
deck that
that
doesn't want. Let me put it this way: this feels like a deck that doesn't want a recall spread. It feels like a deck that wants a box spread.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Based
box
on
would
what
have
it
been
looks
better.
like, and
Agreed.
the implant of how it works is a little off.
Yeah, like I would have done like Mox, GTA, and then whatever other 2-point thing. Like I probably would have tried
Hell,
that.
do
just triple Mox, actually.
Do like
I
Mox,
think triple Mox would have
and
been
then
cleaner.
something else.
And True Name, maybe?
Yeah, was True Name one?
Yeah, True Name.
GTA's
GTA's 2.
Yeah, okay.
GTA's sadly too,
probably like if you're slanting more that you do Trip Mox and then True Name. I would agree with
I think,
that.
Mox,
I think what I would have done.
Mox, could have been reasonable.
Like I said, I would personally just have gone for the Time War combo. I think the Time War combo is such a great thing, like to have in your deck. It's just sort of bunch of solid cards. You use admittedly 9 points on it, but honestly, you're playing green, so the Moxes you're fine without already.
Yep.
You have mana dogs in turn 1 usually.
So
and like
now,
you have pretty good survivability against aggro, and you can beat other green decks by comboing out on them usually.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
that's
so now,
why I feel like.
Yeah. So now looking at the other matchup here, the Abzan midrange deck got really close, and I think that on the surface, Abzan midrange is favored. You just have to realize what they're pointing towards. Like in that specific case, I think because you had, I think it was worth it because you have the library and the card advantage to just go for the clean sweep and try and fizzle the ephemerate. Fizzle as in leaving it permanently gone, and that makes it incredibly difficult for them to win in that route.
Because like while both decks can generate a lot of value, like don't get me wrong, if the Time Walk deck loses their Time Walk combo, they can still just play Battle Skulls and Tusk or whatever. Like they can still grind you out. Restoration Angel, like what do I know, Ewid.
Yeah.
But you know what? In that case, it's at least a kind of it's kind of like mirrored the matchup. Like both can really grind out in that aspect.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, and I personally think that on average, a Sylvan Library beats a Batter Skull in play in 5 mana, and maybe like the green stuff.
Beat down, yeah.
Like on average, I think that the library wins that.
Yeah. So looking at the matchup we have going on here, we have I believe Brahms again, as this is the winners bracket currently, and we have Simple Man who's his pot list as we did actually mention earlier. So as far as I can see from Brahms here, this is actually quite solid hand. Double Mana Dork, Time Walk, fine mana. Skull Climb can just allow you to just draw a bunch of cards once you don't need those Mana Dorks anymore. The one card that isn't too interesting is the Comic Guide. It doesn't really do that much right now. It's a fine card later, but not too impactful right now. From Symbol... Actually, are we sure that... No, this is correct. Never mind. From Symbol Man, we have...
Yeah, I mean, Symbol Man doesn't have Time Walking instead. So, like...
No, that's what I realized. Also, I was just thinking Comic Guide, I just expected to be in Symbol Man's list and not in Brahms, but I guess I was wrong.
So how is Brahms gonna react when all of his creatures are elks?
Honestly, just fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I think the only one where it matters technically is when the Wall of Roots becomes a 3/2.
Oh yeah, because they have -0/-1 counters.
That's actually really funny.
So there actually is a very possible state where you can kill the Wall of Roots by elking it because it has 3 -1, -0, -1 counters on it. That is a very feasible thing that could happen.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, actually, if they do turn your creature into a 3/3 here, either of them, you can just kind of go, hi, time will kill you.
Yeah, I don't think that that's going to happen, though. I think you just food
No,
here.
I imagine we're just going to see a food token get made here.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe I could also, like, it's not 1 second.
Second has passed. Will
Oh,
the
no,
return
no.
happen in more than a second? Probably. But as I'm pulling up,
the thing I'm surprised by is that like there is really no better step in these pod lists than to play Archaeomancer. Like Archaeomancer does not seem that great of a card, but maybe it's what you gotta do.
yeah, I'm just taking a look here at this pod list. Here we go. Yeah, so we have Archaeomancer to get instant or sorceries. What are their instants or sorceries? You're getting Eldritch Evolution,
Yeah,
Finale,
Eldritch Evolution, Neoform, right? Those are probably
and then like Sabines if you want to play it 3 times, but like you really only need it twice, and then you're pretty good there.
I mean, twice is already 3 times, right?
Okay, so 4 times. I guess would be killing it with Skull Clamp. Skull Clamp actually having other text aside from drawing 2 cards.
The power pump from Skull Clamp battering. That has never happened in the history of Magic.
Yeah.
Actually, that's true. That's actually how you play that card in Limited. Like, you would play Skull Clamp in your Limited deck, and you wouldn't put it on your 1 toughness creature, you would put it on your, 2 toughness creature, and then you'd be like, attack, what are you gonna do, block, and then I draw 2 cards?
Yeah, I was gonna say is like it makes trading really bad. Here we're probably just getting a Batterskull or a Jite. I don't remember what the point spread is for this list.
I mean,
Let's see.
Simpleman in the long run does have the clamp handled by this Khazali Pride Mage, but there's also a Sophie, so like there's some stuff like this Khazali Pride Mage has some.
You can beat down badly here.
Yeah, the Pride Mage kind of has to eat the Sword of Fire.
Honestly, the sword is more threatening than the because you're getting beat down hard.
I mean, from my point of view, which is like I'm an inveterate control player, right? So I would usually feel more threatened by the clamp than by the Sophie.
Yeah, but in this situation, I think the sword is more threatening.
Yeah,
specifically.
But
like late game, yes, clamp is more threatening, especially if you can stop their creatures or like by blocking them or whatever. But you currently do not have any great avenues of doing so.
Yeah, I mean, given if you are saying that if you have to choose one to stay on the battlefield for 1 more turn, I'd definitely pick the clamp or the sword. But it's but if it's gonna stay on the battlefield indefinitely, I don't know if you can afford that clamp to stick around.
Yeah. So while I think this is a game that's clearly gonna be, unless we see something, I don't know, where like, I don't know, pot combo or something, this should be a Brahms game.
I mean, to be fair, the draw on Simpleman's side has not been great. Like with pod, you always have to be careful because they can just combo you off out of nowhere if the thing, but like. With the hand of land, and the Electroman, with the land of land, Archaeomancer, maybe not so much.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Something I find really interesting, and like just as a quick side note, is the fact that despite not playing any like Time Walk loop, Simpleman is actually playing this Archaeomancer, which I think is a really interesting choice. I don't like it personally. I haven't looked into the specific details of why.
I think
but they are playing things like ephemerate and such, so they do have those lines for like generating value that way.
Yeah.
But they can't do the infinite time walk because they don't have a time walk.
I mean, you can also just kind of do a value thing where you Neoform for Archaeomancer and get your Neoform back, and
get a creature each turn. Like it's fine, but when you only have like 10 instances of sorceries, I'm not sure playing a card like that is worth it in your deck.
It's gotta be
it feels like
there
it's dead
because
more.
of some sort of pod line, right? Like, I agree with you. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, just you can't see. I mean, I might have missed what it is. Like, I'm not denying that.
Hmm.
But like, when you're already at the point where you're playing things like Breaching Hippocamp, which honestly I like better,
Like,
then
I don't
like,
know.
why do you need it? And if you want to like do the Ephemerate combo, then why not just play Ewit?
Yeah, like looking at this list here, I'm looking at the 4 slot. The other cards you have,
I totally understand.
on average, more impactful. So I'm just looking at the other 4s here. We have Resto, Metamorph, Jailer, Settler, and then like Flame Tongue Kavu, which at least in this kind of shell seem like better pivots if you're doing like a standard pod chain than Archaeomancer does. At least to me, anyway.
Yeah, and like I just again, admittedly, Ewit is the only one singular card that allows you to set up the Ephemerate loop, but even then, I just don't feel like you need to commit to it harder than that. Ephemerate is a fine card to just like have in the deck either way. Card's just kind of like insane, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
It's really one of like God didn't Modern Horizons gave us a lot of cards. Gave us Ren and 6, gave us that, gave us all the Snowlands and I guess not Snowlands, it gave us the what it's called, the artifact, the 1-mana one, banned in formats. The Astral Lake.
Yeah.
Amongst other things. We got a mono black remove spell that's just really good and Defile, like that set was just packed to the brim of like really sweet cards. I believe some like Ren 6 power level cards and Astrolabe, which was apparently much better than people gave credit for.
Can't confirm. I'm a legacy player mostly, so yeah.
So that's definitely one of the more packed sets. Though I will admit that's a set that felt less like, except for the Ren 6 specifically and the Hogak. Hogak has some history, to say that much.
Mm-hmm.
I actually feel like it's, in my opinion, one of my favorite sets ever because it has a lot of like incredibly interesting designs. It brings back things like the Jitsu. Like it had a very like because it wasn't like it felt kind of like a Modern Master set, but it wasn't reprints.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say if you would block the Stoneforge here, just
Yeah,
because
I think you have to, honestly.
Well, you could
this.
block the Stoneforge, but then it would get back with Karmic Guy, which
The
is
one argument I could see for not blocking a Stoneforge here, if I'm blocking actually the Nanowiles here, or the Nanowar Elk,
yes,
then I think I'm actually just jump blocking.
Yep.
Because I want to actually try and see if we can pot chain afterwards. If that's my like, I think the advantage of doing this is that you give yourself more time, but it's not that much more.
Those are utterly atrocious draws, but at least Savine gets back the Sword of Fire and Ice.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. You equip the sword. Wall of Roots just about to be
dead, depending on
not much. More lands from Symbol Man, not really what you're looking for here. Just
yeah, I was gonna say unless
draws.
This draw shatters the Sword of Fire and Ice, I think this is a closed game.
That is, let me see. Yeah. Can you no? This is 2 damage of lethal currently.
So yes, this would be 6 and then enough on average. So I definitely. What was the draw for turn? Lands. Everyone's having lands except one person had slightly less lands and cards that actually have text. And the draw.
We're just seeing lands from both sides here, but one side's just way ahead already, so that side just doesn't care too much. And that side also happens to have a Skull Clamp.
I was gonna say one side has a Stoneforge Mystic and one side didn't, and that's a gross number of lands.
Yep.
Let's see. So they're gonna clamp the thing here, and let's see if we even hit even more lands. Do we have to scroll to find the rest of the lands? Ooh, I think we have to scroll to find the. Okay, there was the Deathrite Shaman in there. That's an impressive number of lands in a row. Give them that. Let's see what the draw here is. I don't know if there's a Wrath out here in this list.
No, I doubt. I am not expecting similar to running in Wraths in a very creature focused. More lands, just more lands.
Oh, himself, get on them. They're going out on their own terms for this game.
Valid, perfectly valid.
Yep. So now let's see. So Revelark, I'm just looking to see what else. In other news, Fire Imp does have important errata, as I was looking here. Because if you read the text on the card, it doesn't work with Pod, but it was errata too.
Oh, interesting. Does it say they cast?
No, it says when it comes into play from your hand.
Huh.
Because Portal.
Fire
Because-
Imp? No. Oh.
I'm talking about the original text, not the.
Oh yeah, sorry. I pulled out the head and it showed me the Masters Edition for printing on Scryfall, and I thought it was a real printing, and it turns out it just isn't, because that printing has the Oracle text, but.
No, yeah, I was just looking at the Portal one. It's like
the Portal one says from your hand, yeah.
Because I was looking, it's like, wait a minute, this doesn't work, and I figured they errated it, and they most definitely did. So let's look at these hands here. We got like a ramp spell some of the time. I guess you're just kind of going hope to draw a creature and then pod your way to victory is what it looks like.
I mean, that's not a bad plan.
Yeah, because you do pod on 3 and then something on 4, and then for Brahms we have hopefully hit Questing Beast on 4 is what we're looking like here.
It's a little awkward because at some point you might want to make a line where you pod into Vannifar and then pod into the wall that gives your creatures haste, so that you can activate your Vannifar, but Vannifar is in hand. But
Superman, just not finding any creatures here. See, this is a really weird game. It's gonna be a weird game. Superman is the one who set up to combo if they find like just about any creature at some point, particularly like a decent CMC cost one. Like I believe it's CMC free where you really start chaining. Probably like you get a 4 mana blinks. You get the blink cat. You blink that. You get I believe that's correct.
Yeah, from 3, and also you can go from 2 into 3, which gets Rally.
Yeah, and you can also go from 1
again, which would probably get.
I think you might even be able to. I'm not sure if you're able to go from. Depending on, I think from 0 you can with Prime Speaker specifically because you can get Quirion Dryad. I think they might be playing that.
Let's check. No Quirion Dryad. There's nothing. They have Quasali Pride Mage,
that
but
would be really sick though. That might actually be a really good play if they're playing Quirion Dryad.
Yeah, but looking at this list here, they can go pretty cleanly because they play both Pestermite and the other one that I can't Deceiver Exarch. So you can go from 2 pretty cleanly. You just can't really go from. Yeah, you can go from 2.
Can we disable the goblins that after Symbolman has drawn his initial hand, swap his deck for a pile of lands? Like, can that be a thing that gets done at some point? Because this flood has been.
Yeah.
Like Stillman mostly just needs to find some sort of creature to pod away.
Yeah, he needs, they need a creature.
A really interesting line would be like Prime Speaker pod away the Prime Speaker with the Eldritch to get a lower CMC creature. I believe you can do that actually with that one. That'd be a really weird line, but so fucking cool.
Let's double check Eldritch Evolution. Yeah, it does say comparative mana cost. No, it's X or less, or X is 2+. Yeah, X or less. You could get a lower and then start going off from that with Evolution. That is very possible. And I think, yeah, that's what it looks like they're going to try. Or hope to draw a creature, because then you got a reasonable shot at either. So you're in here, not that amazing here. Yeah, drawing a land. Everyone's just drawing land, so we're probably just going to see a question and attacking for 4, and that's about it.
I mean, 36 lands, you're gonna draw a couple probably.
Yep.
Well, 36 and let's see how many here. 35 respectively for the band and 36 for the pod. List. Oh, sorry, not Korean Drive. What is it called? The one I was thinking of. The 1 mana if you return a forest. Korean Drive.
Oh, Korean Ranger.
Korean Ranger.
Korean Ranger, yes.
Different Korean creature. Significantly more powerful card.
They are playing Silver Ranger though.
So actually, fun fact about Quirion Ranger: you can actually create an infinite mana combo using this card, the new Ashaya, the board Awaken or whatever it's called, from the new set, and any creature that taps for 2 mana. Because basically the idea is that you play Ashaya and then you use the Quirion Ranger to untap your creature that taps for 2 mana. And bounce the Quirion Ranger itself, since it's the forest now, and then you can replay it. And
so here's a question. What do you get with your Eldritch Evolution? Because actually FTK is
here really, primarily off the top of my head. Either you get like some sort of low creature and then try and pot off next turn. Preferably something that has some sort of inbuilt resilience of some sort. Or you can get like Karmic Guide, probably. I think those are the two quote-unquote obvious options.
Let's see what's
like
on
E-Wit, maybe.
Let me look at
that either. Or like a Imperial Recruiter.
You probably go get Recruiter here, I'd say, because then that lets you fire off the turn after.
Yeah, you can get another creature that you can like, but maybe like you can get the what is it called? Your own Sylvan Carotid. The one thing you have to watch out for when you go off the pod is that it does require a notable amount of health. So taking damage from something like Questing Beast here can make it more awkward. Well health and or mana.
Yeah, because this is going to ping you for 8. Because it's going to be Questing Beast plus the Sword Pit, I'd hazard. It'd be really weird if that wasn't the case. And then
this is a really weird situation. Usually when you want to use Eldritch Evolution, you want to get something that has a higher cost. But this is a weird situation where like you can just kind of win next turn if you get just any seemingly.
Yeah, you just get something that is gonna be on the battlefield. Hell, if you have like a Sylvan Caryatid, you probably take that just because it has hexproof. Like that is a
like Recruiter.
Well, that's what you get.
Yeah,
Recruiter for Caryatid, which I would agree with here.
Yeah, or at least something along those lines.
Yeah. Do they play Caryatid?
Probably like the downside of getting Caryatid is that if
I did check, they do play Sylvan Caryatid, so that does work.
I mean, they do. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they did.
I mean, but it could be like Paradise Druid. It could be like a number of similar things.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised because they are playing Sylvan Ranger though, which I really don't see that much anymore.
The other card, which is feasible, depending on how they want to do their pod chain, is actually Corridor Monitor. Because it's an X4, it doesn't die to the Sword of Fire and Ice. And then conversely, if you need to get it back with like a Renegade Rallier on the next turn, because you can rally her for Corridor Monitor.
You don't actually know that they have the sword though. There's no real. Or did they draw it off coiling?
They drew it off Coiling Oracle.
Okay,
they didn't
I missed that.
Yeah, it's one of the revealed cards. It's the only revealed card, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because in that case, you definitely want something that can survive an attack, or at least jump block the Questing Beast in that case.
Yeah,
that's the option.
Which is why, that's why I'm just thinking.
With 3+ power, which means you're probably not wanting a 3-drop or 2-drop.
That's what I'm saying. Is like you're either getting FTK to kill the Questing Beast.
Yeah.
Or you're getting like Corridor Monitor.
If you get FTK here, you're just kind of resigning yourself to death because then you're just so far behind and you need to draw like another creature either way.
Yeah. Oh, Jailer on the. I mean,
interesting choice here.
sure, it draws cards, and I don't think you can attack through it this coming turn. So
But you can.
that's it.
You play a sword, you equip, and you attack, and you force them to block. Like it doesn't. You don't lose the monarchy inherently.
Well, yeah, but
You don't get to keep the jailer around for too long.
what's the card drawn?
Ooh, Mystic. Actually, really good. Not as good as probably a 2-drop, because that just saves you a life, or a 3-drop for that sake as well.
I mean, this one, depending on how this turn goes, it does chump block for another turn.
Yeah, I think presuming we see the sword here, that's what's gonna happen.
Yep.
We could also see Vesperlark's sword. I don't like that line personally.
I could.
I mean, it's not the end of the world because setting up Vesperlark is a great way to just get in the air.
Yep. I was going to say that the other potential option was just playing Urian because you know you can likely get over the Palace
Again,
Jailer.
just drawing a card with your Oracle here, resetting your Silver Inherited for that sake, for what it's worth.
Yeah, like it resets your and that was just a thought because like you know this is gonna block. This block is gonna happen anyway.
Yeah, because
So
you're not
gonna be
letting your. Otherwise, you're just taking additional damage and drawing your opponent, and your opponent draw a card. Like.
Yeah, so like I think that the Urian may have been better here just because it gives you a guaranteed hit the next turn, basically, based on what you've seen, and you know that you're going to be drawing that you're not going to get through anyway. So
yeah, the not playing your own here is definitely a bit more on the greedy side.
So, for the record, I just wanted to make sure I put a next event command for the potential first thing of the next season. If people want to sign up, I added the notice that things are still in flux, but if people want to sign up, we have a link, and they need to be careful.
So we just see 2 mana dogs here. Why would you take? Okay, I guess you want to pod into something.
Yeah, you're gonna pod the dork into something. Is the joke there?
I was just thinking, play a pod, take no damage, play 2 mana dorks. That was my line of thought.
I mean, can he win from here?
not with leaving bread up.
Why would you not tap the mountain?
I guess you're going
because the mountain is gonna activate pod. It doesn't matter.
because you're going.
I guess they're getting a free drop then.
Yeah, they're getting Rallier to get back land.
Rallier can get back the corridor monitor, right? Oh, but then they don't have the mana.
Not pretty.
Yeah,
but they don't have the mana.
So what's the threes? Let's take a look at the threes. They can get Pestermite. They can get
Night of Autumn. Night of Autumn and blow up the stupid sword.
Night of Autumn ain't bad. No,
it's
definitely bad. That's pretty good.
Actually, a horrible option here.
That's gonna be it.
Because now even so, this is actually really interesting. Punish by not playing the Urian that we've mentioned before, right? Because now they can't feasibly attack through the night anymore, and
the
they
end of Ephemerate's actually. Oh, that's a big time walk. That's a really big time walk. Oh boy!
And that gets the questing piece.
Probably
back.
about the same size as all the other cards in his hand. Otherwise, it would be noticed.
I mean, not no, but like I think you go. Let's see, how much mana do you have? Have you played Amazon? You haven't. So you have, I believe, 6 mana, 7 mana. You can go Time Walk Urian if you want to, and then next turn regrowth Time Walk again, Vesperlark.
I don't know if I would have attacked here.
Or just Vesperlark Time Walk. I think it's fine.
Well, now they're just dead.
Why would you not block?
So, okay. Okay. Yeah, because now you just time walk and then they die? Sure.
I mean, this was probably going to be game over either way. Like, it wasn't guaranteed, but it was probably going to. Like, the time walk was a huge draw from Brahms there. Good reason why it's a 7-point card.
It's almost like that card is very powerful.
Yeah, Simple Man just didn't manage to find for like so many turns like that one cheap creature they needed. Definitely sort of greedy hand.
Yeah.
I don't think it was what keeping. Like, yes, Pot is like so good, and you have a lot of creatures, but like on the other hand, actually it was pretty worth keeping. Bit of a slow hand.
Yeah,
then
I mean,
again,
you kind of expect that your deck will feed you as a cheap creature at some point. It just didn't happen. They just needed to draw something. Like, I think if at any point they had drawn something that costed 3 mana, like they would have just won the game by now.
Yeah, I think it was a reasonable keep because I don't think it's a horrible assumption that drawing a creature is a very low bar comparatively to very many things, right?
Especially because like your deck's like plays what, like 30 creatures, something like that. Like it's not.
It plays 47.
Yeah, there you go.
So
like it plays more creatures than lands.
Check your direct messages. I have a judge question.
Oh, okay.
I'm also one too. Hey.
That's a very interesting question.
I can probably.
Yeah, I'll send you the thing to you. Coinman is also a judge, so I'll let him handle it, but I'll do it. I'll do it offline so that it's not.
Yep. And then we got to watch the other one here because it's the Whoop.
I believe that is
I'm gonna put the match on, and then I'm gonna have to probably do a little bit of research.
Zannty, correct? Who I believe we're actually having the call on right now. If I remember correctly. I might be incorrect on who's the matchup.
Yeah, it's Blahguy versus Zannty is the other match.
Which we're just getting set up here in the meantime, while also just taking a bit of a judge call here in the meantime between the two players.
Yeah, I need to read Dora Hole for this card specifically. I think the answer might be no, but I'll have to double check.
It's not a mana ability, so I'd assume not.
Yeah. So while you guys are figuring out the rulings, I'm just going to talk a bit about the matchup here. So we already seen Zannty on this green-white hoof deck, a quick mana dork deck, which has the potential to do either big damage with a hoof. Jesus Christ, why am I just getting horrors? Like, or it can just combo off, or just play a lot of value green mid-range plans. Blahguy is usually on his black-red aggro, but he's changed this week to a Esper Oracle deck, which uses the fastest Oracle, if you're familiar with that one from Pioneer or prior, from other formats, or just from this format, or Standard even. It is a alternative win con that usually is used alongside an empty library to just win the game with it as a battlefield. And then you have things like Demonic Consultation and Taint the Pact that can cheaply exile your entire library, allowing you to win with 3 or 4 mana and 2 cards. And then it plays a solid control combo shell around that game plan, which I think is gonna depend. I think it's actually gonna depending on how combo-y Blahguy has made that build. And I'm gonna have to check that list specifically.
We have resolved the judge.
I think I'm actually really liking Blahguy's position here because they can just combo noticeably quicker while still disrupting the opponent if they have the tutors of note. Otherwise, I think in the long run, unless Blahguy can specifically find his combo, I don't see how he's gonna outgrind or outvalue the hoof deck. That's just gonna take over.
You don't outvalue the hoof deck. The hoof deck just kills you. Is the problem?
Yeah, like either outvalue it. Like that's what I'm saying. If it somehow goes to late game, because I think quick combos just kind of favors the Oracle deck. That's what it's made to do. It's made to combo quickly and stop the opponent from doing it.
Now that the heads are on the battlefield, we can actually talk a little bit about the judge.
Yeah, now we can talk about what we were talking about.
So,
because now relevant cards are in play.
Yeah. The Death. So Zannty was asking if Death Shaman would add more than 1 mana to his mana pool with Leyline of Abundance in play. Because it's not super clear, it says when Leyline of Abundance is whenever you tap a creature for mana, add, more than stuff. Specifically, Leyline of Abundance is a little bit misleading, in which it specifically has about whenever a creature is tapped to activate to pay for the tap cost in the cost of a mana ability printed on that creature.
Yeah,
so
that's what I figured.
Death Shaman is not a mana ability, therefore it will not actually trigger Leyline of Abundance. That's the kind of
interpretation. At times, the fact that Death Shaman is not a mana ability.
Yeah, we've had some situations in paper Legacy since in the before times, Legacy paper FNM, and ages ago when it was legal in Legacy, where people would pay for Deathrite Shaman when you would normally like tap things for mana in like the middle of casting a spell, which you can't do because it's not a mana ability.
Even more, but like for
'Cause it
example,
would-
it's even more subtle, right? Because for example,
Yeah.
You have like 2
if you
Deathrite
tap
Shamans,
your
one
Heritage Druid, it will still not add additional mana with Drain of Abundance, even though you are tapping it to its own ability, because the tap symbol specifically does not appear in their ability.
Yeah.
Correct. Because you're not tapping the thing that is making the mana. So like,
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
even if
exactly.
you are, though. Because you can tap Heritage Druid to its own ability. But it's because specifically the tap symbol does not appear. That is the discriminator there.
yep.
It's whether the tap symbol shows up or not.
So this is an interesting keep from Blahguy. I'm not sure I love it. You keep a triple counterspell hand, but it's also just a hand that kind of inherently does nothing. And with Spell Pierce and Daze being 2 of your cards against a deck that can really just produce a lot of mana, I'm not sure why he kept this hand. It feels like it just does nothing, quite frankly. Like you wanna just combo on them here, like, or at least have a hand that's controlling enough or sculpting enough to find something else. If you're just gonna hope to Daze and Spell Pierce your way to victory, then you should be playing a control deck and not a combo deck. That is
Yeah.
at least my take on this.
Yeah. As
That's what I found from playing Time Vault a bit. Like I regret keeping the hand that's 2 counter spells and 2 cantrips. Maybe not 2 cantrips, but like a cantrip and 2 removal spells and a counter spell something. Those are kind of they don't combo. They don't try to win the game out in the manner I'm trying to. Like, of course, if I know the matchup, it might change it, but like usually that's an no-go.
Yeah, like as I said, this is the kind of deck in these Highlander formats. This is what I play. Weirdly enough, I play like Death Antagonist in Legacy and Burn in Modern, but somehow I play like Doomsday and these kinds of combo decks in Highlander formats.
I think
really-
think that you have a slightly distorted view of how the Oracle decks work, because like this build of the Oracle deck is not a dedicated this is a lot more similar to Wind and Storm. It's a deck that has a solid fair plan where
you are right. This is a deck playing Mystic Confluence and Jason Mind Sculptor and such. Yeah, which is definitely a bit higher on the value and game plan. Which, as weird as it sounds, I think it's a bad choice in this meta. I think if you're playing a lot against control and such, I think that's maybe a smart choice. But when you're playing against a lot of green decks and combo and aggro, you just want to be as fast as possible. You don't want to spend your time casting.
Here is the thing. I think that both the Oracle deck and the Time Vault deck, which are very similar decks, like none of them, I think, like what they excel is at having this mid-range like control fair plan to back their combo. So like if I just needed to have the zoomies, I would probably just be on a dedicated I'd rather play at that point. I'd rather just play Storm, right? Like rather than try to play like a version of the Time Vault deck or the Oracle deck that tries to go faster. After a while, I think you just reach a point where this deck just isn't doing what it's good at. And
no, I agree. I think it needs to be much faster than what Blahguy is on here. I think it's just fine. But I also think that you have to go is this a matchup where I need to be the control player? Something like maybe not control. Like, is this a matchup where I can afford to go slow? Is probably a better question.
Yeah,
and I don't believe it is.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, when I was playing the Australian Highlander version of this Historical deck, that's what it closely played to, because it played like more of a slightly controlling game plan, and then it pivoted into Mentor if you had to go the other way, where you just had to go faster. Like, I don't think this deck plays Mentor.
No,
it does not. And like that would be something that if you needed to like do that pivot, might be a little better than what's already here. Also, I don't remember.
It's just too inconsistent to try to like have that sort of plan happen in like a 100 deck, I think.
For reference, what do you mean by Mentor? Just for clarity.
Monastery Mentor.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty important tooth and nail right on top there, with a guy that's great on a bunch of creatures play. Possibly some ley lines coming down such.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where like I get where this is coming from, like this kind of list, but I don't know if I'm that big of a fan. Like if you expected a more skew towards like mid range, it would make like a skew towards like mid range and then slower decks. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean,
But I don't know.
but given what the meta has ended up looking like, I think that's actually not that bad of an idea.
I think the deck is actually really well positioned. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
what I had a problem with specifically was the hand they kept. For me,
Ah,
that was
yeah.
the problem. Not specifically the list. I think the list seems actually quite
Yeah.
solid.
Because
Mhm.
you do
Maybe
know
yeah,
you don't know what their opponent is on, so you know that you need the zoomies.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a bit slower and more geared towards beating control decks, and I think I like it. Like you know, people don't really play blue X decks in this format too much. They play green and red, especially.
Yep. No, yeah,
Um,
this deck is teched pretty well. It has Cry, it has Brutality, it has Damnation, and it has Deluge.
What?
Like it's pretty well.
Plays Cry of the Carnarium?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess you can't play into the north, eh? Because of the
I do agree. Like there's definitely some solid tech.
Because you can get it with one of the. I think it's one of the. I guess all of the transmute ones get 2s.
Oh,
Okay.
You know what the Cry of the Hernarium does or doesn't? More relevantly, it doesn't kill Oracle. That's the part
No.
that was missing.
Yeah.
I wonder. This deck might have been able to actually support into the north. Now look at it, because you can play 6
We have
basics.
Oracle in play. With this deck, unless you really are screwed, you don't have fastest Oracle in play until you combo.
That's true.
It's only if you really go shit, I'm dying.
Yeah, I think it's just a nod to the existence that they might run into mono red, and then also just randomly clean up.
So the thing that I'm trying to figure out is whether Cry of the Hernarium is actually just better than into the north, and it probably is, because you probably can only play 3 snow coverts. Like Cry of the Hernarium is very tech.
You're playing Take the Pact.
Yeah, like you're playing Tainted Pact, so like you can't really afford that, and I'd rather have Cry than like searching.
Like, -3/-3 to everything is pretty reasonable.
I mean, agree.
And
but
yes,
I mean,
Dead of Winter.
And exiling is nothing like that can be relevant, pretty relevant.
Yeah, like unless you're playing depths, I'm not really a fan of Into the North in most shells.
Not Into the North. Sorry, I mean Dead of Winter. That's the hat that was.
Oh, thank you.
But that's why I was comparing it to Cry of the Hernarium. No, for whatever reason, I always get those two mixed up. I don't understand why.
Why are we fetching a snow-covered land? Like this doesn't make it.
I meant Dead of Winter this whole time. That's what I meant. Like
actually like green.
Yeah.
So can we use for a counter spell?
Yeah. Yeah, I really like. I think you have to get a hard counter here. You need to find a way to deal with this.
Yeah.
They have Deprive, so they get to try that for 2 mana counter spell. Let's see if they have counter spell.
How much mana is on the side? Believe the recruiter is mana neutral. So if you play a land that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 mana.
For lethal action counter spell.
So that's like screw your day, screw your spell pierce. I can still play through them.
Yeah,
you have to get a counter here.
Counter spell.
Oh yeah, and the Script Breaker can flash in here, of course. Yeah, that's just even more mana.
Yeah, so I think
getting more mana, like you can't. Like this is why I really don't like keeping cost like days and spell pierce against this deck. Cause like
how much mana can Zannty make on this turn? It's like a
days kind of.
I think Riot Arbor also makes 2, so be 2 for 5, 6,
something that makes
7, 8, 9, 10. Replay the land. 10 replay the land, like 12, 13 and change plus 5, so 18. Like really bad math. That's probably off by 1 or 2.
Yeah, I mean, I count like something like 14. I'll admit I haven't done the math. And since I realized you can flash in Script Ranger, because that's definitely an important part.
Just in case we needed more tutors. Here's also the Damris call.
Luca did the math. It's about 1 billion.
Yeah.
About a squillion. Okay, I am confident in Brahms math, which is At least 3 mana.
Ah, yes, long billion. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's accurate here just to run this out, just because you need to force the counterspell out of the hand, because you will need to push like
Yeah,
the
exactly.
through next turn.
Yeah, and the damage call next turn is going to be really, really nice here.
And then you also get to crash for 3, which is fine.
See, this is actually funny. Like from Simbal's man's perspective, I would probably just discard Days here when I cast my Collective Brutality because card's just bad.
Yeah, you get to kill like the Scrib Ranger
Kills
or the Death Knight. Actually, you probably kill the Dried Arbor. That acts as 3 mana.
I think first cycle limit is Calcir. You're not casting it.
Yeah, you cycle
Maybe
this Cal.
maybe you find like something of importance. I think you want to cycle that first.
But definitely you go Brutality for... There's reason to just to fully escalate where it's still
the Deathrite Shaman is what you're looking for here. Deathrite can put out the most damage.
Well, Dried Arbor also makes the most mana. So it's either Deathrite or Dried Arbor.
Does it really?
Yeah, because it adds 3.
So it makes also... Wait, how does it make 3?
Dried Arbor taps for 2 plus 1 from the Gaia's Cradle plus 2 more from the Scrib Ranger. So 5.
Oh yeah, true. Deathrite doesn't make additional mana due to late line.
Yeah, so you're way more inclined to kill the Dried Arbor here.
Are you afraid of the creatures making mana, or are you afraid of taking damage? Because Deathrite does punish you.
Well, you know that there's no Anomaly's Call on top.
Which is a way. Now, I think Leyline is the way your opponent might win, so there's definitely an argument for just killing a bunch of creatures.
Yeah, like, as far as I'm aware, with the knowledge of the Eladamri's Call on top, it makes more sense to constrict mana than killing Deathrite. Or just killing the Scrib Ranger that also gets rid of 1, 2, 3 mana as well. So it's roughly the same as the Dried Arbor.
One thing, like, you can't keep just trading counterspell for counterspell with these kind of decks. Like, they'll keep just putting pressure on the board. Like, if you don't at some point set up your own combo, you're not going to win. This is why I don't like keeping the triple counterspell.
Like, oh yeah, I don't disagree. I'm in the same mind where the kept hand was not particularly amazing. Now, there's a question of whether or not we randomly get timed out, but I doubt that will happen with the knowledge. So how much mana? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 mana right now. So they can just hoof here. Yeah, you can just hoof here. Actually, can this get dazed? Holy cow, it can get dazed. You get to daze that.
Oh.
Oh, you can miscalc it. You can't daze it. You can miscalc it.
Oh.
You can't daze it.
Oh. This is beautiful.
You can miscalc it, but you can't daze it.
2 mana here, you can daze it afterwards. Now we have to point out that Blahguy is lacking on time here a little bit.
Miscalculation might be... Wait, is this still game 1? Please tell me this isn't still game 1.
No, it's game 2. If you didn't see it, but I entered it first, and it's 1-0 favoring. You've already listed it in the thing, so you're good.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I just forgot that game 1 existed. Okay, good job, me.
Oh yeah, this is game 2, so don't worry about it.
We're facing lethal on board. Yeah, we can activate the ley line, so that's lethal on board. You either have to find removal, life gain, or somehow combo? Question mark.
If the other card in hand wasn't dazed, you probably would have a reason.
That's Oracle, not what you're looking for here. Guess you kind of have to play it now because you're dead.
Because they get Emery's Forerunner. Can they get Emery's Forerunner?
No, you can claim to dust perhaps and survive.
No, they have to take one though for playing Oracle though, and they can't play Cling either. Like if you play Oracle,
you can't play Cling
because it costs 4 mana. So if you play Oracle, you can't play Cling.
Well, why do you have to play Oracle? Am I miscalculating anything? So you can attack with your Courser, and your Deathrite Shaman, and your Dryad.
Oh, that extra land there.
You can have Finale for a time, can't you?
Because you can get Finale for...
That's also just an option.
What, just cast Finale?
Yeah.
Which is what I was trying to parse here. Yeah. It's like, do they play Settle the Wreckage? That is the question.
I think if I'm in Zannty's position here, I would actually abuse the clock here a bit. If you feel fine with that from a morals perspective. because you can just keep putting pressure. Because as long as your opponent needs to answer everything you're dealing, answer your things every turn, it doesn't matter. They're gonna run out of time before you do. Don't spend too much time thinking things through that you don't need to think through.
Okay.
Like, yes, you can lose to your opponent having
X equals
Oracle.
1.
I think it doesn't really matter.
Could you just attack and then activate Death Ray Chop?
I think having 1.
Yeah, it's X equal 1.
Yep, actually. That's a curious choice.
They find a Quirion Ranger. It's a weird printing of Quirion Ranger. I don't think I've seen it before.
Well, the Miko promo, so of course you haven't seen it.
Hmm?
It says the Miko promo, so of course you haven't seen it.
Look, I've seen a bunch of Miko
So is it-
promos, actually.
Is there a reason we're not attacking with the Death Right Charm in here?
It hits for 2 instead of 1 with the activation of Sylvan Carry did.
Well, I'm
that-
thinking you activate the line.
Could you just have activated the ley line and went to town that way? Was that a reasonable
I'm thinking,
way?
like, why not? Like, that kills the opponent.
Well, yeah, it prevents them from doing Underground River. So let's
Yeah, like-
see if we rip Consult off the top.
Oh no, you should cling to dust in response. No. No.
Well, you can still cling to dust here and then gain 3, which is more than
No,
taking
So I
2.
think Zannty's game plan here is to bounce Bayou, play the Bayou.
if
no,
you
wait,
cling
no,
to
did it
dust
play-
here, you die before the cling to dust resolves. No, okay, no,
Why?
because the Underground Sea went up for colorless, right? Sorry, I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
I forgot
no,
how
that
pain
you-
wins.
Yeah, so it's like you could definitely cast it to go to 4. That is very much a thing you can do. And you'd have to hit the Scrib Ranger in the bin.
I think you just wanted to ley line here this turn. Just buff your board. Like, that just kills better. Like, I'm not sure why that wasn't the game plan. Like, you can literally just lose now. I'm actually really curious to see, is he going to go for the card draw, or is he going to go for a live game?
I think at this point, under the assumption that they're just going to lose. Well, actually, the
I
last
think
game.
you're gonna go here.
Yeah, I think you just got to go for it and hope to find.
And like, either you find the correct combo, but yep, they're going to go for the card draw. Mana Leak's not going to do it. Is it going to be there? Is it going to be there?
I can't see the other card yet. No! Game, tell us.
No!
What is it? Is it another blue card?
It's Red Memory. Oh,
1, 2, 3, 1. Oh, they're 2 mana off. Oh, that's so close.
2 mana off. Oh
Yeah.
no. Oh,
Yeah.
this is sad. Is there anything they can get here to survive? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. If they had like, no, that doesn't even do it because the Coulter survives.
Yeah, they got
I'm
nothing.
not
They were
here.
so close.
Like, I fought like hell.
Yeah. I think that if they just mulligan once, they would have had been much better position. Because I think on average, Blahguy is definitely favored, just on the virtue of counter spells for the Craterhoof and or counter spells for the Tooth and Nail Natural Order, and just a generally faster deck on average, I would say.
And I think that's the big, like, with Time Vault on this, you always have to question, am I the combo deck or am I the control deck in this matchup and this situation? And I think for the first few turns, you're always going to be the control deck. And then you're going to have to, depending on what the board situation is and the matchup is and your hand is, you're going to have to decide what am I now?
Yep, so that's 2-0 for Zannty.
Also, I don't know if Zannty played a land last turn.
No, they picked it up and then they played Caracas, if that was the question.
Yeah, otherwise they could return the Bayou, play the Bayou, and I'll tap the Death Final one that way. Try to
Yeah.
at least.
Mhm.
Also, if they cast a Cling to Dust in response, definitely could have lost. Then they wouldn't actually have lost there. They would have had like taken 2 less damage. They would
Yeah.
probably lost the turn that loss, admittedly.
Mhm.
But the board situation would have been noticeably better. Like not just, like you can just eat the spell in response because the exile I don't believe is a part of the cost, so
Mhm.
You can eat it as a part of the cost as a part of the escape cost instead, which
Yeah,
allows you
that's
to just kind of ignore your opponent's death right if they choose to target your graveyard for some reason.
Mhm.
Which actually, interestingly enough, makes it correct to target your own graveyard in this scenario.
Yeah. So in other news, it looks like I'm gonna pop out because we
Yeah.
just finished round 2.
Yeah,
I think you guys are
we're
gonna
we're gonna let you go have a rest of your day. Thank you very much for
You're very
for
welcome.
doing this. We're gonna have Rothgar on as soon as I manage to get him into the booth.
I'm here.
But first,
Bruce.
we have something a little bit of a tradition here. Zannty, I think you'll love this one. It's the Twitch Prime sellout time. Oh boy,
I approve.
he does. So as always, if you want to support us here in stream, the best way at the moment, at least, because we don't have any patrons, we might have to do that at some point. Is to throw us. We are currently affiliated, so if you want to throw us a sub, that is a great way of supporting prices, supporting equipment, supporting software, and anything else we can use to improve this stream. None of these money that you send our way in the form of subscriptions go to us at the moment. I don't earn $1. Redmage is currently negative, actually, as far as I know. So-
This season we're even.
Oh, we're neutral this season. That's lovely.
Yeah. This season we ended up being even.
Woo! But yeah, if you have a sub you want to throw us away, including a Twitch Prime, you have one of those lying around, that'd be a great use of it. Otherwise, if you have a Twitch Prime, do remember to use it. There's no reason not to just get some free value and make a streamer of your choice really happy. The win of the Brahms Simple Man match, that was Brahms Simple Man God. Not
So-
exactly the best draws in both games, sadly.
Yeah. So the next for also that's I think we're gonna start like the next season of the event. If you want to join, is gonna start. We believe it's gonna be. It's gonna start on October the 25th at which is at and we're gonna be in our usual time slot, which is 1 p.m. Eastern. It's actually gonna change for you, Gosmith, because October 25th daylight savings comes into play in Europe, so we're gonna be on. It's gonna be what 1 hour earlier for you, I think.
In a way, it's not going to be early, if you know what I mean.
Huh?
Oh, I suppose it is actually. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're gonna be back on. We're gonna still be on daylight savings. You're gonna already be off of daylight savings already. And that's the only week that like because the week after we go off daylight savings. So, but yeah. So either way, so Sunday the 25th will be probably the first. Will be probably the first week of next season. Things are a little bit in flux. If you want to sign up for next event. !next event gets you there, and there's a link to the sign up. Things might change though, but if you want to sign up, it's you're good to go. And obviously, be on the Discord. !Discord gets you there, and that's gonna be the basically what's going on. Basically, just keep an eye out on the tournament announcements channel. You're gonna know what's up. Yeah, if you can follow us on Twitter also, we're gonna post any updates on Twitter as well at the 10th point. But I think, are we even at the 10th point? Are we like... I'll get back to you on that.
We're also trying to see if we can get working on our one or two emotes for next season, perhaps.
Oh yeah. We need to actually... Okay. Next Sunday, since we don't have a tournament, let's actually figure out the whole emotes thing because we've been at it for a while. So that is the thing. Joining us for the commentary booth for the rounds 3 and 4 is gonna be Rothgar. Rothgar, what up?
Here, I'm here. How are you guys?
We're doing
good.
great.
Having some delicious dinner.
Watch some powerful magic.
Yeah, actually, I was watching the last match. Looks pretty interesting. The format has changed a little bit since I last popped in. A lot more aggressive, but that actually suits me even better.
Yeah,
I mean that's
Powerful,
kind of,
fast.
magic. I think a lot of formats in general, but especially this format as like for formats like Legacy, Modern, there's long been enough of a concentration to keep the curve quite low in things like with Burn. But decks like Mono Red has been able to cut a lot of 4-drops. Most high-end decks mostly play 4 CMC, maybe some 5 CMC cards if they're not playing any ramp. Like the quality of 4 and above and under cards is just so high now that it really just speeds up the format and the consistency of how quickly you have to play your spells. Like if you're playing a 6-mana card, it has to win the game quite hard. It has to be like, yeah, 4 drops are indeed the new 6 drops, as Cannon Sun Instrument is pointing out. As it's actually really valid.
That's
Or at least
kind of where Magic in general is heading, and
5 drops. Maybe also 6 drops in some cases, yes. And likewise, a bunch of free drops, also really solid. More 1 and 2 drops, more burn spells, more counter spells. Just more of everything, right?
Yeah, we actually saw a pretty big shift. Our season was significantly more aggressive than our finals had been. It seems like everybody's trying to metagame against the red deck, and so a lot of people switched to like mid-range piles.
While we did see 3, not technically 3 red deck wins, but 3 red aggressive decks, I was actually expecting the decks, if I have been playing, the decks, definitely I would have had red on my mind, but the decks I was planning on countering are the green mid-range decks that people like Evios are bringing, Bailite, and it's also the green combo decks like we see Brahms on here, we see Symbol Man as well, and somewhere in between there we also have Zannty. That's 5 people who have actually ended up on a green X either mid-range and or combo shell, which I feel like something like what Blahguy actually brought, or something like Storm is actually incredibly well positioned against, because they can't interact nearly as well against these instant sorcery-based combo decks.
that
Or
makes
like
sense
these
because red is the level 0 deck. Like everybody knows it's good, and people are going to be on it. Then level 1 is mid range, where people are trying to prey on red. And then level 2 is going to try to like beat the green mid range while not giving up too many points versus red. And I think something like Storm sounds reasonable for that. You know, basically you're trying to like not get caught with an Eidolon of the Great Rebel or a Pyrostatic Pillar, and if you don't, you're probably pretty good shape.
Yeah, but like I believe the person who I usually go to for my as a guru of the format, at least some people might think of Wheeler when they think Canadian Highlander. When I think Canadian Highlander, I think Lomano 2.
Lomano 2, yeah. I know you were about to say that.
In a way, his opinion, and I do quite agree with it, is that the top 4 decks are mono red because it's the most consistent kill aggro deck. Storm for the same reason, except it's on the combo side. Like you interact with it in completely different manners, but those are like the 2 fast decks. Then on the slightly more interactive, but still fairly proactive side, you have the Oracle, and then lastly, the deck that's here because it's just good against the other 3 decks is the DNT, because it's really good against mono red and fairly good against Storm as well, and it's just fine against Oracle as well. So that actually last season we saw 3 DNT decks in the finals. Quite interestingly, I even brought one myself when I was playing.
Out of curiosity, how does DMT hold up versus green mid range in the format?
Not nearly as well. So that's one reason why I'm actually. It makes a lot of sense, and I wouldn't really brought it this week. Like if I was on DNT this week, I'd be probably going home crying, realizing I'm home, crying even more.
It's like that you haven't left your home in like months because of the whole quarantining thing that's going on. Continue crying at that point. Did I?
Yeah, you don't want to be in the position of green. That's kind of what I expected. You know, historically, DMT has gotten muscled by the big creature decks, and whenever you smell big green creatures, keep the DMT at home.
Like this is actually what we're hearing. Zannty pointing out that he brought Hoof to counter up green mid range. Like it's the mid range deck is countered. Like you just go lap it above them, just that bit bigger. Especially if it's a very more.
It's the old cool guy fears a 12 tell of haste trample. Good luck.
And yeah, Cannons, who I believe is also known as Blahguy here on stream.
Cannons is Brahms.
Who brought the Oracle? Oh, that's Brahms. Yeah, who brought the
Blahguy's person of Blah.
I think the choice of Walk versus Storm or like Oracle, I think the advantage of taking something like Walk is you have a much better matchup against the red decks, where something like Storm or Oracle, you play a much more in the green X decks.
And you're just hoping to race red.
Yeah, you can still raise red, especially if you build your deck with that in mind. Like, for example, we saw Blahguy making some tech choices. I think if you go much more on it as a heavy combo deck that has like some amount of remove spells and some amount of like stall cards against things like mono red, like assets to mono red, and then just can counter the most important threats from like green X, and then just combo, then you're probably pretty good to go because you don't have any likely decks you need to grind out against. There's no blue X decks you really should be expecting.
Right, you don't have to worry about control, because control has
Yeah,
been pushed out by all the aggro.
The only actual really control deck, besides actually arguably Black Ice deck we've seen here, is Bailite. Bailite is the one person we see coming back with something that can be described as a control deck, and that's an absent list. So you're not like outside of some duresses.
I mean, there is definitely
which
a control component to the Thassa's Oracle deck, right? Like the Thassa's Oracle deck is kind of a
Sure,
combo
but it's not
deck.
control. It's not control the way we conventionally think about, the classic Weissman, low win cons,
Yeah,
tons of
it's
interaction,
a
tons
hybrid
of card
deck.
draw, very reactive.
the blue X control deck at least.
It's a hybrid deck, is what it is. It's kind of more similar to something like Splinter Twin used to be in Modern, where it has like a solid mid range plan that you then a solid mid range game that then you have a solid fair game that then you can parlay into a combo win, something like that.
So much of a mid-range. I don't see this
Yeah,
mid
like
range.
combo
Yeah,
control.
mid range was I misspoke. Mid range was the wrong word. I just.
That's what I'm saying. I think combo control deck, like it can stall out until it wins with combo, or if it somehow loses a combo, it can still win with Brazen Borrowers and counter spells and value stuff if it needs to, which feels more control.
They
than
already
it is.
started. They told them to wait.
It happens.
Okay, well, it's fine. Let's join them.
All right, let's get it going.
We're just gonna get up here. Yep, there we go. Yeah, we have a quick start here from Wolfgang. Brahms leading out with a land, not any one drop, and then Brahms. Sorry, fuck. Wolfgang leading out with 2-drop with a mock start.
Ooh, there's a play.
You see, I was
Pain
going.
Painkiller on Paradise Druid.
Yeah, I really like this. Wolfgang and I both really like our mono red. We actually went through with talk a lot of like tech choices, how to tech for this 10 point, not this finale specifically, but for the prior weeks and what we thought like cards really good. He really likes this Goblin guy here, like Goblin Guide.
Yeah, I'm really liking his hand and like the plays that he has access to right now.
It's like red X decks with like X stuff one toughness creatures, and it's also just really a quick block. So it's a pretty good free drop. Yeah, and Wolfgang's hand here just with a Ferocious Dawn into, if they draw like a land, they can just go like burn, Fire Blast, Sketch. So like this is just a really solid curve.
Yeah, he's coming out. He's coming out firing, and now Brahms is trying to stop the bleeding with this World Roots, but I just don't think that's enough. And Silver in the Library is very punishing against a red player.
Absolutely.
And also, there is the specter of pop always looms above your head, and if we see the pop in hand here, but like.
We have plenty of
right now, it's not that scary, but it's looming. It's always there. You always have to respect it.
But it affects how you play, right? Like it's not that scary because Brahms made sure to fetch basics, but that's making his mana worse.
So this is an interesting choice, actually. See the Wall of Roots. I believe you could actually block the Goblin chain here, gone to 1 toughness effectively, but chooses not to. It is a 05 correctly.
It is well, it's not, now it's an 04, but.
So interestingly, they play around the 1 damage spell, which usually there are ways to deal 1 damage from mono red. Those definitely exist, and we play them. So the best ones, at least, like
those are
Armadar, Forkbolt. So those kind of cards, Arc Trail. But mostly you see 2 plus damage.
Is mono red playing Spikefield Hazard these days?
Actually, that's an interesting question. Wolfgang and I went over on the 10th on the North 100 podcast, they talk pro that card, but Wolfgang and I both agree that card probably isn't that great. Actually, it's a bit of a meta call as well. Like if you
I
really
would
feel
consider
like
it like a pretty free upgrade. I've had success in some of the 60 card formats with it. It's just so free. You know,
Yeah.
you just get to
I mean,
shave 2
if
lands.
it, the thing is that like if you can parlay your Spikefield Hazard into trading for a creature consistently, then yeah, that's great. But if like you know,
like that is so bad. Like
yeah,
honestly,
no, I agree with you. The question is, if this is a limited removal spell that can be a land, then yeah, the problem like instead that you have all of these Lorus Cobras and Edgewall Innkeepers that need to be killed, right? And those creatures all have 1 toughness.
Legacy, like no, you wouldn't really, unless you're playing like
You're playing mono red prowess because it's a prowess trigger. Like that's the context in which it's been very successful. So that maybe doesn't translate over to Highlander all that well because in modern Pioneer and Legacy you can jam 4 Soulscar Mage, 4 Monastery Swiftsphere, and maybe like 4 Heartfire Immolator.
If I was playing with a prowess or like blue red tempo, maybe yes, I would like it much more. But the price of playing my land tapped, even if it's an additional land, or like just dealing 1 damage, like if I'm dealing 1 damage, it has to have some upside, like Lava Dart or something, where it actually is 2 damage split up. Like
I think you had it when you were saying something along the lines of it's a miracle. Like if I expect a meta in which this is gonna trade with a creature a
like,
good amount of the time, that's good.
Like if I'm not consistently killing creatures along the way, then I'm just kind of thinking it's kind of mediocre.
Yeah, it's just the context is not as friendly to it as it is elsewhere. Big top deck by Brahms here, Scavenging Ooze. While Wolfgang has the Fire Blast to answer it, it's a significant investment to pump your Fire Blast into a Scavenging Ooze.
I mean, to be fair, the schools can't gain life, so there's that.
Yes, you can.
Did the Rampaging Ferocity go away? Oh, it's never been cast.
It got Refractor Maged.
Yes, but they take 2 each time they activate it due to the harsh momentum play. So
yeah, it's actually a net life loss.
Yeah, so that means untapping is actually lethal because you attack. The Scorched Pillar puts them at 8. The Fire Blast puts them at 6. Actually, sorry, no, that's incorrect. There's only 1 non-basic currently.
Yeah, that's an easy one to forget. Mentor doesn't seem like it does much until it gets you.
Yeah, that was actually lethal because he did play the Breeding Pool there. So that's just going to be attack, cast price, cast Fire Blast, and that's 9 damage. This game goes in favor of Wolfgang, which I believe should make it 0-1 and not 1-1, if anything.
Oh, did I?
You did not change it, indeed. You seem to keep forgetting that one in particular. Like,
Yeah,
that's the one you keep forgetting.
There is a reason for that. It's because of how things are set up on this side. Let's see if I can figure out how to make it so that it. The reason that it feels I should change the score last because it's not as important. People usually have an idea of what's going on, but it's like among the top of the list of the thing of the series of overlay elements. But you know what? We can just change that right now. There you go. I'm dragging it down right this moment.
I know Wolfgang well enough to know that he's not
Here's the price of progress. Fire Blast GG.
Fire Blast GG.
Not a whole lot Brahms could do there.
No, this is
just started very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's the thing. While you can definitely still beat the best draws of Mono Red, you need a very good hand yourself.
Yeah, not with that hand.
That is one of the appeals of Mono Red, which is like the best draw of but that it kind of goes along this on the opposite side too, which is like the best draws of Mono Red will kill anyway. Anything. It doesn't matter how bad the matchup is. Like Mono Red is capable of winning a game against basically any deck if it gets the nuts. Which not every deck gets to say that. Like it's like if you're a slower deck, sometimes you can definitely draw a good hand and the matchup is so bad that you can't win anyway.
So we have that's a quick mulligan from Brahms. That makes sense. It was a 1-lander and I think maybe a mana dork.
This is Wolfgang also looking at the 6. We see an electronic tomato. Shoutouts to the electronic tomato.
Yes, the electronic tomato. I now don't feel bad for calling it that every time.
No, that's just the name of the card. It's an electronic tomato.
I'm not sure why Brahms is keeping this hand.
Like, if you feel bad for calling it that every time, just be aware of the fact
I
that I actually have
I-
an entire overlay element dedicated to pulling up the electronic tomato Rose Baronstone translation.
Have figured. But this is an interesting hand. This hand that does something on turn 3 at first. Yes, you're on the play, so that's effectively just their 2-drop. You get to bounce with your Reflectomation and then Flick Wisp. And then Ephemerate, so like the turn 3 post is really good. But this hand just felt like it needed the Mana Dork. Like, this can get punished so hard. It's just what I fear. Now, I'm curious to see what exactly Brahms is going to bounce here. I presume we're going to see the Young Pyromancer come down here this turn. Yep. Wolfgang putting the mountain on the bottom from their mulligan. It is going to be a bit awkward here because now they're drawing the lands. And they could really use the third land here alongside things like Young Pyromancer, Dire Fleet, and Tipple.
Yeah, I have to confess I was a little surprised by bottoming land instead of Dire Fleet. I don't
Dire Fleet is
think
like good at
it does much here.
but it doesn't attack well into a wall. So that is one
Yeah.
thing, and it doesn't hit that many like cards. But the first strike isn't. I could actually have seen discarding bottoming the Young Pyromancer before the Dire Fleet, because like Young Pyromancer, yes, you had the Braid at that point, but that was about it. So there's
I
definitely
think you keep Pyromancer based on potential. Like, you know, if you rip a
And the
couple spells, it gets out of control, and you know your opponent is light on removal because they're unbanned.
really important also to point out just how good Bowman Courier is at just fueling something like Young Pyromancer. Like, you just empty your hand at some point, you crack it, you get 2 burn spells, you throw them somewhere, you get 2 more tokens. Just a really solid way to just get some insane presence. Yeah, that Paradise Druid is a bit on the late side. But next turn we're gonna have some pretty sick plays. We're gonna have like Play Flick was blink my Reflector Mage comes into play. On my opponent's turn, Ephemerate my Flick Wisp or my Reflector Mage again, keep bouncing your cards. Like, oh, we do see the mountain come here.
That Reflector Mage on the Bowmat Courier hurts a lot.
Yeah. So we have got options. The first option is just playing the Abrade here, killing the Reflector Mage, which is what we're gonna see, and it's actually a really good play from here, not knowing it so.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
Lighting up here, like, because we can't really do anything else. I was gonna say play the Bowman Courier, but then realized, no, wait. You can't do that because Reflector Mage. It's not just Mana War. It's better.
And you get to sit on the Bolt now, which is fine.
Oh god. That's scary.
Oh, there you go. There's a Bolt target.
Yeah.
But you're setting yourself up to get blown away by the Ephemerate.
Yeah. And you know that there's a Ephemerate at least somewhere in the deck, right? It's just
Yeah, but you can't really play around it.
Yeah.
I think this is a perfectly fine use of Burst Lightning.
Burst Lightning.
Yeah, it's
Trading-
not a premium burn spell.
Like, that's what's really happening. From your perspective. Yeah, but we're gonna see the Ephemerate here.
Yeah, the upside is just too high.
No, it doesn't really make sense to target your own lands. Doesn't make sense to target your opponent. You're probably just gonna take away. Actually, does not really make sense to like, quote unquote, like blink anymore. Except I don't know the token again. Question mark.
Yeah, there's no good target, but that's fine.
Like,
You saved your Flicker Wisp.
it was during the
You
end
get
step.
to get rid of their token next.
One nice thing about this is that it does make Brown's mana tap a bit more awkward here, and it also makes it so that Knight of Autumn isn't gonna get blinked continually. So that's quite nice. Also, I find it kind of funny how the elemental tokens are just the Voice of Resurgence art.
Yeah, I've noticed that bug for a while. I've been playing a lot of Pioneer Phoenix.
It is an
and I
elemental.
play a lot of Young Pyromancer in that deck.
So Interestingly enough, is that the fact that the Dire Fleet can actually end up just exiling the whatchamacallit?
The Ephemerate.
Yes, the Ephemerate once it goes to the graveyard.
Yeah, just
That's a
you
great way to
you one in the
As well as
red, 2/1 fast track exile target Ephemerate, probably still good enough.
Yeah, that's where he's gonna
I'm actually-
be pretty
so
happy that he still has it.
I kind of like the idea of playing the Tybalt here because it's just more mana efficient, and then just attack with a 1/1. There is a downside. The downside of that is that you specifically. Oh, yeah, okay. Actually, you don't hate this either. Trading the Umpire Master probably for the Flicker Wisp, and then playing the Tybalt afterwards, possibly. Trying to have your Tybalt resolve and stay in play, negate any possible life gain shenanigans. It would seem. I'm curious to see if they want to block here. They choose not to. Makes sense. I think you still kind of play it here. There is an argument for playing the Brahma Courier and the Dire Fleet. Like, you don't expect the Dire Fleet to hit much. There are times where you just kind of go, haha, exile your Time Walk. How are you feeling
think
now?
I just think you can't play the Dire Fleet knowing that the Ephemerate is on rebound. Like you already know it's coming.
This is an interesting choice. Choosing to not take the Tybalt down here for multiple reasons. One, it means you don't get your token killed. Two, if they attack the Tybalt, you still keep it around. So I really like this line of play here from Wolfgang.
Yeah, yeah. Tybalt Go is a solid line. You know you lose it if you minus. So just
This is
sit on it.
interesting. We're probably going to see both Paradise Druid and Knight of Autumn here. I'm curious to see if they want to have a 4-3 or game 2 or game 4.
I think you take a 4-3 here. Your life total is not under that much pressure.
Fine, live to like it's not incredible, but it's fine. Actually, what I'm talking about, your opponent has a Tybalt. I was literally talking about it.
Yeah. So there you go. Choice is made for you.
You'd imagine I actually kind of think things through, but I clearly do not. At least that's what the evidence seems to convey. A bit of an awkward Dire Fleet. Like, don't get me wrong, it's nice getting a 1/1 token out of this Ephemerate. I'm more than happy with that. That said, oh, why hello there? If it isn't Fiery Confluence,
That sure
That's
is
a
6
big
damage
deal.
to the face.
with that in
Well,
mind,
so much for safe life total.
pardon?
That life total is no longer looking so safe.
Yep, that's it. Exactly.
10 suddenly looking suspiciously like burn range.
Six
So
to the
we
dome will do that.
As far as I'm concerned from Wolfgang's side, I might actually start considering downing my Tybalt now. My opponent doesn't have any cards in hand, so I'm not too afraid of them top taking life gain. And if I want to set up just killing them with like Fiery Confluence, the best way is just to go wide. If they want to kill my Tybalt with by attack with Flicker Wisp, go ahead. That's a tap creature that's not blocking next turn then.
Yeah, I'm
And
down for that line. I like that line.
Here. I quite like. You'll have what 5 creatures? They have currently 3, maybe 4 blockers. If they go to attacks, that's only 2 blockers. Bowman Courier is kind of scary. John Parliament is scary. Dire Fleet is scary. The 1/1 token less so, admittedly, but it's still they both get in for one. Both the Devil and the Elemental. Oh, interestingly, you don't actually get a token. I didn't actually know that. Huh. That is curious. Why don't you get
Wait, why don't they get a token? Oh, no, he didn't cast it. He didn't cast it.
Oh.
He might have messed up something on the interface.
Yeah, I think he had a missed ups. Actually, I think just minusing the Tybalt there and making a token would have been a better line of play, in my personal opinion. yes, you do risk losing the bolt here, but like that's fine, I think. What in the world? Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold on there, buddy pal. Did you just try and raise mono red?
He sure did.
Oh, that's sassy.
A bold move, Cotton.
Bold move indeed.
Let's see if it works out for him.
Yeah, so we
Probably
have,
not.
like, if they want to kill the Bowman Curry here, which I
Oh
doubt.
no. That's
So-
it. That's
Oh.
game, really. That's game. It's fiery
getting-
confluence to 6.
Damage bound spell, notably. That's one reason to not do it. I really don't get this attack.
Yeah,
Like-
it's really aggressive. It's really, really aggressive.
Like, if you have to attack, you at least attack the Tibble, not your opponent at 18 who's playing mono red.
Yeah.
You're not an aggro deck. They are. They're the one who's trying to beat you down. I think
Forgot.
you
Brahms forgot their role there. Their role was they're supposed to try to hang on, try to run the red deck out of cards, and then stabilize.
Yeah, like you had a fine position. You had a Flicker that could chip in if you felt safe enough. Maybe get rid of the ball slowly if it got to survive. If not, you could hope to draw into some value creatures and just slowly get the board presence and just win that way.
Is the other winners per head game still going? Let's figure that out.
If
Let's
not,
figure
we
out
do have
what
the
the other. So it's Evios versus Zannty in the other bracket.
sounds about right, yeah. So
Mm.
for reference, people who are watching, we currently also have the first 2 players of the loose bracket playing currently. This is just to save some time on our end. So we do actually have 4 matches currently, which
So I
means
think
this
Evios
round will
versus
probably,
Zannty is over.
if so, we should probably ask them to maybe.
Yeah, because this
do some-
is the first match that just ends without us going to watch it at all. So do we
Probably
want to
just
watch Luha versus Symbolman, or do we want to watch Bailite versus Blahguy for the other thing?
Let's see here. Bailite with Blahguy. I think Bailite with Blahguy is very Blahguy favored, but that's definitely an interesting matchup. Symbol Man versus Luca. I think Bailite with Blahguy is going to be a really interesting matchup. Also, on a side note, because we don't get to see decks like Blahguy's quite often here on stream, sadly.
Zannty kind of running the tables. He's in the winners finals after starting all the way from the bottom bracket. That's kind of impressive. Okay.
Yeah, so this is looking like, depending on what exactly Blahguy has in hand, this is looking real bad. Questing Beast is going to deal with a Jace soon. That's a pretty decent size elemental token. A Gonti coming down next turn can really screw you up, especially if you're saving castles up with Jace. And that coaster is not great. One thing that's funny is that while Blahguy is actually on an Esper deck, notice the fact that they're playing both like Tropical Island and Volcanic Island, despite having no real cards of those colors in their deck. Ooh, they're actually halfway set up for the combo. They just need the Exile spell. That's all they need. So it seems like they're just digging, trying to find something. They
Man,
have
Questing
Brainstorm
Beast
and
really
they have-
forces some uncomfortable blocks.
I think they're just trying to just dig here. That makes a lot of sense. Trying to stall a bit until they find it, hopefully. Curious to see what they have in hand and what they choose to go with here, because they have a lot of options. Don't think that Barol is that enticing right now. It's just a 1-3 that doesn't really do much. I think Brazen Borrow, the removal spell, the discard spell, the land are probably the kind of cards I would be keeping right now. 2 lands apparently. Can't really see the hand entirely.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I fixed that. Yeah, well, I'm marking with the...
But it looks like they put back we saw, I believe, the Castle Ventress and something else was put back as well. Not sure what that was specifically.
You know, I'm not a big fan of these cards like Thought Erasure and Agonizing Remorse in like most Black Shot. I think they're a little bit too inefficient, but I've actually really liked them in this blue-based hybrid combo decks, where clearing they kind of like they're good for your control plan, but also they do a very good job of clearing away for your combo. So I've actually been playing both Thought Erasure and Agonizing Remorse in Volt, and I'm not surprised to see it in.
Playing. I think that could also be. I was going to say exposure concern, but I don't think that's actually true. They're playing DT and such, so that's probably not the case. But yeah, I've been really happy with Thought Erasure in this kind of like blue-black combo control shell for Bolt, and I think it's very similar here because usually you don't want your 2 mana discard spells your discard spells to be 2 mana because like that's usually too slow. But the fact that it helps you dig quite well towards your combo and can take anything at no real downside. This was it like just where you want an additional discard spell to be.
Yeah, Thought Erasure kind of does it does a whole lot of things that are all good. Even like it's inefficient, but it has like a whole lot of like small additional synergy that kind of.
So I'm actually gonna see everything go face here and probably see the Brazen Borrower bounce to Questing Beast, and hopefully try and save the Jays here. That feels like the game plan.
Yeah, it has to be. You have to be unpreserved Jace mode. That's your only path to victory from this spot. So actually, does Blahguy play any sweepers? I guess it would have to be an unconditional type sweeper.
I mean, I'm sure that Damnation and the other one, Toxic Deluge are in his deck. I think with the block earlier, he's playing Cry of the Carnarium actually.
Yes, Cry of the Carnarium. We did actually mention them. That was
but Cry is not going to do anything here.
Yeah, but both Damnation and Tidal are in his deck.
Not too many mana dogs usually. There are some cards like Kitchen Things and these Lingering Souls where they would be fine, but it's not exactly extraordinary.
The score is currently 1-0 in favor of Bailite, so if Bailite gets this one, he's off to the races.
See Zannty here, maybe? Are we gonna see? Yeah, makes sense. Zannty come down here, try and. No, I think I mean, you know that 2 of the cards on top of the library are from Jace, so those are cards they don't really want too much. Especially like it's not like Zannty's coming out of nowhere and they're trying to play around a discard spell with like Jace right now. You know they can play around it, so at least 2 of the cards, for as long as Jace is going to be in play, are going to be mediocre. And you're kind of in a way possibly helping them. Spell Pierce, interesting. Also, one interesting thing here is that if you plus with Jace and you're like, shoot, I don't want that card, you can play Thought Erasure and then remove it afterwards, which is a pretty neat line of play. Oh, that's the combo.
We did it.
Another Blade. So I'm curious here. Is he gonna go for it, or is he gonna try and play it safe? Maybe set up with a Thought Erasure.
No,
maybe
you can like try to see if the way is clear. Yeah, maybe you do have to Thought Erasure here. I don't know.
Maybe. Do you know? The question is, do they know the Spell Pierce is there? That's an interesting question.
How was the Spell Pierce exiled? Zannty? Then no, they don't.
We know. The only thing I know was on top was a Ventress of the 2 cards from Jace. Yeah, you want to keep the land, you want to keep the combo pieces, you want to keep your counter spell, you want to keep the Thought Erasure.
Yeah. And like the Spell Pierce being exiled is actually super bad because like if they Thought Erasure, they're gonna not see it and think the way is clear.
Yes, there's actually the same mana to just cast the counter spell here. It's actually gonna be kind of awkward here.
Yeah, you end up getting goozled by exactly Spell Pierce. Like to the max. Because like now now
pretty important. I think you should play the Saint Effect here first. It is a mistake not to play the Saint Effect first.
Yeah, because now you have spewed the Aura Hole.
Yeah, that feels bad. That feels really bad.
Yeah, and here comes the Spell Pierce that your opponent just got off your Zannty.
How have you liked the Boral in this deck?
Not literally game, but I think that is going to end up being an effective game quite probably because like there's a lot of threats on like Bailite
Well,
side right
so
now.
the problem with is like it makes sense to have the tainted pack in response if you're expecting your opponent's interaction to be removal based. They really got goozled by them having exiled the counterspell off the Zannty, and maybe you have to think that that's what they took, right? But
Oracle combo is that it just doesn't care about removal.
yeah,
Like,
Yeah, I don't think a removal spell was going to be a big deal here, but the spell pierce is absolutely backbreaking.
exactly.
yeah.
Like, there's
Was
cards in your
the
opponent's-
disallow in hand at the time that?
like they could active counter.
Yeah, it was.
Then I think it was just correct to keep disallow up, right? Rather than
And,
go
like,
for.
Like keep a card or two in your library, you can still have like Devotion Jace. So like that's not even a threat. Like everything the Forager does in that position, Disallow does as well. Disallow even hits more things.
Yeah.
It even if somehow your opponent
It's
has
even
like
it's even only 2 mana too, right? So because of the Baral, so it's yeah.
Yeah, it was just really like it's a really rough turn of events, but it's kind of like one that you can see coming because you run counter magic in your deck.
Yeah.
Zannty just took a card from your deck. What did they take? Probably a counter spell.
Counterspells are the thing that they will want to take the most out of all of the possibilities, right? They still have a Jace. The game isn't over. They still have a Jace. They need to. They need to
It's
find.
not over, but it's.
Yeah,
Well,
they
they
have a lot more setup to do. They need to find their consult, and they need to find their reanimate slash unearth, and they need to find their removal spell now. In order
I think a couple of ways. One is you just try and find some way of recomboing, like maybe flash back the Tainted Pact and recast the Fastest Oracle in 1 mana by like
Snapcaster or something along those lines would be helpful.
or like bring it back with Unearth or Reanimate. I'm not sure if they're playing Unearth. I know they're playing Reanimate. They are playing Unearth as well.
Those are necessary, right? Because those are necessary to set up the win with gifts.
They can get back their pieces. Like that's not a problem. Like that's not what you fear right now. And you can even like I said, like you can just start playing a control matchup here. It does seem like your opponent's gonna try and grind you out now. It feels like that when they get like the prince here. I'm not sure if I've gotten the prince. I'll admit I'd probably consider something like I was gonna say Palace straight up, and then I realized it's a Brazen Borrower, and I'm an idiot. Then again, Lingering Souls is a great answer for Brazen Borrower. I think the question is, are you gonna try and play a control game like long time and try and maybe see if you can stall for that Jace win? That is a possibility.
I think you dig like mad and you try to combo again. I just don't see how you can hold them down well enough.
Where digging like mad is the same in both the control and the non-control situation. Quite nice that Barol here is going to allow you to dig even more when you cast your Disallow, probably. Oh, actually going for the blink on the Zannty here. That's a lot better than what I was thinking of.
Oof.
We see 2 lands, Dimir Trader, and Punter. Punter's just a really solid card, and I presume we're just going to see it cast now, just maybe try and find something. No? Maybe they want to res. Like, have they played a land for turn? That's what I'm thinking of, because they could put like a land second from top, and then play that off the closer they haven't. There's a DT. Okay, that's definitely that's some pretty big deals right there.
You might hear some random noises here because my chair is coming apart a little bit, so I need to reassemble it, and then I'll be right back.
Okay, I have to think here. I'm trying to think. Do they play gifts? It feels like they have a gift package. They don't. They have an intuition package instead. So they could possibly try and set something up that way around. Maybe get mystical teaching as part of your package. Trying to think here, or maybe just save. Maybe just save the DT. Actually, no. Wait. I'm an idiot. I'm a complete and total dumbass. What am I thinking? You just cast Seagate Oracle and DT, then you get one part of the combo, and you get the Fastest Oracle returner. You actually have the combo here.
Ooh, yeah, that works.
because you pay 4 mana to first play the Seagate of Stormcaller, then the DT. DT first gets on Earth. I believe, yeah, you have the black mana, and then you get Demonic Consultation. Now, is this playing around your opponent having a counterspell? No.
I
But
mean,
how many 1-mana counters do you run in your deck?
You have the
Like-
choice. You can choose to play around a counterspell, but then your opponent, your opponent's going to draw the rest and play that, and then it's still going to have the counterspell. Yes, and it also has to be a 1-mana one. Good point. The question
Yeah, and
is,
it has to be from your deck because you know your opponent can't play counterspells because they're on Abzan colors. So like, what 1-mana counters do you even play apart from Spell Pierce?
So they have to actually not tap a Black Souls to cast this Stonegate. This is actually quite important. They do see that, it seems like. And then they have to attack, like, Swarm, Volcanic Island or something, to cast this Demonic Tutor. See if they're tapping correctly here. Oh wait, yeah, they have the Barrel. They can just tap for 1 mana. Keep forgetting this goddamn Barrel is on the
yeah, this
battlefield.
Baral has put in a lot of work.
Put in a lot of work.
Yeah.
A lot of work.
If they had 1 more land, which they do not, alas, they could actually have held up this Loudon as well. But they can't. So this is actually going to make up for the fact that they nearly goofed the combo. Now, please unearth first. Nothing's more embarrassing than just Demonic Consultationing and then getting your unearth counter and just going, oh, I have no cards left in library.
Oh, this is extremely awkward. I appear to have no hearts in my library out of my own
Please
volition.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys an important question. When you name with your Demonic Consultation here, what do you guys name when you want to exile your library?
Squeeze
Abandon
time.
Hope.
I mean, Abandon Hope is correct because it's the first card in the model thing, but I named Squeeze though because I think it's a funny name. All right, we're going to game
I name
3.
Abandon Hope because it's symbolic of the fact that I just won the game.
That's fair. So we're going to game 3. Our opponents, our contestants are gonna make a new match just to avoid, having time issues.
Yeah,
Since
it did seem like
yeah.
like we saw that in the first round with Blahguy, and he was pretty low. Both players were actually pretty low. In
He
game
had
3.
6 minutes left on the clock now, so it's probably just a
Yeah,
good,
like,
a good call not to risk it.
You're playing a deck that you knew at. Like playing decks like this, if you're not like really getting into it with it, it can take some time. This is a pretty slim mulligan, I think. Actually, at least Blahguy, possibly, yeah, also from Bailite. You should not keep this hand if you're Blah. Like, it just doesn't do it. Yes, you have the mystical teachings that could get you there in 5 days. And yes, you can play a 3-drop at some point. And yes, you can play a temple that takes you. But I don't think it gets you there. This is an interesting hand.
I think I'm into this Blahguy hand, honestly.
So here's something
Like-
I respect what Blahguy for. Aethergust. Like, that is a great
Aethergust is a magic card. And I think it's very good. Like, if spend people are gonna play green and red, well, Aethergust does it.
like Esper. Except him. Such a great tech choice. I love that. I actually think I made the joke a couple of weeks ago of playing Flash Freeze in this meta.
Yeah.
Like, no joke.
I was actually about to bring that up. It's like, maybe Flash
Yeah.
Freeze is a card that we're supposed to put in our deck now. I have played
Why
Mystic Confluence in my decks before. It's reasonable.
Yeah, we just want to see a Serum Missions here. We'll probably get like Underground Sea, Serum Missions. I will actually be right back. Just have to visit the loo.
So, you're watching the stream, right? Roth. So you can see the incredibly high-tech layout that we got going on for the game viewer.
I mean, it doesn't look bad.
Yeah.
You have to update the game log though because Blahguy won game 2.
God damn it! Why do I always forget to do that? a lot of the updating that needs to be done is very manual. So Drowning the Lock is kinda hype. Assuming Bailite has another fetchland, so he's gonna put probably another card in the graveyard at some point. So you get to cast it for 2. It's pretty reasonable.
I do worry that Blahguy's hand seems to be very slow. Very, very slow.
Yeah, but he has a couple of interactive spells, right? You can like either cast the Goyf, buy yourself some time that way. Maybe at some point your Stifle Bear trades for something, or the Drowning the Lock does some other stuff. You can even just kill the Goyf with Drowning the Lock at some point, and like you're not in,
Like I think this is
in a
fine,
big
to be
hurry.
completely honest. Like I'm not terribly afraid. Looking at a
Yeah, I guess not, but I think I would actually like send back the Finks here just because it's much less likely to be part of a successful double spell turn.
like the Mystic Sanctuary here, just passing. I could see an argument for Pluto Delta.
You can play the Mystic Sanctuary. Oh no, because you play the Swamp. It's like you can play the Mystic Sanctuary on top next turn, but
That's why
you
I'm
can't.
doing it. Because otherwise, I would love to keep this Nimble structure this up as well. But like,
Be right back.
I really wanted 4 mana next turn. I just figured it was more important. I also quite like the fact that you wait a turn here, just in case they don't have too many threats. Now I'm curious if you want to bounce the Tamagotchi for the kitchen things here. Things
I think you ship the Finks.
Yeah, but the Tamagotchi can, depending on the situation, actually grow, which is pretty notable.
Yeah, I guess so, but my thought is to ship that one because Drown is so much more effective against ship the Finks because Drown is so much more effective against the Goy.
Yeah, plus with any card in the graveyard like the Marsh Flats, then suddenly Drown and Luck can counter the Goyf when it comes down again.
Exactly.
So that's actually another reason to counter the Goyf. As a bounce the Goyf, I suppose. And also, like, if you're already basically like decided you're gonna play the Aegon, like unless I guess the only argument that I really like for keeping the Mystic Sanctuary here is that it does allow you to, alongside the Monarch Tutor, to set up the full combo. Like go DT, play Mystic Sanctuary, put it on top. If you find another island before then, which is definitely a real line of play. Wonder if we're gonna see a blue-white Souls here. I imagine, just in case you draw a white spell. Don't think you need the for black mana currently. Nope, just gonna see a basic island. That's a curious choice. I would probably go like a Helen Fountain there, I imagine. Actually, I'm curious, like, we see some different cards, some reasons for playing white in different colors. Usually what I see them play for are cards like Silence and Teferi Time Raveler. Time Raveler is definitely in this version and is a great card. They also play Aven Mindsense in this version. Blahguy that is, and they I think that's actually it in terms of, like, I think that's like cards they play. I might be missing one. But no, I think that's actually it. Which is a curious choice. Like, I do like the 2 cards, but like, I'm questioning is if there's a better argument for splashing green or red in this meta, like we discussed.
Oh, I haven't seen red. Red is not a splash I've seen on this before. I would definitely see green be the thing.
Red doesn't really give you anything you really need. Like, it gives you cheap removal, but you get that from white as well. Like, you get Path and Swords, which actually I'm quite surprised are in this list.
White and black together kind of make enough cheap removal that you don't need red. It's kinda.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think you should still be playing Path. At least Swords to Plowshares. Path, I can see an argument for not playing if you're really afraid of giving up on a land. But like, at least
I am
play
100% jamming both.
It's very fun. It's very disappointing that Blahguy had to jam the Sanctuary without getting the effect off here. But unfortunately, he didn't make land drops.
Now, I think there's an argument for playing the DT here, and then Noxious Recall.
Ripping a land or something.
Well, yeah.
I could see that. I could see it.
Like, it's 3 turns off to see nature. Like, you don't get to flip your search this way, sadly. Yeah, it would seem like we might do that.
The concern that I had of this hand being too slow, I feel is even more manifest right now.
Question, Judge. If I want to, can I flip my search in the can I flip my search and still try and Because if we get so we can flip the search here, which gives us the 5th mana. Then we can Noxious Survival, the DT on top, cast a DT, that puts us a 3 mana. Then we get Demonic Consultation, and then we win. Right? That should win the game. If I'm not wrong.
You
At
can
least-
stack them that way.
Yep.
You
And even-
can the search triggers in your upkeep, and then you can do your draw, right? It doesn't trigger in your draw step, it triggers in your upkeep. So you can flip it in your upkeep, and then you can Noxious in your upkeep after you have searched to put Demonic Tutor on top, and then you can Demonic Tutor and win with 5.
See if Blahguy
Yeah,
do
you
that.
just have to hold priority on your upkeep.
Let's see, do we get the even then that's actually 7 cards in the yard, so as long as they don't cast the Noxious Survival now. As long as they let this resolve, they should and then cast the Noxious Survival, they should be fine. Doesn't really matter if they put anything in the yard or not. They do. Might as well. Yep, I think they see it.
Yep.
I think this would be a game for Blahguy unless there's something I'm missing here, or they make some kind of misclick. Cast DT. Get the money.
So
Ooh.
this is interesting.
Blahguy. No. No.
Wrong 1 mana black instant.
No.
Oh my goodness, no.
No, Blahguy. No. No. No.
Did he not realize he had the win, or did he just misclick? I imagine this has to just be a misclick, right?
I assume it's a misclick.
No way, that isn't a misclick.
Hmm.
Oh no. No. Oh, this hurts. This is so sad. Oh.
Well, so Blahguy's not dead here. You actually get to next turn.
Like- Thing to do is to gain him some life.
You
That's
get
kinda
to you actually get to drown in the lock the 3/2, the kitchen things, and then you get to clean to dust it so it doesn't return.
Yeah, like
Yeah, he just commented he grabbed it was a misclick. He grabbed the wrong one.
You have to roll that if you want to do it next turn.
Feels bad, man.
well, with that
Cast thing.
said, Blahguy is still winning the card advantage battle pretty solidly. Right.
Yeah,
Yes, but he's
at
very close to
7.
just being dead, right?
Yeah, well, you're not wrong, but you know,
Like a questing beast off the top or something. It's just this is actually just brutal
No,
here. I
you
don't think
can't-
he can win the game anymore.
Blahguy, no. Oh.
Like this Gats verdict is just brutal.
Like, let's be honest. This is
well,
one of those
I
things.
think
Like,
Bailite might not cast it because there is a risk that it gains Blahguy some life. So if he's trying to go for the throat, he might be. Maybe I don't cast this Gats Verdict.
like this is one of those things where I feel like this is a result of like misclicking on MTGO, and then you have to decide for yourself. At least if you're in Bailite seat and you know what's happening, if you want to treat it as if the correct
Like
click.
how do you treat this from Bailite spot? It's like you're trying to win because there's money on the line, but then again, it's like
Yeah.
clearly if this was a paper tournament, you would have lost this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I know what my stance on it is, but like
Nah,
there's
no.
something
GG's.
like- to
Okay, so you have to discard this Cling and this Nimble Obstructions and hope you draw a land off the top.
No, he goes to cling a land. Well, I guess that you might as well cycle it and then we'll see what you draw.
I was gonna say like at
You
I
do
least
guess
not
you
find a
cycle it, that's
land.
great.
This
Well,
card
that's
is
actually-
Stifle better than the top, I guess.
Yeah, you have to clear this shot.
No,
I don't.
He decides
drown
to kill the top. To keep the top.
how do you win now? Well, it's a tap land either way. So you're gonna have to play the top and find something.
You play the top. Let's say you find Cry off the top can keep
Yeah.
you alive here.
Cry would be clutch here. Yeah.
The
No, Cry doesn't do it.
good too. Donation still has you dead.
Cry does it because you can then cry then drown and oh no, he Twitch drown. I don't know how he wins.
You can still just cry exiles, right? But I guess it
Yeah,
doesn't.
but it
kill the
doesn't
other
kill
one.
the Murderous Rider, and then you
Oh.
die to a Murderous Rider.
Spellseeker can get removable. That's a way to survive, technically. It's not a glorious way.
But
Oh.
you can't because you don't have the mana.
Other mana. I think it's just gonna be game over. Oh,
Yeah,
this
I think this is it. Dead
This
to
is
Misclick.
bad. Like, I think if you think it through, on the Magic Online screen, Demonic Concentration and Claytus are probably just about right next to each other,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what happened, I imagine. Like, just like, cause when you're searching your library, and especially with the 100-card library, those fucking parts you
Yeah,
have to.
I've been expanding the screen every time I have to be searching for my Gaia's Cradle or something. Oh.
This is just sad, and like this is not a way you want to lose your game, especially with
No,
like
it's like if you misplay, that's something you did, right? Like it's up to you. But like just doing something like this, that's like you've lost basically because of the interface. Garbage feels bad. Oh wait, is there something he had?
I mean,
He
you
can
can
cling to stay alive
Snap
here.
Cling buys you a turn.
Yeah,
but
you get to block this kitchen Finks.
Yeah,
and...
actually, you get to trade for the Finks and then. Oh no, you have to cling before damage.
Yeah, he has to cling now.
Yeah, you have to cling now, but
this is really just like I'm still not.
These are
why-
desperation moves. I just don't see how this gets you anywhere.
Is there a reason to not play the land?
oh, if this was your line, you needed to play the land. That was a mistake. You just need to give yourself as much mana. You're not cycling this card. You don't have the mana to cycle this card.
Yeah, you're drawing top next turn.
Yeah, and you're basically resigning yourself to paying 2 mana for top and then figuring out what top gets, right? So it's like you.
Oh, this is so sad. Oh no.
The other thing, though, is even if Blahguy does stabilize this board, I don't think there's any way he can win this game. Like, his creatures are not good enough. His control game is not good enough to win this game.
Yeah, there's too many threats. They don't have like even actually they could top deck like Damnation.
No, they can't because top's on top. They don't have 4 mana.
No, but you can play top.
Yeah, you can play
tap
top to
I
top.
think-
I guess you have to play it and then.
Yeah, you
tap
play in
and
top.
play,
You play in
sure,
top,
but-
and then.
You've already seen those cards, so that technically also doesn't work because you know what's on top afterwards.
Also, I believe that I have said I've said the word top 25 times at this point, trying to describe this line of play, and it has lost all meaning in my head.
Stopping the top on the top.
So I guess
You
if
play
Blahguy
the
did
top,
find a
then top the
damnation
top.
second to the top, then there's a chance. But he knows the second card to top.
Can we
Or
please
now
get a
the top
card
card.
called top to Franti? That would be a great on card. You sacrifice an artifact to make a top.
If damnation is on top of this library, this is a comeback story in the making.
That would be really clutch.
No.
Like he knows what the top.
So what?
two-
I guess you could find Dark Ritual into Damnation now. You
Like,
can Dark Ritual.
Dark Ritual is 100% not in
Cycle-
Blahguy's deck.
cycle fed the land, then cast his Damnation.
Brahms did find a line there technically, but it's a sad one, and it requires, and we forget that we'd actually already kind of knew, or at least Blahguy knew what was on top of the library, so there was no way that if he could have won or at least cleared the board or something that turn, he probably
Except
would have.
Damnation didn't work last turn, right? You didn't have the mana for Damnation last turn, so you could have actually done it this turn. Like you could have set it up to do it this turn.
And then next turn actually try and see if you can win with Scanter and like top. Yep, that's
Yeah.
definitely. God damn it, Cam.
Is the other match still going?
Red
I think
Mage.
everyone else is
Yes.
done.
I am Bailite, and I would like to concede.
Oh, you want to concede to Blahguy in
Yeah.
this?
You are an honorable man, good sir.
Yeah, that's very.
Energy for another group
Yeah,
of
I mean,
rounds.
that was clearly a misclick, so I understand where that decision comes from. But yeah, thanks for doing so. I guess it's we appreciate the honesty.
I imagine the Blahguy also respects that very much too.
Yeah, I will. I mean, I'm obviously not going to say like no. It's just an unfortunate thing. Like the one time where I didn't take my time to click on the right spell, I saw the one black pip, and I'm like, that's it.
But but it wasn't it.
It wasn't it. No.
No, and I'm not feeling all that well, so I'm probably best off leaving.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
You have yourself a good night.
Hope you feel
Blahguy?
better.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, Blahguy better win now. So
Blahguy
I'll do it for you. Be
Very
champion.
and hopes
yes,
of
the
one
best.
absent control player / mid-range player / range player / absent player again apparently.
It's just called
Right.
Abzan.
Absent.
That's the one.
Yeah. That is the we're getting creative. We figured out what to name this deck because we couldn't figure out if it was mid-range or control.
It's just absent.
Yeah, it's just the Absanist. Okay, so for next round, we're gonna
Abzan
have,
is not a color combination, it's a state of mind. At least that's what the Jund people say.
So for the next round, we have Zannty versus Wolfgang at the top of the winners. That's a winners final, basically. And then we have the losers quarterfinals, I think, which are going to be sorry.
So I believe we have Blahguy
Evios versus 1 and 5. We have Evios versus Simple Man, and then the other one is
Brahms versus Blahguy.
Brahms versus Blahguy. Okay, yeah. We I'm sorry for Bailite and Luca, who are eliminated. Bailite after not feeling very well, and Luca after getting probably demolished a little bit too much by her comment about his deck. We apologize for that. It was a little uncalled for. Yeah, okay, Blahguy versus Brahms. And then Simple Man versus Evios, I think we said. And obviously we will be watching the winners finals. And yeah, we'll have the players start getting set up.
Definitely an interesting. Like, as someone who's playing mono red, I'm always unsure how to play the matchup against decks like these. I think the choice of when you choose to kill a mana dog on turn 1, especially if your opponent's on the play, is actually a really interesting one. Like, of course, sometimes you just don't have a 1-drop, but like, if you're in this position of should I play my 1-drop and try and develop my strategy, trying to hit on my opponent when you don't have the information of whether or not they're set up to really abuse the mana dog, or if it's just the 1/1 that's going to do nothing for a turn, then it's always really like interesting to like try and figure out, depending on your hand, what position to take. So we are slowly but surely getting our matchup here set up on camera, getting them to set it up. Like I said, this is going to be a matchup against of mono red, as we saw earlier with Wolfgang, against Zannty, who's on green white hoof. I believe, yeah, both are winners of the the winners. What's it called again? Winners. What is the word?
The winners bracket.
Bracket.
Thank
Bracket.
you. Winners bracket. And this is the finals, as we said. In the meantime, we are also going to have the losers quarterfinals going on in the background between Blahguy and Brahms and Sibyl-Man and Evius.
Or possibly
Who
the
will-
loser semis. I actually kind of confused about that, but it's the loser something.
Actually, it's not actually technically either, because semi requires like kind of like a branching, and this is not quite a branching system.
Okay, let's we.
Zannty in our chat coming with the funny comments.
For
Yeah, trying to get this camera set up here just because there are some differences with the feeds we get from different
yeah,
players.
I mean, different people have just different sizes of hands on their screen, and I have not figured out a good way to standardize it.
Yeah,
but I'm
so-
gonna tell them that they're good to go because we can't see their hands, so like.
Bit of a slow one, but Kitchen Things is really good. And this 2-drop here can definitely slow down a draw from Wolfgang.
What is that? What's happening? No, okay.
All right, guys.
Bailite?
That's about it. All I can do. So it was fun. Just nice to check in with the format again. See you guys later.
We can't have you for round 4, unfortunate. Oh well, yeah. Thanks for hanging out.
Here is.
Yeah. See you guys later.
See you
Bye.
guys. See you later, man.
I do not believe we have anyone who's not playing currently.
We
Let me
could
just-
have Luca if he's around.
Feels like it. So if you're in the chat, Twitch chat right now, and you feel like coming on camera or in the comments on the booth, why am I just not? I'm just not feeling in the commentary mood right now. I don't know what the hell is happening. I just can't speak right now.
Mm.
Yeah, Multani is Acolyte here. Really great blocker. It's gonna just slow Wolfgang down a bit here. But you don't really want to pay for it because you want to get the kitchen things into Garrick here in the next couple turns. How many rounds? Oh, that's a good question.
I think it's
We'll
7
have it.
total.
Yeah, I believe 7 total, and this is the 4th one.
So we're about
That's about
halfway
right.
through.
We're almost halfway. Actually, we are halfway, kind of, because we are mid-round 4.
I mean, we just started round 4. Let's be real here. Later rounds though are gonna be quicker as there are just fewer players playing, so that means that there are fewer possibilities of.
Statistically speaking, it is going to be more consistently faster. Statistically speaking. Yeah, we're just going to see kitchen things here come down. And imagine like an uncrop crasher is probably going to be the answer if you want to get in. Or you could go for the Cellared Bug and Raff and try and set up as much of a board to swing in with.
Oh, hey, ho.
Hey, hey!
Hey, Luca, what's up?
Not much. Scrapping out at 8th place.
It's unclear. You might have been 7th.
This is true.
Is there even a way to differentiate in this?
No,
Tournament.
I think there isn't. I think it's 7th and 8th.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's an incredible draw from Wolfgang. Just
Oh,
drawing
nice.
right here in this situation. Pillar of Flame. Just kills the kitchen things. Doesn't
Yeah,
allow
it
it to come back.
Kills it dead forever.
Like your Asset and just curve out really sweet here.
Yeah. Also, Uncrop is always what you want to be play last.
Yeah. Well, not
So-
always. Sometimes you're
Usually.
you can just play in a turn earlier too. But yeah, it's usually the last or second last creature you cast. If you're ahead on board. Of course, if sometimes you're far enough behind and it's just a 3/2 haste. Like if you're in top deck mode, both players. Then it's
Yes.
But yeah, essentially, it is one of the last cards you usually cast. But yeah, you made a really interesting call. I think it was actually a pretty solid call of like expecting a lot of mono red and such aggro. Like we actually saw that last season. We saw a lot of mono red and mono white.
Yeah,
So I think
I think
they-
that the thing that I find interesting is that Zannty. So Luca is essentially you went to level 1, right? Like level 0 was I expect a bunch of red. I need to play a deck that can beat the red decks and hang out with the
green decks.
With the green decks, right? Like the problem is that it was reasonable to expect that the rest of the field would have been on level 0 because that's what happened in past tournament. But this tournament turns out everybody went on level 1. So like it ends up being favored for a player. Like it ends up being good for a player like Zannty, for example, that took the time to go on basically level 1.5. He's not quite on level 2, but his deck has game against the deck that beat mono red. And
yes, I think he's all the way on level 2. Zannty, I talked with him, and he packed this deck expecting green decks mid range.
Yeah.
No, that's what he said as well. And like I think I definitely think that. I think Bant Walk I think was really well positioned choice because it's like it's a green deck that can beat the other green decks quite well. Right. And then I also think like especially like things like fast combo that are very hard to interact with, things like Storm and like Oracle combo. Also really smart choices for the same reason. I like as the two. And I think I'm not sure if I'd expected more mono red than what I did actually expect like at least not sure what Zannty would have brought. But I didn't expect Blahguy to bring anything but black red. That was actually a very big surprise. Blahguy has brought black.
It's also it's also part of a natural variance that
Absolutely.
I came up against the hoof deck, Zannty's hoof deck.
Yeah, that's definitely
had a complete non-game 1.
Yeah.
Because I think my matchup actually is pretty good against Zannty, especially because of the counter spells, of the free counter spells. Much of the reason why decks such as Zannty's beats the other green decks is through the mana acceleration through turn 1 and turn 2. And so having the counter spells that punish having exact mana and counters 1-drops and 2-drops is the kind of counter spells that would put the deck enough behind for the 3/3s for 2 and the 4/4s for 3 to get the job done.
I'm just going to heavily and completely disagree with you there for a bunch of reasons. Firstly, I don't think you want to be spending your first turn. I think the Mental Misstep actually is a great choice. Specifically, Mental Misstep, I think it's a great choice, and I think you're right on that one, actually. Spell Snare, I don't actually think it's that great against him. His 2-mana spells, some of them are definitely really relevant, like Raphaelos and such, but like a lot of stuff, he can just jump to 3 mana plus, if that's what you're arguing. Days, similar, because if you want to spend your time dealing with his mana dork, he probably has plenty of those. And I believe Spellbeard is the last one you're playing. Yes. The problem is
yes. Well, that's mostly relevant against this unless I catch him down on the Planeswalkers, of course.
Especially like a lot, especially Spellbeard and Days can really like they scale badly with when people get a lot of mana. And you know what deck?
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like it's turn 1, turn 2, and anything later than that they are non-spells.
But I think turn 1, turn 2, you don't want to be holding up counter spells, is my opinion. With your deck.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like you're the type of deck that at least how I would have built something along what you did, at least. I still think I would have probably played maybe a couple of counter spells, but I would have played maybe more in the style of Spell Queller kind of counter spells, if you get what I mean.
Oh, yes.
I think Spell Queller would have been great in your deck, like. play Reflector Mages and stuff like that. Restoration Angel Orion. Like just play.
It's a funny thing. I never actually liked Reflector Mage. I can see why people would like it, but I've never had it be a good card in any of my games.
It's just a really good bounce creature. Like it just does whatever you need it to. Now, just to quickly just go back to the match here, just to talk about
Oh,
what's happening.
of course, yeah.
It really feels like a Bailite here. You haven't changed the names of the titles. God damn it! And I look down right because there's a bigger name. Wolfgang is quite ahead here.
I forgot to change the name. Sorry.
But while you can't really the Crater Hoof isn't exactly a good blocker.
It's a 5/5. It's big.
It's a 5/5, but it only blocks one creature. It turns out. Like let's say you play the Crater Hoof here, right? I believe you have the mana for that. Yeah, you do.
Is it 7 mana?
It's 8.
8. Okay, so you took completely tap out.
The
trail.
Yeah, that is exactly 8. But then you're gonna have tapped elves as well, which is kind of awkward.
Yeah, and you pay life for the Misty Raven Forest, which is not where you want to be either.
And you're paying mana for the elves of Deep Shadow as well.
Yeah.
Probably just playing the Elvish, the Sylvan character here and just passing and playing maybe the Crater Hoof next turn, hoping to win, is probably the best hope you have right now. I believe the Ancrop Crusher is untapping now, so you stop the Beastone from blocking. They then jump your Ancrop, they block your asset that they take 3, 4, 5 damage, I believe. Putting them at 2.
Yes, unless we get any sort of non-creature spell.
Yeah, like literally any land is also 2 damage to the Remnant of Ruins.
Yes.
So
the worst thing he can draw here is a creature without haste.
You could, of course, wasteland the Remnant of Ruins and making a land a dead draw as well. But I think even then, like you're gonna lose your Elves of Deep Shadow, and that's just gonna put you far enough behind that.
You're not gonna be able to cast the Cruel Hoof.
Attack in for. Can you even cast the Crater Hoof the next turn if you sack your wasteland and lose your elves? That's 2, 5, 6 mana. No, you can't actually. So that's the problem, right? If you want to set up your Crater Hoof play, then you can't really lose creatures. If you don't want to lose creatures, well, you're probably going to die to the board state. So you kind of set up.
Wasteland is off the table then.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we're waiting for Wolfgang exactly.
It appears we're not. Are we?
Wolfgang's Thermo's going down currently, at least.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
Maybe he was just like MK for a second. Maybe something happened. That it's not the end of the world. Yeah. Or maybe that's just gonna be.
That does it.
Yeah, you just kill the beast. You swing in with the Exoder Anchor Crasher, and you just go. Do you have a fork?
Yeah.
And if you have,
it bumps the 2 prowess creatures. That's way too much damage.
Yeah. This is definitely not going to be a great situation for Zannty to be in. Yeah, and making a correct choice here from Wolfgang. The awkwardness of clicking attack with everything when you have a creature is that you don't get to choose anything. It doesn't.
Oh yeah, I've lost in cube to that. Just attack with everything, please.
Minor thing here, minor detail, at least in my opinion. It's probably not relevant in this matchup, especially knowing your opponent's list, kinda. But you might as well just separate before attacking, just in case you have something. Especially when the damage is in the form of -1/-1 counters, that makes it even better. Yeah, I can't think of anything you can get here except maybe Dry Arbor, but that should still be lethal. You have 2 blockers.
I always forget that Dryad Arbor has the creature type.
You do go to 1 actually. You can go to 1, but then you probably don't win next turn. You have 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, you could. Oh wait. That might actually have been it. Wait. Was that lethal last turn? How much would Crater Hoof have dealt if they cast it and somehow didn't tap there 1/1? 3, 6, 7. They had to have one of them, so you can only attack with 2. Yeah, that's not lethal then.
It's +4/+4, right?
They did have.
So
They did
that
have.
would.
They could
Huh.
possibly have 1. I think I didn't really do the math. I didn't check what Wolfgang was on. There was a
That's
chance.
interesting.
I'll admit.
As for this match, we're probably gonna see this robber get through.
Yeah, probably. Block with your Daybreak. Daybreak? Devoted Druid. Especially when you get your Fierce Empath and crop rotation going and such.
Interesting that Zannty didn't choose white there.
Yep, straight up. Just kill the Devoted Druid. No real reason to survive. So one awkward thing about Wolfgang's hand right now is that his 2 other threats that he would love to deploy at some point, particularly the Chain Welder, as the Ravager, is a bit awkward if you don't want to discard your entire hand. Is that they kinda have this little thing called being CMC free.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a notable downside. You have an interesting choice here from Zannty's point of view. Do you play the wall and then just kind of pass, maybe with crop rotation up, or do you want to play the Fierce Empath and just use all your mana this turn?
He's hovering over the Eternal Witness, like he's thinking about it.
The Windsweep is definitely also an option. I don't think you want to get the Devoted Druid here. Like you do.
No, you just want to get your 4th land.
No, he wants to devote the Druid. Interesting.
What?
I'm curious. What is the game plan here? Because that's just a card that dies to any shock. If that's the problem.
Yeah.
It is indeed not a mana source, but it's not a mana source that's very good for Chain Welder here.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Chain Welder, but it...
Oh, maybe you have Fierce. No. I was
I
trying to
think
think
it
that maybe
does.
you have a way to get the other piece of the combo and then make infinite mana that way. But
the reason for why this down is that you want to use the Eternal Witness to block here. But I think we just see a shock on the Eternal Witness and an attack. Maybe try and hit a 2-drop off of Zannty's legs.
Yeah, exactly. You want to maximize the robber potential.
Truly, we are robbing. Yeah, I think I would just.
That's exactly what's happening.
Just place a blocker, force them to have the burn spell. Maybe play the crop rotation if they don't. And get like Ice Cradle for the turn afterwards, then E with. And maybe get the Druid at that point, I don't know.
Would you play that? No, he's keeping up the Spear.
Yeah, that makes sense. The 1/1 isn't that important right now. Yeah, we're just gonna see the Wall of Roots and then into the Devoted Druid here. One of the last things about Wall of Roots being that it's due to not being tap based, it's not hindered by summoning sickness, so we can just direct mana so it comes into play. Kind of being a 1 mana dork in that way. Gonna see rules well here.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see.
Zannty expressed interest in keeping the Devoted Druid around by Eternal Witness and back, so whatever he's doing, it incentivizes Wolfgang to hit it first.
We can play the Abbot here, try and attack, see if we find anything of note. We are going to see the Abbot here, maybe hope to hit a mountain here. Or at least a Red Souls of some sort. Well, that's a Red Souls indeed.
Yeah.
And
not the one you were thinking of, but well, Red Souls nonetheless.
Max Ruby making a decent mountain impression here, while being, worth some $1,000 more than normal mountain.
Yeah, so it's actually
the one drop.
It's not weird, but you would actually rather have the mountain here. Because that means that you had the chance to draw the Mox Ruby next turn instead of a mountain. When you have things like prowess. Mox Ruby is usually just a bit of a mountain. Now, it can get hit by things like Night of Autumn, but if they're doing that, honestly, I'm kind of all about that. Oh, yeah, playing 2/1 that's actually quite smart here.
I think I prefer that to keeping up the Royal Eruption.
Yeah, I also do that because Royal Eruption is a sorcery.
Oh, so I thought it was an instant. I thought that card was better than it was.
Yeah, no. I mean,
to be fair,
I'm quite glad they didn't. I want my instant speed, I want my lightning strikes kind of point of view. I'm like, wah.
They try to avoid printing cards that are just strictly better than lightning strike, especially at common, right? We haven't seen one of those in a bit.
It's been a while since.
Like, in which I believe that there is only one card that is strictly better than lightning strike at common.
Incinerate.
That's Incinerate.
Yep. Well, lightning bolt.
Yeah,
And you
okay,
can argue
fair.
that.
Sure. Okay, fair.
I'm British. Wow.
That's strictly better.
It is
Lightning bolt gets countered by.
That is irrelevant to the discussion of whether it's strictly better or not. I'm not being polemic here. That is like strictly better it has a clear definition, and that is just, like, and it doesn't care about what other cards exist in the game of Magic, if that makes sense.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna join.
Well, that's a discussion for a whole nother time. I think you're correct in this case, but I don't think that can be applied generally. In any case, Wall of Roots has now been used a second time, so will now be Royal Eruptionable.
It can be Royal
we might
Erupted.
see.
Yeah, important question here from Evis. Can players agree to intentionally draw a game? I'm gonna say no, unless there's a good unless there's a reason like people know, unless you know specifically this game's gonna end in a draw. Like I know there's no real argument for why. Like you don't get
No,
anything
there
out
is
of
an
draw.
argument for why actually. The argument is that you both mold to 4 and you are like, do you want to just draw this game and go to 7? That is that is the reason.
Also, it is explicitly allowed under normal.
It is normally allowed, but for example, we don't allow people to enter match in a draw.
Yeah.
So I don't want to.
This is actually kind of.
I want to know what the situation is. Basically, I'm going to ask Evius what's going on, and.
Wise.
I actually quite like this play because now you can own up Queen Drawer is only forest. I was going to say you can bounce your mountain and then cast the Searing Blood, but then that's incorrect for 2 reasons, which is more than none. Wow.
Yeah, if Wolfgang had drawn a red source, I would have probably seen him Goblin, Chain Whirler, and then into
I'm not sure why that
Eruption.
Chain Whirler came down pre-combat. Like it just feels like there's no real reason to play pre-combat. Like I get why you want to play it because you want to put on as many threats on the board as possible. I want you to play the Router. You want to be in a position where you don't lose value too much from discarding your hand.
You don't suppose that the Zannty would have blocked if he had not done it?
You're trying to argue that this might be like a bit of a mind game kind of thing?
No, like it was pre-combat, right? So Zannty didn't get to block with the empath.
So maybe you're hoping to make him block your 1/1 and just try and get as much damage as possible, just ignoring the killing the Wolf Roots, possibly.
I
definitely an option. Yeah, I can see that.
I think that's very close. That's not something like I can just make a standing judgment.
Yeah, we just have more burn here. We just swing in. See
Oh
what
yeah.
happens. Yeah, this is just looking like it's really game over. Game over, son.
Game over, man. Game over.
Would you play your burn pre-combat, or at least
I have no real reason to. I can play
pump
Lightning Strike. I can play Lightning Strike and Searing Blood. And that might seem wrong, but like if they block a 1/1 or a 2/2, I can still play the Searing Blood, get in for free damage here.
Sure. And that's enough.
Yep.
All on its own.
Oh, this is plenty damage. What is this? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 15 damage currently.
Yeah. Oh, Searing Blood's also.
And then Worldly Tutor.
I
Dun,
forgot.
dun, dun.
On top with your library.
Powerful. Truly a force of reckoning. Yeah, this is why. Like, this is definitely the downside of like something like Hoof. Like, if you don't have the mana, if you're sitting with like the Enraged Forerunners in your hand,
Yeah,
depending on
you
like
can
how.
definitely draw some cards that don't do anything
Yeah,
if
like,
your opponent
exactly.
is capable of interacting with your mana development, which Mono
Like the advantage.
definitely is.
Yeah, the advantage is that as a green deck, like you can definitely go bigger once you get to that point. But like, if you don't have any like mid game, that means you can have games where you just can't go from the early mana dogs into these 5s and 6s and such. Plus, like this, where we kind of just get stuck on mana.
Okay.
And this was definitely in part due to like I mentioned, like Wolfgang was able to like develop a couple threats, and then just start dealing with the Voter Druid and the Wall. And actually, I guess not the Wall that much, but like the Voter Druid twice, just keep dealing with these threats. So we did have a bit of a problem here on the Simple Man EVO side. They did make some mistakes, so they decided to quote unquote restart the game.
Yeah, they
So
accepted to draw. Like that is
Yes.
actually allowed in tournaments. You and your opponent cannot, like in paper tournaments, you and your opponent can always start the game. What we want to do here is that since the online structure kind of allows you to create the tournament where draws are not gonna happen, like draws of matches, but you can kind of still make it so that you can draw games without draw matches, if that makes sense.
It's technically you are technically able to draw a game of Magic. This is true. It's definitely difficult, and it might
if you
even be a
want
situation where
at the
there's
beginning, if you want to at the beginning of the match, you can shuffle, present your deck, and propose a draw, and then if your opponent accepts, just do the same 7 times.
You can also just play 5. You can play 5 turns in the game and then be like, "You want to draw? Go to a new game." Your opponent
Yeah.
can say yes. Then you could just go to a new game.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, why would you do that? But
someone at that point is winning. But
suddenly we're playing Pogan, just trying to like. Does he have a better hand? Does he have a worse hand? Is this mind games?
Yeah,
he's offering me a draw, so I must be worse than him. But maybe he's just BMing me. If he's offering me a draw, then I must be better than him. But like maybe he's just BMing me.
A suggestion in I think I remember like
maybe
somebody
he's
was
acting
playing
weak.
tournaments with Mono Red, and they were like, if you win game 1 of match 1, you should you can just propose a draw at that point. And then you go into the bracket of people with 1 draw, which is full of slow decks that you can prey on.
Oh shit!
That's dirty. That's dirty.
That was like, I can't tell if there is one of the greatest moments of genius that I have had.
Oh, that's fucking great.
Here, do you suppose it's correct to not accept the trade with that snake? Are you gonna really, from this position, gonna combo off before?
I mean, if you play Birthing Pod now, you can combo off next turn, literally.
No, that's not enough mana.
I believe it is.
Isn't it 4?
Is it 1 mana off? No, it should be exact. So you get Felidar Guardian, then you get Calming Guide, bring it back to Felidar.
Oh yeah, it's only
and then you get the KG, which is exactly 3 mana. Now your opponent did have the Braid, so.
But there was no way to know such.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So
it kind of needs the additional mana here to play like Palace Jailer, but it's probably just gonna see. Oh, we're gonna play the Knight here, perhaps put on some pressure, or we're gonna play the Vesperlark here. Probably playing the Vesperlark. That if it dies, you don't really get that much value out of it, but it's still kind of fine.
On his usual Stompy deck?
Yes. The Stompy deck they were playing for about half the season. Yes.
Yeah.
Might have made some changes to it.
I just wanted to know what deck type to put into the overlay.
But no, they are. And the momentum of the
Zannty is asking for confirmation whether they're playing next round. They won the winners final, correct?
They will not be playing.
Or
You can take a little bit of a break if you want to, Zannty.
Oh, you
if
lost. Right. Then you are playing next round, actually.
Sorry.
he is going to play, yeah, in the losers final.
I thought that the winners... Let me double check on that.
Also, I believe.
What?
Wait, now I have to think. Is this round 4? So yeah, this is the round 4. I had to think that for a second.
This is round 4.
And no,
So
I don't believe this.
There's
I believe.
2 loser bracket games, right?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
I'm
thought.
just-
I
I'm trying
think
to-
that...
And then they play each other, and then I play the
Correct.
winner.
Yeah. The
right.
losers final is gonna be round 6.
So,
Because the
Oh,
loser
okay,
final
sure.
is the last thing that feeds into the grand final.
That's correct.
so I can go leave for like 40 minutes and
You
come
can
back
be
when
gone
I'm
for
back,
you
right?
can leave for like half an hour, 40 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, 40 minutes might be just on the high end. Like 30 minutes is definitely.
I mean, we
if-
still
if
have we haven't
I'm not
finished
back,
even
just
this
PM me,
match.
right?
You can probably
No,
have
exactly.
Worst case
I'm
scenario,
just
if you
gonna
had to
do-
wait for 5 minutes, we'll wait you for 5 minutes. You're like, you know.
I'm just gonna do homework, you know.
It's
Good old
fair.
homework.
I wish
I thought you were
doing
almost
homework
done with
right
the assignment.
Dude, I have another assignment.
You have
finished one
another assignment. That's unfortunate.
I had one assignment, and then I have this big presentation I have to do, and I finished the one assignment. Now I'm working on this big presentation I have to do. So
Ooh,
I'll,
I like it.
don't want
I'm
to
just gonna
derail
quickly
the
interrupt you
conversation. too
guys.
much, but
I'm just
go
gonna
ahead.
quickly interrupt. I really like this play actually from Symbol Man of using the Vesper to get back a Dana Wells here. Really nice play here. Just solid.
Yeah.
Nothing flashy, but just a really solid line of play. Just recognizing that a Prime Mage isn't that interesting right now, and you could Green Suns, but honestly, Vesper just doesn't do enough. Like particularly.
Unfortunately, we are in the latter half of this match.
This is interesting.
Yeah,
This is
chooses
actually a really
not.
interesting turn as well. Just gonna quickly once again interrupt. I'm truly sorry. The interesting choice here of whether or not you kill the Dana Wells with your Glorybringer here. Like you just saw them use the turn on it, but you also have lethal in the air, so I think we're
Can
gonna see
Hippo Campus tap, or can it only untap?
I believe it definitely untaps. I believe it doesn't tap.
Okay.
You were thinking maybe skip a turn, but I think you just play a Palace Jailer here. Yeah, you do risk a hasty creature.
Yeah,
But I think
that's
just
what I
throwing the
was
card
afraid of.
how you win the game right now. We're gonna see
Mhm.
probably 2 free draws coming down here, I imagine.
Mm.
Crimson Iron Giant, does it get haste? No. The end.
Death touch. Not the most important.
I kind of like the idea of actually just going to parry bounce. Is an option here, definitely. Could also go Breaching Hippocamp instead. That is basically free mana. Because I think you want to get rid of this Ravager here, actually. And then perhaps set up for the Prime Mage on Prime Mage Palace Jailer, just double block on like the Crystalline Giant, probably. Then again, that's a 2 for 1. But I don't think you're afraid of
Why
losing value
not
right now.
just sacrifice the?
I mean, that's the thing is that's free mana. I guess you could like Green Suns in it for 1-drop then. But then like you're trump blocking the Aegis Ravager, because I think you need to deal with a Ravager right now. That card
Sure,
is ready
sure.
to roll some like
Is Simple
1 or 2
Man
cards each turn.
running? Let me just see.
Are you thinking? I think for Green Suns targets.
Yes.
I can't particularly think of anything that's really good here. You might, if I don't think there's any like particularly like free falls or something that you can
Well,
get here off the top of my
Rex
head.
Stage can actually deal with the giant, which is possibly a lethal threat next turn.
Yes, but
The problem with this once again is
Symbol
like I
does
think you
not
don't deal with the
run
Ravager here. I
Reclamation
think Ravager's a
Stage.
bigger threat, personally. I think I'm more afraid of the Ravager. Like they're both free freeze, right?
Well, the thing is, the Golem could get flying next turn.
It could get flying. True.
It also Trample is also pretty bad. Means you have to have
Hexproof is
2
also
blockers.
bad.
Hexproof would be real bad. That's always the
Yeah.
one I'm the most scared of.
You're definitely making some fair arguments there. And I do agree. If we're going for an answer for the Crystalline Giant, getting a probably not a reg stage, but a Knight of Autumn. Wait, that's already in graveyard actually.
Knight of Autumn is in the graveyard, and Reclamation Stage is
This is
in
actually
the,
this
in
is the line I was gonna go for. I was gonna double block. Yes, it has Dev Touch. Yes, it could
Yeah.
get flying and I can lose, but I think I need to be a bit like
Sure.
risky.
This means that flying's the only lethal option.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Actually, I was gonna say Death Trample was also lethal.
No,
no.
with 2 creatures.
That was one. That was only 1 damage.
It gets a +1/+1 counter, the original counter.
Interesting choice. Chooses to jump block instead. I think that's correct. I was thinking double blocking.
Well, the thing is, the Quasali Prime Mage can deal with it next turn anyway.
Yeah, but like if you lose 2 creatures either way.
But this way, you have an additional blocker for the next turn.
Ah, true. Yeah, you're jump blocking. Yeah, good point. Unless they get hexproof, because haha. I think we'll get down like just probably
Or
like
you
as
could
many creatures.
Savines here for the Night of
Savines
Autumn.
will. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. I was thinking Savine for the Vespelar because that gives you just a ton of jumpies, blockers, giving you plenty of time. Was my initial thought, but I think your line of getting Night of Autumn here is noticeably better than mine. And then probably play the voice, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is that we are currently not dealing with the Ravager, but I don't think we can try and do that anymore.
Yeah.
We don't really have any removal creatures we can get currently. Except the Palastrator, but that's in the graveyard, and the only way to get that back is like Ewid right now, with the green stuff, and then we can't cast it, and then we're so far behind the board that it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I think you're right. I think recommendationing the Knight here, I'm playing the
voice.
Yeah. This is actually quite interesting. You could also just kind of pass the turn. Just leave up your mana, because you could cast both your sorceries next turn. You can even wait on the reclamation here. I don't think that's a good. I don't think there's a good reason to do so. But like, you could. You could like flash in a Pestamite and tap instead. That's actually a line. That's actually also a line. Tap the Ravager with a Pestamite and then sack the
Pestamite? How would you?
With Savines.
Oh yes, you can instant speed.
So that's a way of making sure that Andrew's Ravager actually didn't attack.
Also, Green Sun, if you need to, can get any sort of flyer or such.
Ah, yes, all my green flyers. I mean, you have some.
Are they running Codal?
Yeah, Codal. True, but I think you kill. I think if you go with my line, I think you sack the Quasali now, and then you play the Death Ride and you pass, and then on your bonus turn you then Savines and get the Pessamite, tapping down the Ravager. I think that's the line you go for if that's your game plan.
Yeah.
Because I think you just want to
create a bigger not to do that.
Yeah, does opt to keep the sorcery speed. That means, ooh, that's big. That's a really big deal.
Yeah.
It's not to play it. It seems. Oh, it's at least. Was for a moment.
While I'm not sure if it's necessarily correct, it's also just Savine's Reclamation. Get a land, sack the Quasali Prime Mage to kill the giant. Definitely doesn't play around hexproof by any means. But it's a line. If you want to go down that route.
But I mean, I would do something right here.
I actually kind of don't hate the idea of next turn just play a land, play a Death Ride, plus a Teferi and on my opponent's turn. Wait, is Teferi only sorceries from hand actually?
No, sorcery spells as though they had flash.
Yeah.
Because you could next turn play like Death Ride and you land, and just pass, and then on your opponent's turn, flash back the Reclamation, get Pestamite, get Vespelark, try and force your opponent to make some reach creatures. Particularly if it's after they attacked. You're gonna get the Pestamite here.
Yeah, so it means that flying is not lethal. So,
which is a curious decision. That means they prioritize just if I'm jumping in with the boys here, which makes a lot of sense. They want the like 4/4 plus creature. Ooh, trample. I guess I guess that's kind of awkward. Guess we just block with everything here.
Yeah.
Well, at least we get 2 creatures off the board. but it's going to be a free token with some ability and a voucher threatening us now. And we have a tiny bit of a problem of establishing a boss state here that can actually bring us back in the game currently.
Yeah, Savine's is 5 to flashback or 6?
5, I
5.
believe.
No,
So that's a plan for next turn, I think.
I mean, that's definitely an option. I think the question is, are we going to try and win with a combo?
Oh
and if not,
yes, Death Touch plus Trample
good point, yeah,
means
Death Touch
2
just makes
damage
it
goes
relevant.
over.
True.
Yep.
Blah with the deep
Yeah.
rules knowledge.
Yeah. So let's see, what games do we have in the losers bracket currently?
I think we're done with this round.
How do we?
Yeah, the other one
Blahguy,
was Brahms
Brahms
versus Blahguy, and
Didn't we have 2 games?
this is the other game in the losers bracket. The
Oh.
game in the winners bracket was Zannty versus Wolfgang.
I forgot. I just figured it was Evios because I hadn't seen him on camera, but which actually, when you think about it, means he should be in the losers bracket because we should have seen him in the winners.
We're gonna see him now because Blahguy versus Evios is the game that we have going on for next round. So yay, I guess, question mark.
Not so much yay for our 2 fresh new losers.
Yeah, we have 2 more people that they got eliminated. Brahms and Cymbalman. I do want to thank both of them for playing in the finals. The 4 players that are still live are Blahguy, Zannty, Wolfgang, and Evios. These players will all get prizes. So that is how that is going to work out. The loser of round 5, which is the losers of round 5 and the loser of round 6 will each get $10 in the forms that we had discussed earlier. And so basically either 10 Magic Online ticks or a $10 gift card to the big retailer of their choice. TCG Player, Star City Games, Channel Fireball, Card Kingdom, or Magic Card Market. The loser of round 6 will and then we'll have the grand final where the loser will get $20 in the same form and the winner will get 50. The grand finals will be played best of 5 with the loser, the person coming in from the loser's bracket essentially started down a game. So
yes, correct. I did actually misspeak on that behalf. I said it was going to be 2 games. That was a misspeaking on my behalf.
Yeah.
Right there. You have to win 1 additional game as coming from the loser's bracket. This is done to not completely make the advantage of just being slightly more lucky and going through the winner's bracket than the loser's bracket too much of a big deal, but also not punishing you for actually doing well and going through the loser's bracket. The winner's bracket, where you actually have won all the games.
Mm.
So we got a very interesting match coming up here. I'm wondering who actually has the advantage, because we have an aggro deck versus a control combo deck. But
Well, I might call it aggro. It's more mid-range stomp, a beat down. Like, it's not. I mean, it's not like mid-range in the kind of like the Absent, Jeskai, that kind of mid-range, but it's mid-range in the. It's kind of a stompy deck. It's not like mono red aggro, right?
Yeah, it's closer to like
medium.
medium Groll.
Yeah,
It's close
I'd
to
describe
medium
it
deck,
as
absolutely.
medium.
Yeah,
It's medium. It doesn't really do the whole haha mana crypt and such. much. But
It's still running Mana Crypt and 2
Yeah.
Moxen, so it can do the
absolutely,
haha
like
Mana
it has
Crypt.
those draws. Don't get
Yeah.
me wrong.
Or can
But it's
do
not the main
haha
game
2
plan.
Moxen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely more on the side of what do you call it? It's definitely beatdown deck, but it's not quite as it's more resilient to like other green decks than something like mono red can be.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also like, how should I put it? Trying to find the right words, but I can't, so I'm singing instead.
They have more removal than, say, medium green,
Yeah.
but
I do-
still have the aggressive beatdown that the medium decks have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna really need the aggressive beatdown in this match.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is just a question about who goes quickest, like usually. And from like, I believe this is Blahguy, correct? If I remember correctly, who's playing? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Blahguy's plan is just to ignore probably anything that isn't a quick enough beater when it comes to countering it, and then just otherwise setting up the combo. Because like they're not out controlling this. They have planes. Your opponent has planeswalkers. Like they have plenty of good cards. Thundering Rebuke, not a great card. Flames on Kavu, actually also a quite bad card.
Yeah.
This might look like a fine hand usually, but if you know
Turn
the matchup,
one
you might
Robber of
actually
the
straight up
Rich.
mulligan.
I
Oh, look at this! It's 8th August, baby.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out looking in
Woo!
their list. This
Hey,
Aether Gust is
look.
going to do a lot of work.
8th August, like
Someone's playing Aether Gust.
yeah.
Yep.
I
Honestly,
mean,
like,
honestly,
Some sick
It was a
tech.
week or two ago that I mentioned that.
honestly, I don't
Black
even
Thing-
think it's that sick. Like is that crazy? Like I would have definitely put it there.
No.
Going into this final,
Man.
I think that if I was on a deck that could cast the Either Gust, I would have definitely put the
Yeah.
Gust in.
It would have been
It's-
crazy at last season's
I wouldn't have
finals
thought of
when
it, but,
everyone
like,
turned
I
weapons
would have,
active.
like, I'm not the type of person who would have came up with the idea of playing it because I'm usually not that great at coming up with those kind of ideas. I'm more in the, oh, I'm gonna play this 2-mana remove spell or this 1-mana remove spell. That's both fine, kind of guy. I'm not the one who's gonna be like, yes, I will play Celestial Purge in my main deck because it's good there. Like that's not usually my line of thought.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is definitely a card that if you went to me in, like, if I was preparing instead of say Wolfgang in his place, and I was like, oh, yeah, so you're playing a blue deck, right? Yeah. So you're playing Ithagos, right? And I'd be just sitting there like,
Huh.
let me just this 1 second. I'm playing Ithagos.
Yeah. The thing is if you look at all the lists, other than the
Like
actual
the only
deck that
deck
they're
it's dead
playing,
against is his own deck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only deck where it's dead. So yeah, I mean,
Like-
good job. It's,
And even like
Like,
even the decks
also-
where like
like
Apparently
even
we
the four-color
forgot to
decks, and
tell
even
them
those
they
is
can
really
go.
relevant
oh,
because like they are
I
very
am
green based.
so sorry.
I've told them.
Is this the second or third time this evening?
No, well, this has happened. The problem that happened there was that I was kind of waiting for like we had this issue where Blahguy was I was waiting on Blahguy's to share his hand, and then it got fixed, and then I saw them perform game action, so I assumed they had started, and we
Yeah.
were just waiting on the hand.
So this is actually quite interesting. Leading with the Sensei Divine Top. Usually, if you don't have any particularly important one drops, you would go with the Temple. But I actually really like the choice of playing the Sensei Divine Top when you have the Temple, because that allows you to top, leave something you don't want to top, and then scribe on the bottom with the Temple when you feel like you have the time to do that.
So interesting thing is that they're going to be high rolling with Robber the Rich.
Sure
Like
is.
there is some cards that if you just exile them with the Robber of the Rich, it makes
Actually,
it
no,
very
Yeah,
because
but they're
hard.
not gonna
that's
exile
not
any
true.
card with Robber of the Rich.
Blahguy
this
is on the
turn.
mulligan, so they're actually neutral, so it's not going to be top deck
yeah.
right now.
That is true.
Yeah, so I'm actually curious to see if we just see if it's just going to be a play Baral turn here, because that's definitely going to be punished. They don't know it, and I probably wouldn't expect it. I'd probably just be more than happy to play it, assuming I don't see anything. There is the choice to just go top and then Temple.
I think
But no,
with
it seems like we're
since
going to get Baral down here. Makes sense.
I think
Yeah.
no, they're just a pass. I think with the top, just leaving up Aether Gust here is actually probably a good
Perfectly
combo
valid.
plan. Like
Yeah,
you
and
even
like
put
your opponent's not
robber
gonna cast
on top.
anything prior to combat. That robber isn't even gonna like really hurt you.
Mm-mm.
Are you really gonna hurt me? Are you really gonna make me cry? See, this is one of the things, like, I did
I'm not
mention that
familiar
I
with
like
that
some of the
song.
choices, like playing Avacus in Blahguy's list. I also think the choice of Crying Canarium definitely is an interesting choice. Not necessarily correct, as it's turned out, I think. But especially if Mono Red had more of a presence, I think it would have been a really great choice.
Well, if we're
I
looking at
don't
the
like the fact that
other,
he's not playing white removal like Swords and Path. Like,
yeah,
and I'm
It-
also not too big on something like Mystic Confluence. I think it's a fine card usually, particularly if you have things like blue control decks and so similar. But here, like, it's turn 5, we should probably be attempting to combo. There aren't really any decks where you have the time, except like maybe Bailite. And even Bailite can put on some pressure.
yeah.
Often,
I am
between them.
saying that Cry of the Carnarium, like looking at the additional matches that they might have today against Hoof and Knee, Cry is going to be fairly good. So
Yeah, Hoof just losing all their mana dogs, pretty big.
yeah, we did see something similar with that I did with Chain Whirler, but
Oh, yeah.
Ah, Chainy Whaley.
Yep.
And then yes, it is gonna also hurt Mono Red a good bit.
I
Presumably,
get blown
really
out by
the
that
reason they would
chain
put it in
whirler in your
usually.
deck so often.
I'm curious to see if we're gonna see the Barol keep up Adagust here, because we did choose to keep up Adagust last turn.
Yeah.
So I feel like not doing it this turn again just kind of feels like a mistake.
Yeah, I think
And if
playing
you do so, why not just play the untapped land first? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I mean, you still have priority, so you don't really, it doesn't really make a difference, but you might just fuck up somehow, I guess.
Yeah, I misclicked the land, I guess. This Flame Tongue Cavu is definitely going to get gusted.
Yeah. And then probably deprived of any existence. Assuming it's going to get cast next turn.
Next turn, it's probably going to be a dragon coming down, so that's probably what's going to get deprived.
Yeah, that's what I imagine as well.
Yeah. The nice thing about deprive is you can rebuy your
Deprive and Mystic
temple if you want.
Confluence being really awkward here together. Actually, if you draw an untapped mana source, you can just Mystic Confluence and draw 2 instead. Yeah, no reason to not block here.
Yeah.
At least, unless you're afraid of, like, I don't know, Mox burns for one.
Mutagenic growth.
Mutagenic growth, exactly what we expect of a list that you actually have access to. I don't think that's even a good singular reason for to attack there, beyond maybe you hope for them to make a misclick.
Yeah, there isn't actually a mutagenic growth in this list. The only thing you'd be scared of is like a Mox post-combat.
Yeah. And at that point, like, why? Yeah, I think you just play the... Oh, wait, no, don't play the temple. You played the temple.
I think they might be planning on depriving and then rebuying the temple to get
if you do
an
this
extra
line,
scry.
I think if you want to go down the deprive line, I want to Sensei Mining Top first, and then throw something away with the temple.
I think they knew what was on top from before.
That could be the case, but I don't remember.
So they were probably
when
putting something to the bottom there.
So
now,
this is a really
interestingly,
question,
not
like,
holding up
this
the
is what's saving.
confluence here.
This is actually kind of good, because if they were holding up Confluence, that means that there was a chance that Brawl would die and any other thing they would try to cast is just gone.
Yeah, they're gonna activate the village here and just try and kill in short order.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
This does mean that Blahguy might have thought that Brawl had a high chance of dying, so that playing the Temple this turn means that they have Mystic Confluence the next turn.
Yep, we're just gonna top here, maybe see if we can find anything to EOT. I'm curious to see if we see a crack of the Fiery Islet here. I think you kind of want to keep it around for a turn more, particularly because of the Confluence.
Yeah, you're going to be keeping that Islet around, at least for a couple turns.
Yeah.
The thing
like,
is
that like you really need to find some sort of piece to combo immediately.
Yeah.
You are kind of desperate now. Urbog is definitely not a piece of the combo, but it does save you from taking Fiery Islet damage.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. That's real.
When you're at 8 is probably quite relevant.
Quite relevant. Help me. Help me. This is curious. Okay, if you play that land, that kind of makes me assume you want to cast the 5-drop. And even then, couldn't you just play a tap land?
I think they're going to probably plan on cycling that land later.
Yeah,
I don't think
well,
they're...
That's one option. Another thing is perhaps just playing around like days. Which I do believe we actually have from Blahguy as well.
Yeah, we do have
does make
days,
sense.
and we also have...
Well, I'm curious to see which creature we play here, because like they both have the same clock, more or less.
I think you play the Thundermaw first.
I agree.
Both
because it's more damage, making fetches awkward if it resolves.
It also means that if they can deal with Robber, it means that Treetop is also a lethal attacker next turn.
Agreed. And also in the case of like if they have your opponent actually draws a threat, you can just kind of kill it with the other dragon.
Yeah. I think you actually value Glorybringer more than Thundermaw, and that's why you want to run out Thundermaw first.
Exactly. Oh no, we're actually just gonna see a Treetop village attack.
They're planning to cycle this turn.
Yeah. So I wondered, would you just bounce, draw, or would you bounce, draw, or just triple draw here, maybe? Of course, this depends on what you have on top, but like...
Yeah, I'm going to guess bounce, draw.
Yeah, because I feel like that's just an extra turn, most likely.
Yeah.
Yes, they can play the... They can't even play the Treetop, actually, so that doesn't make it really awkward for them to attack. And it feels like... I think with the way your opponent's playing, you probably expect them to not really have too many cards in hand they can play. Like it feels like they're just attacking with Treetop when they should be playing threats or something.
I think that Evios is pretty on Blahguy having a counter.
Yeah.
So
I mean that makes sense. Like that's how they've been playing. They've been playing 5 mana on tap. Like if they don't have it, I'd be surprised. It looks like it's just bounce, draw.
Yeah, they're definitely
clearing. You want to get out of like a bad situation with the Sensei running top, which would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think you tap top here. Okay, I think you need to.
Or spin the top?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you just drew 2 lands. You're gonna bounce at lands at some point. You're probably also gonna end up cracking this fiery islet this turn or next turn either, depending on what you draw.
Ooh. That's
That's also a way to shuffle your top in case it's something you don't really want to get. Either a part of your combo or get something like a cryptic if you really need to.
And the thing is, because you have the islet, if you really need
also
something
pretty good. Wait, no, you can't get Snapcaster. What am I talking about?
Thing is, I'm just looking at the list here.
Yeah, so this is definitely an interesting turn. You're probably gonna... One nice thing is that after you Mystical Tutor, you can still top afterwards if you really want to try and find something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, just gonna see the cycle here. I think it's an interesting choice to only draw 2 there. Not necessarily correct, not necessarily incorrect, just very interesting. And this is where you like get punished for not like being able to like double spell. That just means that your opponent gets to continually just counter. I could also just see like Mystical Tutor, crack Fiery Islet, counter this turn. Believe you have the mana for that exactly? Yep, you do.
Yeah, I think with their hand being so many high drops, I think they are not really in a position to double spell with the like the average CMC of their deck.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Like you can't really. There's times where you get to double spell, and not counting things like mana dogs usually. Notably, I really like not getting the top the temple back here. Yes, you can take further with the temple, but if you're gonna be cracking the Fiery Islet, which you likely will, then that's just kind of awkward.
What's your call on this mystical?
Why are you mystical tutoring now?
I mean, my argument just got a mystical tutor.
To have less cards in hand, so Robber doesn't trigger.
Actually, Consultation is an interesting choice. I was thinking either get DT or Tainted Pact, I guess would also make a lot of sense.
Yeah. The Mystical Tutor there is just to avoid the Robber trigger.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Unless you know what's on top. You could actually just top instead, just put something bad on top. Use that as a way to just kind of go, haha, nice
Hello
job.
there, demonic consultation.
I would actually love to do that, just abuse it that way. But then again, if we're mystical tutoring anyways, that doesn't really make much sense.
Spinning top, trying
Actually,
to
no,
hide.
we could mystical tutor, then top, then put a card I don't want to give it to them.
Yeah, like
Boom.
you top a land. You can play the crazy mind games.
Actually, make them remove a card.
Yeah.
From my top.
Yeah.
I would actually.
Muddle is huge here.
So this is interesting because you die actually if you just transmute it, and you also kind of die if you don't. This is kind of just a turn too slow. Like if this had been the land,
do you
point,
just have to like
we
consult for something? Is that
yeah,
what,
we need like 2 more mana like right now that we just don't have.
Just consult for Mana Crypt. It's fine. Never mind that Mana Crypt is not in their deck, and if they actually spew the consult on a real card, then they can't win anymore.
If you're afraid of like, there's always the like there's always the plan of demonic consultation, fastest oracle. Please be the bottom.
Yeah, I was just about to say. There is also the thing of they might have something on top because they did spin top. They put Muddle into their hand.
Yeah, they have to survive either a treetop activation or a haste creature here, from their knowledge. So basically, they have to survive 1 more creature. But the thing is, they also want to somehow. They have to both either just stall an additional turn, but they also have to set up land drops in the meantime. Like, it's kind of awkward here, this situation. What land did they play for turn?
The island that they had returned with Deprive.
Makes sense.
Oh, they're consulting for something.
Oh, are they going? Fuck it, I'm gonna die otherwise.
I think they might have
that
realized
might be it.
that.
Or are they looking for maybe something that can save them? I need a hero. Da 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 da.
It's gotta be fast and it's gotta be fresh from the fire. I need a hero.
I think the only thing that keeps them alive here.
What just happened? Did we say top activation correct?
I think so.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna see a consultation here, naming Fast Oracle, and just going YOLO. I can't think of anything else we're gonna see here. Maybe a remove spell / counter spell card, but that just raises even more questions. I guess you can still win that way, but it's.
That's the card I thought they were gonna name, Collective Brutality.
Oh.
This keeps them alive on board, but they're dead to what's in their hand.
Yeah. Actually, not quite. You kill the creature here and gain 2 life. You go to 6. Then you take 5. You go to 1. So you're not actually dead. However, then you probably die the following turn. Just a statistical observation.
The only way Yeah, they're done.
Oh.
So we're going to game 2 here.
Yeah.
Very quickly. What do we got here?
This definitely feels like an EVO's favorite matchup. Like, you can't keep answering the things. You have to, this is an interesting hand from Blahguy. You have a rule spell, the bounce spell, half your combo, but you also have a card like Jace the Mind Sculptor, which if you get to the point where you can cast it, it's great.
Yeah, I think that
I hear that Jace the Mind Sculptor is a powerful magic card.
Look at this great hand from EVOs. Cradle sucks. Yep.
Yeah.
See, the funny thing is, if this Oracle had been like Tainted Pact or even Demonic Consultation, this could actually be setting up for a win.
Yeah.
Let's go with Demonic Consultation, admittedly. That one's quite risky. You kind of have to name some things that if you do that.
This is a very slow hand from our EVOs. It is a mull to 5. Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for.
Yep, I
the
agree.
DOTR.
Yeah, and you probably. Oh, actually, I would have loved to play the marsh flats there.
I think you
Because there's
want
a chance I want to get a tap land depending on what my opponent does. I can honestly just see Fatal pushing this.
Yeah.
Or even more likely Brazen borrowing it. Because I think turn 3 I want to keep up. Actually, what am I even doing on turn 3? Casting Brazen borrow perhaps? I don't know. Or maybe I just leave the Nether Wells alive, assuming that my opponent's just gonna have enough mana. But they went turn 1 tap land, turn 2 tap land. That's not really terrifying exactly.
One of the things I might do here is go Brazen Bar bounce the elves. Then
Yeah,
you
and then
can
just
turn
next turn.
after. Like if they play 2 threats, you can Seam Game Stormcaller push and just.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with your line there. Again, I think you should play the fetch. Not necessarily Krag this time around though.
Oh. I think
because you can get a tap land if you don't need to really do anything.
I think that this Jace in their hand is actually going to be doing a lot here.
Yeah, I agree.
Are they running the triumphs?
Evios or Blahguy?
Blahguy.
I don't believe so.
No.
They're instead playing budget duels, so you can't get just about any duel hand that's in your colors.
Yeah.
Okay, farmland, that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
More basic lands. Yeah, I can just kind of see. I don't hate just playing the Jace here and kind of just going yeehaw.
Yeah, like
brainstorm. You could even bounce it if you really feel.
You can't bounce the druid.
Oh right, yeah, hexproof. God damn it. Why don't more people should be playing Paradise Druid? I think than they do in like decks. Ugh. Oh, this is bad.
No
This is just bad. Haha, we can play Oracle and get rid of it. Oh wait. That might actually not be a completely unlegitimate plan.
Yeah,
somehow.
Oracle bottom them, use Jace to bounce Oracle back to hand.
Just win with Jace instead. Unless it gets killed with a bad treated village or something here, of course.
You could just tick up Jace on yourself.
Ooh, the place. And it's actually not something I've heard of in a while. If ever. Yeah, we're gonna see a Jace getting killed here, I imagine. 4 mana brainstorm. Truly some powerful magic. Also gain 3 probably. Yeah, there's gonna be some awkward turns if you don't want to play the. This is actually really interesting. I actually think that you want to wait with playing the Brazen Borrower at this point. I think you want to find a turn where you can Brazen Borrower alongside the Seagate Oracle. And just kind of like actually try and play a. You might just actually let this resolve a next turn on tap, and just bounce both permanents probably.
Yeah, worst case scenario, if Giant does get haste, you can just.
Worst case is it gets hexproof actually.
Oh, are they bouncing it now?
Oh, I guess they have greater plans for the Stormcaller. Or they just want to have a Brazen Borrow and play immediately, which, you know, that's perfectly fair.
Yeah.
In that case, I don't actually think EUs will be attacking. Not necessarily because the opponent can block and just trade, but
they can't actually block because Brazen Borrower can only block creatures with flying.
I know, but I think you want to keep up your braid. Or just play the Scavenging, because that makes sense too. I think this is definitely something you've got to counterspell.
Ooh, they didn't.
Oh. Are you gonna race?
Maybe your opponent mulliganed. You don't have much on top.
You just gotta have lands on top. Admittedly, you're now in the brainstorm territory, but like you have a 2/1 in hand. That's pretty much just a 2/1 because you don't have any things to cast with it currently. Although you do have kicker mana, but cute. You can't cast anything afterwards. You can cast spell whatever comes down. But you're still facing a 3/3 Scavenging Ooze and a Traitor Village and a 2/1.
Yeah, not countering the ooze there was very
Very
perplexing.
surprising, and I don't like it. Yeah, like
There's no reason to not
just turned
attack
out
with
to be
Crazy.
really awkward that you had to sack your fetch and then you just hit really badly off the brainstorm. Like no searching, no nothing. Just
Yeah, there's
didn't
no
have
reason
anything
to...
at all. Yeah,
I'm surprised
frankly,
they...
I think you just let this resolve and just kind of realize that we're not winning that way. And then you just counter this.
Yeah, you got it.
Honestly, I think the Scavenging Goose is a bigger threat than the Crystalline Giant.
I'm surprised they braided the Brazen Borrower.
DT, easy.
No DT this time, my friend.
Would have been pretty easy. Or literally any part of the combo, like as any combo piece, like would have just been a win there.
It's very interesting that this Verdant Catacombs was one deep past the Brainstorm.
Yeah, that really sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That means you had to draw like an additional card that you didn't want to see.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that Blahguy can use to get out of this now that with the Seagate in hand, but it's just they're drawing nothing.
Oh, absolutely! Like there's plenty live draws, cantrips and such. Like, yeah, they're gonna swing in for presumably. Oh, I thought they were gonna actually eat the Lennon Wells and the Crystalline and then play the Crater Maker, but I guess not. At least, or at least eat one of them, because like you're not keeping too much of a Crater, are you? Oh no, not Duress. Oh. Yeah, Blahguy just.
Running at the Seagate as a
Yeah,
blocker.
makes sense. Like at this point, you kind of just forced to. Your opponent's gonna eat 2 cards. Probably not really feeling the need to kill a 2/1. Unless it actually kind of looks like they're scared now. I think you have to get lucky here with the Oracle.
I think I think they have lethal next turn.
I mean, yes, they do. Like, even this turn, you can crack the Crater Maker, kill the Seagate, activate a Scooze once. That's 6 damage on board. You activate the treetop, that's lethal. So unless you play the Oracle here, you're actually dead on board.
Yeah.
And you should know that. Admittedly, it's going to be a hard game to come back from.
Yeah.
That Jace plus just finding just, what was it, 2 lands and what? Counterspell, right?
Yeah.
Definitely not what you're looking for. Like, this is it. Like any aggressively slanted deck, you can really punish people for just not having the things in the right time.
Yeah.
And I think this was a game where you just had to be aggressive and just kind of like, not aggressive in the try and raise kind of manner, but just aggressively just stunting them. Stunting EVs, give yourself the most time.
Yeah, you're playing a lot closer to tempo than hard control because your opponent does have big threats that are just going to.
That was a critical, man. That was actually quite good draw. Those some quite good draws actually coming up.
Oh, that hurts so bad.
Nothing that would win the game, good, but like.
I think there is an interesting line that wasn't taken where there is a couple times where you could have just played the Oracle to clear the top or to get a better draw or something. And
definitely.
I think, yeah.
But that said, if you do that, then you kind of like throw away your quick win and just give your opponent like chance to just keep playing lands and threats.
Yeah, I think after the Jace died, if I was in that position, I probably would have played it because you know that you're not drawing the combo anytime soon, and you have a lot of beats coming in.
So I believe we have our last game, our losers final, that is referred to usually, between Evius and Wolfgang, if I'm correct.
No.
No, that's
no.
That is Evius and Zannty. Wolfgang is done until the grand finals.
I switched around who won the winners final there.
Yeah.
And then we have Wolfgang against who wins the losers final.
Yep.
There we go.
I'm crossing my fingers for Zannty in this match because I think
That is your preferred matchup.
Avios is going to beat me up.
Yeah, it's going that tad bit bigger. Just
yeah. I've played
bigger,
against
better.
this
You do have the
list a
advantage
couple
though
times.
of being up a game, and I don't think like either matchup is so bad that
No.
the extra game is definitely an advantage in your favor.
I think that like I am favored against Zannty. I think it's a much closer against Evios, with even maybe a little favored on their side. But
no, I agree. If I think optimally for Wolfgang's point of view, Blahguy had won this one, and then Blahguy had won against you. Because then I think probably that is the deck you want to be up against.
I think
Oracle
my hoof
least
match
scary.
is actually better than my Oracle matchup.
Oh, you actually do? Interesting.
Yeah, because the thing about hoof is their density base deck, and the way my deck is built currently is punishing those ones that want to have that board state, because I'm trying to just push through damage. Hard control decks, I kind of made some concessions on my list this tournament against hard control because I didn't feel it was going to be highly represented. So
And
stuff
you
like
have been correct more or less every week.
Yeah, so like things
Actually,
like
every week.
Eidolon a Great Revel is not in my list this week because I'm not thinking a lot of blue spell decks are actually going to be here. We did have one, but it luckily was on the other side from me.
I can definitely feel like just me today. I've definitely felt low on energy, and I kind of think I know why. I actually ran like a quarter marathon earlier today, like an hour's time. So I'm like just kind of like mentally like stagnated, and I can feel that. Just being like mentally slow.
Yeah, but on the other hand, like, you know, this is gonna be this was always gonna be a longer broadcast, right?
Yeah,
so,
like we started
conserve
like
your energy.
around 18. So that's
I'd rather have you at like as consistent 6 the whole time than like start
I
at an
feel like
8 and
I'm
then
kind
you
of like
run out
at
of gas.
I mean, I'm at a 6 right now, honestly.
Yeah, no, you're doing fine. I wasn't.
I'm not saying I'm not doing fine. Like it's just being quiet. I feel like. Not like bad quiet, but like
chill. We're chill.
Chill, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Chill point.
Hugo.
I'm back.
Hello.
All right.
Evios already made a game, so.
He back, he attacked, but most importantly, he win. I don't know. I tried to come up with something. I couldn't. And I just went with something that made solid sense. I don't know.
Well, we got the Battle of the Dorks here. Two dork. Well, no.
Are you calling Zannty and Devious dorks?
Wow.
No.
That is uncalled for.
You guys know what I meant.
Yeah. You called someone
we
a dork.
absolutely
How
do.
rude.
When has that stopped us from giving shit to anybody?
Please, you clearly haven't met me properly, at least.
Okay.
Oh, this is a snap key from Evious. Like, do you need anything else but an electronic tomato? No. Done. Move on. Just pray speak.
Like,
if this was 2 colorless lands, I would argue keeping this, but
it's like a normal tomato,
no.
but electronic. I don't understand why you would want anything.
See, I told you it was a keep.
Comparatively, yes, but what do we got here from?
I'm psychic. Or something. I don't know. 1 land.
7/0 land 6.
-1/5? Question mark? Am I calling a joke here?
I think it's going to be 7 land, 5.
Oof.
That's a keep.
But how though? How do you have 7 lands in your 5 card hand? I know what you mean, but like.
Very carefully.
Oh, hand Zannty. Jesus Christ! Look at this hand. Speaking of that, you have remove spells now. Jesus Christ.
Well, we don't know what Zannty's hand is because.
Okay, actually, how I would mulligan.
Okay, there you go. We now. Oh.
I mulligan. I'll probably mulligan this Domri. Like, I have no creatures.
I would. The thing is, I would probably throw away the Perforos and the Chandra.
I think the Chandra is the one I would keep, actually. Like, Rex Sage doesn't feel that interesting.
I think you just keep
I would just play a game where I try and kill all the mana donks. And then eventually hope to land a Chandra.
Yeah, the problem...
Doesn't require 2 lands, notably.
Yeah, I think you definitely keep the Domri just because you are short on mana, and just having something that gets you from 3 to 4 is probably really important with such a high CMC in your deck. It also does give you the option of getting double green. That does not kill that druid. I actually think that Zannty's gonna pull away from here.
Because you have what, 5 mana currently? So getting a 4-3 ain't bad. But you can be greedy and just go, haha, I'll get a line drop.
I think
that's not the correct math, by the way. Just reference.
I think you
just fair warning.
Yeah, what is I don't think they have much.
I'm just memeing about how much mana you make with this leyline.
Yeah, like the only 5-drop that...
right? Actually, pretty notably, I believe it's the what is it, the one that makes black mana and with price of 1 life is
Deep Shadow.
Deep Shadow, correct?
Yeah,
I believe that was the one that had a hand, correct? Which notably doesn't work with a ley line.
I think
they
that
have
no. Elves of Deep Shadow absolutely works with leyline.
No,
Death Shaman doesn't work with leyline.
No, have you read leyline?
No, it does work with leyline. It just makes green black.
It's a mana. Yeah.
Doesn't it say when it makes green mana you make an additional one?
No. It's whenever a creature you control taps for mana.
Ah, my bad. Yeah, so that's what. Next one, that's 4-7 mana. So I guess any 6-drop, probably like Prime Time or something. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, because the thing is, I was looking at their list. They could have got either Primetime or what is her name? The Titania.
Yeah, I think Primetime is just that bit better. Yeah, I do like this choice of playing the Perverse Intervention.
My mistake, they don't have Titania in here. It is Priest of Titania.
Incorrect Titania.
Yep.
It's a priest, not something joke. I don't have a joke here. Oh god.
So
I'm curious here. Maybe you get like what is the 1-drop that makes 1 additional mana? The 1-drop per land creature. You could get that.
Yeah.
That puts you back at the 6 mana range. That's probably the creature, the card you get that makes you the most mana right now, off the top of my tongue.
Dryad Arbor.
Yeah, Dryad Arbor gets more is the most mana right now. And then you have the Green Suns for Primetime next turn again, as a threat.
There's also an argument just to get Wasteland.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because
the problem with that is then, what is your game plan for next turn? Hope to draw a land and maybe go for CMC 5?
Well, you can do CMC 4 right now. Yeah, be 5.
Or just hope your opponent doesn't have another green source and just try and wreck them that way, I suppose.
Yeah. Has EBOS actually missed a land drop yet, or no?
No.
Okay. I don't think they're going to be getting Wasteland then.
because
I mean,
solid.
they'll just get Cradle, right? Cradle's kind of the default.
The problem is getting Cradle here. Cradle?
You could get Nykthos.
Yeah.
Nykthos makes more sense than
they go
Cradle
with
here.
Thespian stage.
Doesn't actually go.
Because I think is there a way for that to use this Green Sun Zenith?
I guess they get
to find
they
something
get
that finds the land.
No, I think I know what they do. What I plan is here actually. They want to get what is it called? The new one drop from M20.
Oh yeah, Elvish Reclaimer.
Yeah, Reclaimer. I think they're going for the Reclaimer here.
And then
if you're getting Eternal
Reclaim
Witness
for
to get back
depth and
Sylvan's
then
Grey.
do the combo like that.
Elvish Reclaimer is not in their list.
Oh, it is not?
Knight of the Reliquary is though.
Yeah, no, the Reliquary
that does do it.
Yeah, I mean, either or, right? Then that next turn they get to.
I remember seeing a list today with Elvish Reclaimer in it. I figured this would have been the list if anything.
Yeah.
What is this playing Elvish Reclaimer?
So we're gonna see Domri into Arbor Elf.
What?
And historically, Bailite has played Elvish Reclaimer.
Oh yeah, that's.
I mean, Elvish Reclaimer is generally played in hoof list. It's just a matter of whether, because Knight of the Reliquary is a better card, right? So once you have access to Knight of the Reliquary, is it still worth to play?
I have a 2020. What you gonna do?
So interestingly enough, is that the 2020 is not going to be good enough here because of the Vivian.
How so?
The Vivian makes a reach token.
Oh yeah, it can make an idiot with reach, right?
Every turn for the rest of the game.
This is true.
Vivian's not castable here, though. Cost 5 mana. Oh yeah, the Domri makes a mana, right?
But then you also cheat and you activate the Knight the second time and get Wasteland.
No, I think
Big brain.
Sorry, that is Domri. Wrong Domri.
Oh, that Mox is.
Oh, they just throw the Mox anyways. Who cares? Damn.
There might be an Alpha on top.
Now you could actually just play Vivian fight if you want to. I don't think that's correct, but you could. This is actually a smart play from Zannty, because in case they played Vivian here, and then there's no real reason to do it immediately.
Yeah.
Because you could end up in a situation where you just,
they
find an answer somehow.
Do you still make a 2020? Wait, no. Is Zannty not playing Sigiri Step?
Okay, if they're not playing...
can they... Oh, you know what they could do, actually? Oh, no, that's probably not in their list. I'm trying to figure out if Knight of the Reliquary can find the land that helps the 2020 punch through.
No, it doesn't. The only thing that interacts with their opponent's creatures is Karakas.
Right.
Yeah, that is definitely a notable way. Let's just get legs that I actually haven't. Good team at DD80.
Yeah, I mean, Sigiri Step is kind of rough to play, to be fair. Exactly like this.
If they were playing a red-based hoof list, they could find Kessig Wolf Run.
Yeah, but they're not. They're playing green white.
Yeah, well, yes, but no.
Yes, but actually, no.
But yeah, I'm curious to see what happens here. Pretty obvious play to play the Riven here. You could actually also, we could also possibly see Mega Token fight the Knight. I don't think it's correct.
Yeah.
Is it a fight or a punch? It's a fight, right?
It's a fight.
The problem is if they make the mistake of not giving a reach here, they lose.
Yeah. The problem with the fight is
you die
because
the Knight gets activated in response.
Fight here, but you lose if you do that. You can kill the elves, which reduces mana.
Yeah, there might even be something on the top of the deck from.
That could be like a 1-drop, mana dog, which would be quite nice. Just plus Domri and get it out of the way.
1, 2, 3.
Get some value. But it doesn't seem like it. I think we would have seen a plus already if that was the case. Don't think the fight's worth enough to.
Oh, he fights the elf.
Yeah, that's what just trying to deprive bodies from the battlefield is a good plan here.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I'm going to take a look at Zannty's available lands, see if there's anything of note. Beyond the pretty obvious dark depths, of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm taking a look. I'm not seeing anything.
Are they playing Squiggly Pig?
No,
well,
they're not
obviously, I
playing
don't know
Squeaky
what that
Pig.
card is.
Yeah, okay.
What is Squiggly Pig?
Does it matter of the provinces?
Yeah, Decimated Provinces.
The Squig. I don't
Decimated
understand what the problem is. Squiggly Pig.
Yeah.
I think it was pretty clear.
The thing is that if they had Decimator Provinces after they make the Dark Dex token, if they kept the Alpha round, they'd have enough mana to sack the Knight and then give Trample to the Dark Dex
They were
token.
also playing Vesuva. Probably
Ah,
interesting.
They're not, sadly. But then you could untap with the Knight, and then in response to them trying to kill your Dark Depths, you could get Vesuva.
Oh no, they're not playing Vesuva. It was like I thought you were saying they were asking if they were playing. I thought you were stating that they were playing Vesuva.
If you had some way to get tutorial way to get back FS Spin Station, then you could make another copy.
Yeah.
Make another token. Although I guess Marilage is probably legendary.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's probably worth notably less.
Mm-hmm.
Well, time to kill some rich creatures.
Yeah. So
and
a way that they can get past it is if they can somehow.
So you swing Marilage at Evius's face, quite obviously, and then I think you swing the Knight at Vivian.
Yeah. Oh, that's how you
His,
place this in. You just kill the Vivian with the Knight because the Knight is gigantic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's Velikood's Awakening, correct? I don't believe it's going to do much.
It's actually interesting here that on Ivius's turn, they could have picked up Domri to have to cast Vivian so that they'd have an additional blocker. But now they're just dead.
What is the heart in Ivius's hand?
Oh, well, Huntmaster can put them to 1, but Death or off the
but they're not going to deal with the Marilage most likely.
Yeah,
and then die to Deathrite as well.
I mean, the thing is that
they don't have Black Man. Or I guess
I guess they can fight the Deathrite Shaman to death, but still, why not?
It's delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that now that the Vivian is not on the battlefield anymore, what is your long-term plan to deal with this Marit Lage? Because it ain't going anywhere. So like,
I mean, I guess you're not. I guess you haven't lost at that point. So I guess the only real line here is Sunmaster fight the Deathrite Shaman, John Block, hope to top take Caracas. That's how you win.
Oh yeah, is Evius playing Caracas? Because that's a long-term plan. That's a long-term way to dealing with this.
Yeah. Evios is playing Caracas.
Yeah.
Indeed. Choo-choo. All about the Caracas chain. We even have this Velikood card to try and take a bit further. So you probably don't even play it as a land. You want to?
I think you probably do play it as a land.
Oh, curious. But it's a cool additional draws as well.
Yeah, it does.
It does. It does.
Like the only way you win is by Marilaging. I guess you could make the argument that then you could draw some of your dragons, but if you're trying to jump to keep drawing dragons, I think you lose that way more likely.
Yeah, it just means that they have more outs. Like it gives them Elder Gargaroth, Glorybringer, Thundermaw.
How is Elder Gargaroth an out?
It's an additional turn.
Oh,
yeah,
fair point.
Yeah, I'm looking here at possible outs.
Granted, it's also worth mentioning that this Knight of the Reliquary, like, it didn't attack this turn, but it can also put a lot of hurting on Evios. It is a fairly large lad at this point, so...
Yeah.
Question, would you sack the land there just in hopes of finding more lands on top?
No. You don't. You like even Eternal Witness is actually a pretty good card here because it does get back the death rate.
Off the spin stage, or green. No, green's is what I'm talking about. That's what shovels into the deck.
So this is the hope.
This is the let's draw 2 cards and hope that one of them is Caracas.
And New Hope.
Nope. We did not draw Caracas.
Nope.
Sand, Roger, pass the turn, crying. cry proceeds.
I will be right back, my friends.
Absolutely.
Unacceptable. Okay. Let's see.
How dare you? Rude.
Marco, you've put the 1 on the wrong side.
This is
If
true.
that was
Haven't you learned that this is reverse magic, where if you win, you actually lose, and if you lose, you actually win?
If you win, you lose.
Does that
But
mean
no,
I
bad
should
point.
still be in the tournament then?
No,
No,
because you
don't
didn't know
be
about the
silly.
rules, so that's your problem.
Right. What a shame.
It's like you don't know how reverse magic works at all. Come on.
Well, I can't say I've
Like,
ever
you have
played
to vote
reverse
the rules
magic.
yourself. We can't do that for you. We just got a message from you. That's clearly. But that's actually why we changed it. It's because we didn't get a message from you. We just thought we're gonna get one, but even got two. So
Let's have a look at these hands.
yeah. So this is an interesting hand from you. It's a 1 drop, 2 drop, then 4 drop at some point. No real 3 drop, but like I think it's a fine hand. Zannty's hand is a quite.
It's slow and dirtily and doesn't do anything.
Yeah. It does at least cycle with the visionary.
Yeah.
It's not like it's got nothing, and
And
Nicholas
you've
is
got a
pretty
land
counter.
that can tap for lots of mana at some point.
Oh, now someone draws Karagas, huh?
I see we got a beeper on the battlefield, and Robert coming down.
Beep beep. I'm a sheep.
Getting all that card advantage.
Both players getting cards next up from the top of the library.
Forest. Zannty didn't really want that, so.
I mean, to be fair, you weren't casting anything you're getting this turn, but maybe later.
Trading the Quirion Ranger for the Beepers.
Yep, I actually think that's a great choice.
Yeah.
I don't like playing the Savannah though. I don't think there's a reason to not just play basic Forest for now. Wow. Them lands.
I don't strictly think it makes any difference because I don't believe Evios is on
I'm
price
curious,
for
would you
progress.
play the Velicant card here?
No.
Like in this case, it's just cycle.
Yeah, you're gonna keep that for when you.
I like my 4 drops here. I just want to be casting my 4 drops.
Well, I mean, you can literally just cycle it, like just basically cycle it.
Yeah.
Cast it and put nothing back. Draw a card.
All right.
Now, I think drawing World into that I might change it. Might I say?
Well, the thing is, they want to crack their fetch before they cast Worldly Tutor.
Yep. Or just not crack the fetch.
Yeah.
What do you get?
I think they think, considering if it's worth casting now, I think there's an argument for just waiting to a point where you really actually need a creature. Like right now, you could get a creature, but you don't really need it too badly. Then again, getting a 5-drop for a couple turns ahead, not a bad idea either.
I'd have held off on the Worldly Tutor until Zannty's end step.
You can't. You have to cast during your turn.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Robber for Rich, not. What's
Bone
the 2/3 with
Crusher.
Death Touch? No, I can't remember the name of the 2/3 with Death Touch that exiles things.
2/3 with Death Touch. Exiles.
Yeah, it's 2 black. Look at the top 4. Exile 1. You may cast it. Gonti.
Oh, Gonti. Yeah, Gonti. Pretty sure you just play the Tyrant here.
I'd play the Tyrant here.
Yeah, I don't think you're in a hurry to play the Mana Dog. Really, you can do that possibly next turn. Next turn again. Who cares? Garrow's quite good here actually. Not quite at the point where Nick was just mana positive, but next turn you can play like.
I don't even think you play the
Garrett.
Nykthos this turn. Oh,
I mean, they can, but I wouldn't.
yeah.
Just play
Running out
in-
Garrick here just means that Garrick dies, but you get a 3/3 out of
Yeah.
it. So
I think you kind of have to. Like, otherwise, what are you doing? Just sitting there and getting punched in the face?
Well, the thing is, they also know that Evios has Bone Crusher Giant in hand. So, yeah, you just play
Maybe.
Copter here and Stomp.
hold up, stomp.
No, you just stomp Garrick's face and hit him in the face with Leyline Tyrant.
That's fair.
Counter argument. You just make your. I was gonna say make a Robber Rich into a 4/4, but then realized, haha, mutate, non-human.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Robber of the Reach is in fact
You can make
among
a Kraken
the
into a
I
Phoenix.
believe
Big brain.
28 types that the Robber of the Reach has. It's that is human is one of those. Yeah.
It's
The
a human
interesting-
archer rogue, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's only 3 types. I feel lied to.
Yeah, it's also legendary. So like its type line is legendary creature human archer rogue. That's kind of impressive that they
It's
managed to
not
fit the whole
legendary.
thing.
It is not legendary.
You're right. It is not in the many.
Interestingly, next turn, they can animate Smuggler's Copter and then mutate onto it to leave it as a creature forever.
I love the
Oh,
situation
that-
of like just having the 2 6 drops that are both really good, but just a tad bit too late,
Yeah.
probably. Like you're not technically dead next turn, but it's damn well close.
Mhm. Oh, there it is.
Flicking the cards in
Is
the
there any
hand.
way you can survive it?
Yes. They aren't technically attacking for lethal next turn.
No, like you're not dead next turn, but the turn after that, you're probably just dead, aren't you?
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I think
the thing
you'll
is,
try to get you anything.
you're
I
dead
presume
because
I presume
Leyline
you'll have to play
Tyrant.
Garrick -3 play for the evil title. Get some
You
lands,
could-
but what do those lands do? I think you have to draw into something here. That's it.
Is that like a really spicy natural order line or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you have to draw into something. I don't think you can win before you have a hand.
Actually, because of the Ferocidon, I'm pretty sure that Zannty is just dead. Oh, they didn't go with the line I thought they were going to go to.
Could discard. See the Phoenix get discarded in favor of playing a forces on here in case you find a land. Also,
And it means if they draw a burn spell off of Copter here, they have lethal.
Not that many principles. They do of course play some because like if you don't play a bold in a red deck, what are you doing?
I think they're playing like instant speed ones, and they're also playing pump spells.
Like,
so
like they aren't playing lightning strike.
are they not on lightning strike?
Nope, they aren't. Okay, chain lightning, lightning bolt, fog bolt, purpose intervention, which is definitely an interesting one. Things like Crater Maker, Arc Trail, Abrade.
Hmm.
Like not
Thunder
even all
and
these
Rebuke.
face.
A lot
Use
of their
ambush, actually as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of ones that don't go to face in their list, which is probably like concession to expecting more green decks. Just wanting red spells that
Yeah,
hit
also it also them
at
with like
higher
creature
tokens.
based, like on a creature, or like Thundering Rebuke as well. Like this is burns. That's burn spell in the haha shock your face kind of manner, and more burn spells in the they deal damage.
Yeah. Because having the burn spells lets them kill early threats and get in with bigger early threats.
It's removal burn, not your life
Okay, this is
total
a
is
very
now
interesting
dying,
hand.
so-
If Zannty had any green source instead
Yeah.
of like even feared, this would have been great.
Like once you have cast your first creature, you had a green source, but sadly that's
What
not
is it
how
with-
any of these.
What is it with Zannty's hand and just being kind of bad? I mean, this was fine.
Sometimes hoof bees like that.
I mean, this hand does things, right? You get to.
This hand can nearly go infinite mana.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
could
yeah.
summon this pack
Actually, this
really
hand
well,
can just
should,
make infinite green mana at any point.
at
Like,
some point.
I mean, at
Not a lot
some
of
point
Rofellos,
being
though.
turn 3. That's the point. That's the point where infinite mana gets made.
This is gonna sound weird, but I'm actually thinking about bottoming the Rofellos.
I'd have bottomed Rafellos. It's uncastable.
Yeah. Rofellos, yeah.
Yeah, and it's only gonna make 1 mana. Like that's the same as the.
I mean, you're
Satyr.
presumably
That was,
gonna
like,
draw more
half-
forests, right?
Like if you're not gonna keep Garruk, then put like Mystere on the bottom. Like that feels like you're trying to go for the combo, and then you want like something like Garruk to do something with when you have shite ton of mana.
Here's an interesting question, right? This turn you clearly play the Llanowar Visionary. Fine.
More dramatic the mana.
Next,
The Llanowar Visionary?
They
don't have a
Voyaging
Llanowar Visionary.
Satyr is what I was trying to say. I don't know how. Voyaging Satyr.
Plus Llanowar Visionary is 3 mana.
So, do you go for? Do you try to go for the combo next turn by deploying both both halves of this thing? Oh, well, never mind. Well, now you're.
No, I don't like to. I like to cast Summoner's Pact unless I can guarantee that even if they have interaction, I can still pay for the
Summoner's Pact. Get
upkeep.
oh wait.
The thing is they're just praying here to draw any green source.
Yeah,
now.
that wasteland was real bad for them. Well,
Indeed.
no, that's
Especially into a goddamn Melango Hydra.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can go on top of Mana George pretty easily with this deck, but
George is going on an adventure. Wasteland, but it's on the wrong side. The wrong time.
Okay, but have you thought? How about more colorless lands?
Oh, we can copy the Wasteland now with the Thespian stage. Big green.
Well, I mean, more importantly, they can copy the Rootbound Crag with the Thespian stage
I'm
to
curious,
have
if
access
you
to
could draw
green
a
mana.
forest here,
Actually,
would you
that
go for
is actually relevant.
Yeah,
Can make a green mana.
good point. Good point. I'm curious, if you had drawn a green source here, would you summon us Pacted?
No.
You're not that greedy.
Like,
it doesn't really feel like you have anything
we've
to pay
seen
off.
burn spells from our opponent.
Yeah, I
I
know.
think it's just too risky.
Well, you're also like quite far behind if you don't do anything in that situation. Like now you can't, of course, do anything, so that makes the yay nay question quite simple.
So I guess that your best bet here is that you copy the Rootbound Crag, and then
hope to top deck a green
you
source.
top deck a green source and make a Gurk.
I think they forgot, like I did, that you can actually copy the Stomping Grounds.
What did they copy? Wasteland? Oh.
Yep.
That's
probably really gonna be game.
That's
So that is 7, 11 damage. That's 2 damage off default, technically. Because you stop the Vishia from blocking any new Blood Rush. For a total of 11.
Yeah. You would also go like Gurk, make a beast, and then summon a Spark Dryad Arbor, I guess. If you had copied the Rootbound
Yeah, you could all.
Crag.
I think just Garruk on tap your 2 green sources, play Rafellos was probably been the correct play.
Right. You just played Rafellos.
Or once again, if you feel a bit daring, someone has packed, hope to draw something afterwards. But like at that point, you should probably just be someone's packing for like Tide next turn if you can get that. Something. Problem is like this Manigault Trader just gets big. Real big.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not crazy to just plan to say my plan is to just go over the top. Like normally, if I'm Zannty, I'm not too worried about the Mana George. In this case, it turns out Mana George is real bad for you.
This is game over. Cast a Summoner's Pact, pass the turn. Don't even do anything.
No, we can cast Garruk Relentless.
No, because you didn't
And
copy the...
I guess you make a 2/2 and take 7 damage. I suppose you're technically not dead. You can go to 1 if you want to.
If you, Zannty not interested in...
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing that come back there.
Which I think is
casting a spell there would make George big enough to be lethal even through a 2/2.
Well, we've got a brawl coming up.
Yeah, we have the grand
Indeed.
finals coming up. Everybody,
Green versus green.
okay. Everybody in chat immediately get hyped.
Yay! Hi.
Please.
So we actually, quite interestingly, like a lot of people went away from the mono red, and yet, admittedly, it definitely helped by
then
the fact
Monored's
you
in
were.
the finals anyway.
Yeah, notably, it does help that you only had to win like 2 matches, I believe.
Yeah, but Mono Red's carried me pretty well through the tournament.
Oh, absolutely.
To put me there.
And like again, like we said, like yeah, there's definitely like some of the decks, like some of the green decks are definitely better positioned against you than others. Like Hoof isn't insanely well positioned; it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And something like I'd actually say Bailite's deck is also just fine. Not like any of the like, but also some of like there's not really any deck where you're like, God, I can't win this. But there's definitely decks like Pod and like Batwalk where you're like, ugh.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump into the thing since we are about to get started. So.
Absolutely.
Good luck.
Good luck.
So we're gonna have to start task
Also, good luck to Avios, even though they can't hear us.
Due to the fact that Evios is coming, oh sorry, no Evios, that's correct. I was messing up there. Is coming from the losers bracket. That means that he has to win 3 games, whereas Wolfgang only has to win 2.
Yep.
This is to make up for the fact that once again, Wolfgang has gone through the winners bracket.
Yeah.
Whereas Evios had to come through the
has
bracket.
won an entire 2 games.
Exactly. Truly a feat of great proportions.
No, to be fair, like to be perfectly honest.
To be fair to the deep, like you can actually get straight up. You can straight up get away if you're the first place. Get away with winning what? What is the minimum you can win? I guess
3.
The minimum you could win is 3 matches. 3 matches, yeah. So 6 games, yeah. That is very minimum, which I believe is more or less what we're seeing here. Depending on if Wolfgang wins, naturally. And I suppose it can also technically be true in the case of actually losing the winners final. Then you just have to win the losers final, and then you win the grand final twice. No, quite. That's actually even less. You can actually win on 5, then can't you? If you start out in the 5. No, because it's 2 brackets.
The first seed would have to win
if you lose your first
thing.
game, you will have to play 4 matches in order to win the whole thing.
Yeah. So that will be 7 in this case, due to the finals being one of us all. No, actually, that's more. That's 6. That's 9. That's actually pretty big jump. Which is actually a pretty good comparison for like making up for the fairly clean run at least up to then.
Okay, let me do the hand thing.
The hand thing?
Yeah, the hand thing, and then we should be good to go.
It's a handy thing to have a hand thing.
Yeah, the hand thing. The hand thing is one of my favorite things.
Oh, what a big hand thing you have there.
Ooh,
actually looks really solid.
From the 5 cards I can see, that looks pretty good.
Lava Runner, Mountain Box, and whatever else is in his hand. Like, I could see those 5 cards and be like, yeah, I'm keeping.
It's like it kinda doesn't matter, but yeah, I'll give you the rest of the hand real quick.
Like, it's not that busted. Like, give me a burn spell too.
Like a Roiler
well, we've got a burn spell and a golem.
Yeah. Honestly, this is an incredible hand.
Yeah.
Not busted by any means, but like, if you show me this, I'll keep it against literally any matchup.
Yeah, like it's fine. It's probably slightly above average hand. Like
I don't like this lineup play.
I'd have run out the golem.
Yes, golem has to be the first creature you play here. Because Gitularamon can actually have haste later on, which is pretty important. I'm surprised Wolfgang made that play. That is not something I expect Wolfgang to mess up. Now we're probably gonna see. I imagine I'm actually a bit surprised we didn't see a turn 1 Valakut session, like some tap land on turn 1, but we saw fetch.
Yeah, I'd have probably played the Treetop Village out.
Yeah, the Treetop at least.
But they might be bluffing Lightning Bolt. And this way they can now play the treetop on turn 2 and still bluff Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, like this is just a solo curve, just drawing the land there.
Yeah.
And like Cargo Intimidator is a great way to use your mana. Like even a creature now, admittedly you just have the giant next turn coming down, popping probably Intimidator, but it's still gonna be like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage, putting you at 9.
Yeah.
And your nose is bleed behind the board. And even if Wolfgang finds like a 3-drop or something, or 2-drop that they want to play instead, then he can still keep the option to deal with any threat coming out down later.
Yeah.
Like there's even an argument for just playing the Scottish Bill and just attacking. Yeah, like they don't even play the eruption here. I think that's a great choice.
I think they're gonna
the
want
Bone Crusher's there.
use,
like
yeah, use the eruption to kill the giant, or what other thing they choose to cast.
Yeah,
on this
no, I
turn.
agree, 100%. Here's to see which threat we come down here. Bone Crusher makes sense. It's not a bit big. There's no real reason to play the Ramble Master because it's the worst blocker.
Yeah. If Radha had first strike every turn, there's an argument to be playing Radha.
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
then I probably will slam that one, just hoping my opponent's
given that
not
it's only on your own turn, then there's no reason to give them the extra information.
No, absolutely not. See, that's just something I had to check. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Not seeing that on top, you probably just play the tap treetop village here. Like you probably might actually cast the Awakening at some point.
I'd have
play a
cast a
Snakemire,
tap
and I have
treetop village.
absolutely no clue why. Once again. Oh right,
So-
it's actually off the top. Actually, that one actually kind of makes sense. Never mind.
Are they
This
just
time I know
dead
why.
here?
Yeah, shoot the face for 2, hit for 1 rather. You
And
then
then we have
2 creatures,
yeah,
3 creatures with 2 power, and 1 ping swarm. You're just dead here on board.
So we've seen Red Deck Winds do its thing. So
Like the
EVOS now needs
advantage
to
of the Red Deck
win.
ones is that it's notably more consistent in doing its plan. Like it doesn't need Ram and creatures to consistently be good. Like you just need 2 lands, 2 creatures, some burn spells. Call it a day.
Notably, we're going to see a turn 1 Garruk Unleashed this game.
Yep.
Which is
I wonder if that's gonna win the game. It probably is.
It's certainly gonna do a good
It's actually
job
gonna
of,
be an interesting question if it's worth like Chain Lightning, either the Garruk or the token here. If you do, I just think you wait at least a turn and play the Scorch Spin or something first.
yeah. I'd consider Chain Lightning Garruk here.
Yeah, makes sense. I think if I'm using not tapping, I'm just making a 3/3. I'm not even plus+ing here. Like that's not even worth it.
Wait, did I miss something? Did game 1 end while I was like distracted for a second? What happened?
Yeah, Wolfgang killed in, I want to say 4 turns.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was just kind of like checking who we're going to raid after these and trying to and asking somebody for like what to do with the thing and like trying to hear if it's like, okay, if they say the name of a card, I'll put it on, it's fine. And then it's just, oh, game 1 is just over. Like, okay.
Yeah.
I do really like the comment there from Wolfgang in the form of free bolt counter. 1.
Yeah.
Mana Crypt Core.
Obviously a
Thank
risky
you.
card.
Thank you for bolting yourself. Please come again.
I like how he's managed to. He hasn't pinned the window.
2.
3 bolt counter 2.
Well, oh no, that's the Harshmentor is not symmetric. Forgot about that.
It could be that it doesn't actually matter because WolfgangCloud is going to be dead.
Yeah, Wolfgang has a bunch of bad cards in hand. Like Lands aren't doing too much. Actually, the best cards in hand. Bowmaker does something. Honestly, I could just kind of see playing Light up the stage here. Just hoping.
The beast?
I kind of don't hate just
Okay.
slamming everything, like slamming everything on the ground, then you have
I guess
enough
there's also
dark
the argument
next
that Torch Spirit is going to make it 1 mana next turn, so it's probably fine
Yeah.
to wait.
Yeah.
I think you
I could
wait
also
a
see it
turn.
honestly just jumping either this or next turn with the Bowman Courier, depending on what the
Oh,
board
wow.
looks like.
This
Well,
mana
more
hit
likely,
really
if it's red
rooting for
wolves-
WolfgangCloud, though. That's three in a row.
Okay, interesting question. If you're Evius here, do you take 2 to play the Fiery Confluence? Is that lethal? You deal 1 damage to your opponent's creatures, to each creature, and then force your opponent up to 7/7. That's lethal.
4, and then 6, and then 8.
Yep.
Yeah. That's just game.
Your opponent took 9 damage from no mana crit, but they still won because
Yeah,
mana
taking 5 damage against mono red from your mana hit. Taking 9 damage from your mana hit against mono red and still, that's fine. Won this game very easily. That's kind of impressive.
I mean, casting a 4-drop on turn
I
1.
just want to point out, Wolfgang did literally 0 points of damage to Evios this game.
Yeah.
Evios cocked up.
I think they accidentally didn't realize that they're lethal.
Yeah, I think they've missed lethal, but they are killing their own mana crypt to stay alive.
I guess they lose like something like they get hurt somewhat badly by shock, but even that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Like they clearly realized they could see the board.
It pumps Tarmogoyf, so it doesn't
Yes,
matter.
yeah. I guess that's slightly optimal then.
Put the sorcery and the artifact into the that's kind of awesome. Well, 2-1. We're gonna have 1 or possibly 2 more matches going on, but we're gonna.
I believe this might still be the fastest finals we've ever had.
Yeah, it's on the table.
It's definitely an interesting hand from Wolfgang. I'm not sure if it was a correct keep, but this looks
Wolfgang
better.
doesn't think so.
Forked
I
Bolt.
think you got turn 1 Rift Bolt, turn 2 Forked Bolt, Gear to Laraman, perhaps.
No, I could see that being a thing.
Yeah.
There's definitely a very phase plan, but it's definitely the most use of your Gear to Laraman.
We know Evios plays like dorks, so Forked Bolt could be a massive blowout.
Pretty reasonable to play on turn 2.
Yeah, or it could just nail these schools, right? Like that's also a thing the Farfold can do. I guess the schools is not gonna be on the battlefield by the time that the.
Depends on what you draw here, of course. I mean that's always the case, but if assuming you draw nothing of note, like at land, I think you just kind of.
Yeah, I think you just jam.
You might just go for gold here and then just go Burt. Especially because you can go Ankle Crash next turn and just go even more Burt.
I'd be tempted to hold off on the Forked Bolt.
I wouldn't.
No, I think you lose on too much damage. If you had not, if you had deployed the
like you just lose 2 damage there, like why not? Like you would put your opponent at, assuming they fetched as well. That puts your opponent at what? 12?
Like that was 4
Next
damage.
turn you have it. If they play a creature here, for example, that would put them at 7, and you. No, it's a pretty good position. Now, of course, they kill the creature here, which means you go ahead and play an Ankle Crash next time, which is quite good.
Yeah.
But you're not putting them at nearly as much.
Yeah, you could have dealt 4 damage to them. I think at that
And
would
like
have been just
you didn't even see your opponent play like oh god, not more lands. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, we might see.
Means that they can now cast every card in their deck.
Yeah, that's true.
Except Fire Blast sometimes.
They have
they can cast Fire Blast there. Shit.
Can they?
What is wrong with
Yes,
my
they have
chat?
2 mountains in play.
Yeah, you play the Dummer here and slap down a Hex Stinker.
Yeah.
To be confused with Hex Stinker, Hex Winker, or Hex Wanker.
I think.
Especially not Hex Wanker.
I think Hexy drinks.
Ooh, Abbott, that's pretty good.
And Costello.
No, just
Easy good card. Easy good card every time.
Pillar.
Actually, yeah, I think you just Pillar Flame the creature
Yeah.
here. And I think you actually attack the Domri, maybe? Actually, I'm not sure.
You could attack Domri and then Fort Bolt to kill Domri and pin face.
I mean, if you do that, then you probably just actually Pillar Flame face, and then you 1/1 instead. That's just more
But
effective.
I think they're just holding on to. Yes. We're probably going to see a. Oh no! Wait, Huntmaster. Probably Huntmaster then.
Yeah. The thing is, I would have expected to see a fight there. So this is 6 damage. This is 2 damage of lethal currently. Actually, this is 4 damage of lethal. So you came to. Because you kill the Huntmaster, you stop the wolf from blocking. You swing it for 6 currently. Is what it's looking like.
Yeah.
So depending on if we see a 3+ burn spell, that's definitely lethal. That should be lethal. So you shoot the one wolf for 2. You shoot the face for 1, and then the face for 2, and then you stop the last one from blocking. And that should be lethal. That's 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that is exactly. So that is going to be your champion this time around for this season. WolfgangCloud on mono red, taking down a large amount of green X stacks. Just paving us away. Doesn't care that the opponent's going to play a Tarmogoyf. Doesn't care there's going to be a Huntmaster. Because they're all going to get fried. They're all going to get burned. They're all going to get sizzled. And once again, WolfgangCloud, your Season 7 champion.
Hopefully we can get an interview with the champion himself after this game.
I think that should be, I think that's doable, is my guess.
I mean, given that he was on commentary about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Case in point.
we should probably be able to make that happen. Sorry that I kind of blinked and I missed it. My chair kind of started to give up from underneath me. There is one of the wheels that...
Fine.
One of the wheels is getting kind of bad, so I'll need to...
Yeah.
Like, I know how to fix it's gonna be a pretty easy replacement, I just need to actually do it.
Just chalk it up with a length of 2x4 or something.
Alright. So let's see if we can get Wolfgang in the booth.
I'm right
here.
Send them a message over the Players Lounge. There we go. Woo! Season 7 champion, baby. There you go.
Hailing from Edmonton.
You know what's
From
really funny?
down under.
I said last season that no, I'm gonna win season 7. I'm not gonna do season 6. I'm gonna win season 7, and I actually did it. I was like, oh.
Indeed. And then the bright side, there wasn't like 3 people playing D&T.
Yeah, that's true.
Helps.
To be fair, didn't you get to the Season 7 finals and then lose to Grindy Abzan? Season 6 finals.
What happened is I was first place going into the weekend or the finals. Lost to Bailite, then lost to I think it was Blahguy, or basically someone I was testing, helping them test their deck for the weekend. And we're like, we're on the opposite side of brackets. We'll never face each other. And then they ended up beating me. So I played. This time I played 2 matches and won both of them. And last time I played 2 matches and lost both of them. So I learned from my experience.
Can you play 3 actually? Am I incorrect?
Yeah, it won't have been Blahguy because he faced Death and Taxes 3 times in a row last season finals.
Yeah. But yeah, I did. But I won, so.
Yeah, congratulations. I was saying earlier during the event, right, that like you have qualified for a number of these finals. I remember season 3 you qualified, but then were unable to make it, I think.
Yeah, I was going on a trip to Japan, and the only day that I could do it, a bunch of people couldn't, and I was like, hey, I don't want to mess this tournament up. I'm going on a holiday. I think I was like, I can't remember who it was, but I was like, let this person in instead of me. They did. But
no,
yeah.
I think that what we ended up doing is that it was going to be a top 4, and then because we had Windy Del Carlo and Loman that were tied for 6th, they were tied for 5th, sorry, we ended up inviting both of them. And that's how we ended up with that, like, top 5 escalating gauntlet type thing that we ended up doing for seasons 3 and 4. I think that's how that's how that ended up happening.
Yeah, I did say that if I did win this this weekend or this finals, that I would be showing up next season with a different deck. So you shall be seeing that.
Nani?
You've taken pity on us and are not going to play Burn anymore.
Oh no,
JP, why are
I'm
you
afraid that
here?
it will start countering mono red. That's
Having
all.
seen a sneak preview of what he's planning on playing next season, it's spicy.
To be
I'm
fair,
a fan of spice.
To be fair, every
Mono
time I
Red is
played Wolfgang and I was on mono red, I won. So
that is
times.
true. That is
Also,
true.
Marco, I've been around.
Okay, let's disregard that point. Okay, so I want congratulations again to WolfgangCloud for winning season 7 after qualifying for a whole bunch of season finals. It's he gets to meet to join the hallowed halls of the season the 10-point champions. I am going to give you a couple of quick reminders here, which if you want to support us, you can throw your Twitch subscription your way. If it's a Twitch Prime subscription, I can assume you get one of those for free. So if you want to throw it, you should go to somebody. If it's us, we really appreciate it, but it should definitely go to someone. If you want to join these events for the future, exclamation point Discord is gonna get you to the Discord. That is kind of what we use as a base of operations for this whole thing. It's a Canadian Highlander Discord, the official Canadian Highlander Discord that we use for the whole format. I really recommend you join it, partly because it's just full of awesome people, but partly just because if you want information on how Canadian Highlander works, that's your best bet. And if you just want to sign for next event, I did put up a poll, which is up at exclamation point next event, but do advise that you probably still want to pay attention to the tournament announcement on Discord, because it's not 100% certain that what we're gonna have, like, you know, exactly a normal size season at exactly the same time slot on exactly the same. Like, you probably want to make sure, like. So yeah, I mean, just make sure that you follow us. With that said, unless anybody has other closing remarks, I'm kind of.
I mean, I think this is some. Actually, if Zannty, if you're listening, you know what event, you know what command should be put in chat right now.
I can do that real quick. Let me just give me 2 seconds.
Use the command punt
before the raid.
Yeah.
Hurry, we must chill.
Would it be exclamation point Twitch Prime by any chance?
Yes. I do want to thank everybody that participated in the tournaments throughout the season, everybody that watched us, everybody in general that plays Canadian Highlander. Running these events is something that we do because we think that it's a great format and we have a great community, and this would just not be possible without all of you. So really thank you very much. With that said, I'm gonna take care of. I'm gonna do a thing real quick. And the thing being that I need to, yeah, exactly do that. And then we are going to go raid by engineering. I'd see you on the other side of the raid. Let's make some noise in engineering chat. He's doing Baldur's Gate 3, which is a game that sounds awesome. So let's go.
Woo!
Burn, baby, burn.